Chapter 646. This was an ancient city that was sleeping in the deepest part of the lake. It was incomparably silent. Its entire body seemed to be forged from bronze and condensed into one. There was no brilliance or vitality. It was quiet and serene, forever silent in the depths of the lake. If the lake water had not dried up today, it would probably never appear in the world. The entire ancient city was filled with broken artifacts and broken stone tablets floating in the air. The inscriptions on the tablets were surrounded by a red and black light, as if they were formed after thick blood had dried up. There were also many complicated and profound patterns carved on these inscriptions, as well as some ancient words. They seemed to contain some special meaning that could not be understood by the world. In addition to the ancient tablets, there were too many sword pools here. They were soaked in dried molten iron, which had solidified into a ball. There were also many long swords that had yet to be formed. This place was once known as the Sword City. It was the holy land in the eyes of countless cultivators in the sword mysterious world. It had a supreme meaning. Every divine sword that shook the world came from this place. They were tempered thousands of times by the legendary swordsmiths of the past, and after countless years of hard work, they were finally formed. Now, in this city, other than those broken ancient swords, there were many humanoid creatures that seemed to be frozen in time and space. Their faces and genders could no longer be seen clearly. They could only be vaguely determined to be humanoid. Perhaps tens of millions of years ago, they were once the swordsmiths here, but an unknown calamity had descended and destroyed this city. No one had time to escape. They were swept away by the supreme unknown power and condensed into mud. The secret that would accompany this city forever was buried here. Now, as Lin En stepped into this place again, the entire ancient city was once again suffused with an ashen color. A long sigh sounded, as if it came from an unknown place. It carried sadness and sorrow, and it reverberated in this place. It was enough to affect the mood of the living beings who stepped into this place. Why was this ancient city buried in the past? What exactly happened in the past? Although Lin En's mood was also affected, his cultivation was powerful, and his state of mind was even more firm. He quickly recovered. He tried to use the key in his hand to open the seal on the altar and take out the bronze divine sword. Although he had never seen the heavenly path sword before, Lin En was very sure that this bronze divine sword was what he was looking for. There was a vast aura of the heavenly path surging on it, causing those who walked here to involuntarily prostrate themselves in worship. Don't, just as he was about to step forward, an ethereal and ancient voice sounded around him again. Even the surrounding pillars began to tremble. The direction of the withered figures that were tied to the pillars began to change. Tears of blood began to flow from the depths of their withered eye sockets, containing extreme sorrow. It was as if they had done something wrong and were kneeling here after death to atone for their sins and beg for forgiveness. Jolson was affected by this mood. His hand, which was about to open the seal, trembled uncontrollably for a moment. It was difficult for him to continue. What the hell is going on? Lin En's face was filled with shock and disbelief. He then bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood. As a result, he felt his mind clear up a little and was no longer as blurry as before. Then, without hesitation, he placed the key in his hand into the groove in front of him. At this moment, Lin En suddenly felt a pain in his palm. It was as if there was a scorching flame burning in his palm, instantly piercing through his palm and burning his flesh and bones. He let out a muffled groan and hurriedly retreated. His eyes widened as he realized that the key was actually melting. His blood, which was suffused with a hint of gold, was gathering drop by drop and falling into the groove above the altar. Why is this happening? Why do I have such an ominous feeling? Lin En's expression changed drastically. He felt that his life force was rapidly draining away from his cracked palm and was about to seep into the altar in front of him to become nutrients there. He could not believe it. All of this happened too fast, so fast that he could not react. And the heavenly path sword that he had always regarded as the savior of the mysterious sword world was now covered with fine cracks. Then, it turned into a rain of light and began to collapse and dissipate. How is this possible? What the hell is going on? Lin En could not believe what he was seeing. However, it was too late for him to react. As the bronze divine sword collapsed and dissipated, the altar in front of him suddenly collapsed. All the surrounding bronze pillars were trembling and collapsing, and all the chains were breaking. A terrifyingly large rift valley extended from the square all the way into the invisible darkness. A monstrous wind rushed out from within, accompanied by a terrifying murderous aura. It was as if it could devour the world and destroy all the darkness. The entire Sword City, which was sleeping in the depths of Mirror Lake, began to collapse. The originally sturdy and indestructible bronze pillars also collapsed one after another, turning into fine powder and dissipating between heaven and earth. All of the water in Mirror Lake was swallowed up by the crack and quickly disappeared. The entire sky seemed to have been destroyed, and the towering silver heaven-reaching tower at the side also abruptly fell and sank into the great rift valley with a rumbling sound. Not far away, the great Celestial Dynasty's Grand Emperor was still resisting stubbornly in the midst of the commotion that had gradually subsided. However, he was already on the verge of death. His entire body was covered in blood, like a candle in the wind. He kept coughing out blood. There was not a single part of his body that was intact. Some parts of his body even had white bones. He looked at this shocking scene and his expression changed drastically. He was in disbelief. This place is definitely not as simple as a place abandoned by the heavens. This is the sealing altar. He was very knowledgeable and recognized the altar in the collapsed ruins. It was scattered in the void, flashing with an ancient demon-destroying aura. What happened here in the past? Why is there a sealing altar? Is it to seal the consciousness of the heavenly path? Even at the moment of life and death, the great Celestial Dynasty's Grand Emperor felt that the water in the dark sword world was far muddier than he had imagined. This is the consciousness of the heavenly path that you have been looking for. Gu Chang'e laughed softly. Even if he had killed several Tao masters, it did not affect him in the slightest. He knew that the battle that destroyed the heavens had once happened here. The consciousness of the heavenly path had tried to sacrifice all living beings to achieve transcendence and transformation. However, it had failed in the end and was sealed here. Only a part of the consciousness of the heavenly path had escaped. Lin En happened to be the descendant of the existence that had sealed the consciousness of the heavenly path. His blood could undo the seal here. This was the reason why the heavenly path's incarnation in the boundless celestial valley had led him here. You knew all this all along. The great Celestial Dynasty's Grand Emperor was horrified. His entire body turned cold. He felt as if an invisible hand was strangling his throat, and he almost could not breathe. However, it was too late for him to react. Gu Chang'e raised his hand, and the halberd light slashed down. It destroyed the rules and order, and directly cut him in half. At this moment, all the Tao masters who had rushed here had lost their lives. None of them had escaped. The graceful sword fairy, the snow sword fairy, and the others who had been watching this battle from afar were also trembling. They were extremely frightened. They did not expect that this group of Tao masters would not be a match for Gu Chang'e even if they joined forces. They were quickly killed and died here. They had witnessed everything with their own eyes. Gu Chang'e would definitely not let them live. What is this? Outside the collapsed Great Rift Valley, Lin En stared blankly at everything that he had caused. He was still a little confused. He kept feeling that he had walked into a trap and did something that he regretted greatly. It's all thanks to you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to release this will of the heavenly path, and I wouldn't have been able to obtain the origin of the world. Gu Chang'e's figure appeared behind him. There was a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. It's all thanks to me. Lin En's entire body turned cold. He turned around and looked at Gu Chang'e in disbelief. His voice was trembling. He did not know when Gu Chang'e had arrived here, but from the current situation, Gu Chang'e had killed the rest of the people here. What a pitiful guy. Your ancestors sealed the will of the heavenly path with great difficulty. In the end, you released it so easily. Gu Chang'e shook his head and laughed softly. Although it was a pity, the depths of his eyes were still cold. There was no fluctuation in his emotions. My ancestor. Lin was stunned. Suddenly, he sensed that there was a strong sense of sadness in the surroundings. In the collapsed Sword City, there were light spots that filled the sky converging towards him. It was as if they were the heroic spirits of his ancestors from ancient times. In just an instant, he understood the cause and effect. The expression on his face was stunned. He muttered, "How is this possible?" He was really used by the will of the heavenly path. It used his blood to break the seal here, causing all the efforts of his ancestor to be in vain. I am a sinner. Lin laughed bitterly. He knelt on the ground, full of guilt and sorrow. No, you are not a sinner. You are the hero who saved the Sword Mystery World. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to find this guy's hiding place. Gu Chang'e smiled and patted him on the shoulder. Then, he took a step forward and appeared above the great rift valley. Terrifying astral winds swept through, containing divine chains of destruction that were difficult to describe with words. It was enough to penetrate the flesh of any cultivator. But Gu Chang'e stood tall, his figure as motionless as a prison, looking into the bottomless depths of the darkness. Pfft! All the cultivators in the 13 provinces of the Sword Mystery World were shocked. They trembled non-stop and felt cold all over. They saw a crack in the depths of the world, like a broken mirror. It was also like a cracked egg, cracking continuously at this moment. It stretched across the sky and then began to collapse. There was a vast and boundless anger and killing intent venting there. It was cold and merciless, as if it wanted to destroy everything. The cultivators who saw this scene all felt their hearts palpitate and their bodies turn cold. What was that? In the depths of the collapsed world, a ray of light fell. It was an eye. That eye was too frightening. It was as if it was formed from the shattered universe. It was incomparably huge. It was deep and vast, dark and merciless. It was black and red, densely packed, and constantly oozed black blood. It made one's hair stand on end and felt cold from head to toe. Moreover, there was not the slightest emotion. It was cold to the extreme. At this moment, even their souls were frozen. Including some of the quasi-emperors who appeared from the upper realm, they did not even dare to move. It was as if they were targeted by an indescribable existence. They were worse than ants. No, worse than dust. Outside the ancient mystic ruins, countless cultivators and living beings also saw this horrifying scene. Seems like it should be what we are looking for. A land sword immortal's voice was trembling. This was no longer an existence in a dimension. They simply could not understand what it was. If they looked directly at it, they even felt like their heads were about to explode. The heavenly Tao is merciless, treating all things as dogs, seeing that it was not easy for you to give birth to consciousness. If you hand over the world's origin, I may spare your life. Gu Chang'e looked at the eye that appeared at the end of the world, but his figure did not move. He still stood in front of the great rift valley and said lightly. He knew that the eye was just a projection of the heavenly Tao's will. Its real eye was actually hidden in this deep darkness. And as Gu Chang'e's voice fell, there was suddenly a riot under his feet. Chaotic chi rushed out, wanting to drown him. A terrifying blood-red light suddenly shone, dispelling the deep darkness. It broke through the thick black fog and stared at Gu Chang'e. An eye slowly opened in the depths of the darkness. The projection of the eye at the end of the world also looked in this direction. Boom! These two rays of light seemed to penetrate through the ages, the present, and the future, destroying everything. But it was obvious that its origin was even more terrifying. It was not just in the depths of the world, but in the depths of the darkness. No living being or cultivator could describe all of this, because the moment they looked at this ray of light, it was as if they had lost their soul, frozen in the world. This included the land sword immortals. Their souls were eliminated, and time and space became absolutely still. At this moment, only those who had attained the Tao could break free from this bondage. The existences of other levels could only be imprisoned in place, waiting for the catastrophe in death. Those who are disrespectful shall be killed. The cold and emotionless words were like the great millstone of destruction rotating, containing the power of destruction slowly coming out from the dark ground. The entire sword mystic world was trembling, and countless cultivators were shocked. Their souls were about to fly out with these words and be destroyed. In response, Gu Chang'e smiled lightly and did not say anything else. Boom! At this moment, he suddenly stepped forward from his original spot. His robe spread open, and his Dharma body was extremely terrifying. His huge body stood tall in the world, breaking through this world. Then, his sleeves shook gently, and the chaos was destroyed, as if the order of billions of heavens was disintegrated. He reached out a huge hand, as if he wanted to shatter the darkness. That huge hand covered the sky, crossed the boundless territory, and covered 13 provinces. It struck the eye, causing it to tremble. Suddenly, there were billions of strands of chaotic light, as if they could tear apart the heavens. Countless cultivators looked at this scene as if they were facing a miracle. They trembled in fear and directly knelt on the ground, worshipping in that direction. This was already a power that was beyond their imagination, and they could not speculate at all. Gu Chang'e made his move, wanting to destroy the will of the heavenly path in this world. At this moment, an unparalleled emperor's might swept through the universe, and a palm pressed towards the terrifying eye, piercing through the dark ground. Chapter 647. This palm crossed countless mountains and rivers, as if a large piece of heaven and earth had collapsed, crushing towards that blood-colored eye, striking it until it trembled incessantly, many terrifying blood-colored cracks appearing. The aftermath rushed out, spreading out in all directions. The world barrier of the sword profound world began to shatter. Seems like it has just awakened, its strength is not enough to be at its peak, at most comparable to a ruined immortal. Even if I can't find the world's source, swallowing it will be greatly beneficial to my cultivation. Gu Chang'e looked into the eyes formed by the will of the heavenly Tao, taking a step forward. The void beneath his feet was disappearing, quickly appearing above the sky dome. He attacked again, the 8 desolation demonic halberds sweeping out, as if sweeping through the entire universe, breaking apart all order. The light here exploded, dazzling like countless suns exploding at the same time, spilling out endless energy. In this instant, a majestic phenomenon instantly enveloped heaven and earth. There were stars gathering in the heavens, millions of stars circulating, chaotic energy cascading down. Boom! It was as if the heaven and earth were about to collapse. Endless cracks appeared there, and world-destroying chains shot out from within. They pierced through everything at the speed of light. Kacha, Gu Chang'e continued to attack. All types of immortal light were extinguished, destroying the chains one after another. His white robes fluttered in the wind, making him look like a young immortal emperor, looking down on the past and present with unparalleled magnificence. Those who disobey will be beheaded. The eyes formed by the will of the heavenly Tao were still cold and emotionless. Even if countless cracks appeared on it, it didn't seem to have any effect. The majestic and vast aura of the heavenly Tao interweaved, the light of the great Tao illuminating the world, revealing the life of heaven and earth, the cycle of the sun and moon, the sea of stars. In an instant, many terrifying scenes appeared here. Ancient tombstones appeared one after another, copper coffins stretched across the sky, as if countless supreme existences were buried and sleeping. There was also the world-destroying millstone that descended, continuously crushing, wrapped in black fog, slowly pushing over, causing the entire world to sway and tremble, continuously collapsing. This was a calamitous scene. Not only did the sky collapse, it also turned into a terrifying millstone 17, bringing with it a destructive aura, devouring and crushing all life, collapsing into a rain of light that filled the sky. The will of the heavenly Tao broke free from the seal and displayed unprecedented power. Boundless might blossomed. Life and death vanished, the cycle of reincarnation alternated, the heavens collapsed, and order was extinguished. To it, who had a will of its own, Gu Changa's existence and actions were tantamount to the greatest provocation to its dignity. The severity of the situation was even comparable to that of the War of Destruction back then. However, the results of the two were polar opposites. In that battle that destroyed the heavens, countless cultivators and living beings were like moths to a flame, charging towards it without fear of death. But in the end, they all turned into ashes in midair. Their souls were extinguished, and they disappeared from this world forever. Those who disobeyed would be eternally tormented by the cycle of reincarnation and would never be able to reincarnate. They would have to kneel and pray on the path of reincarnation to eliminate their sins. But Gu Changa was completely different from those rebels. His strength had exceeded the limits of what this world could contain, and he had even destroyed the order and rules of this world, so he had truly injured it. Countless cultivators and living beings in the sword-profound world knelt on the ground, trembling non-stop. Their faces were filled with fear. This was a battle that shocked the entire sword-profound world. That place had become chaotic. Endless chaotic chi rushed out, spreading towards the wasteland of the universe. All of the void had been pierced through. It was a scene of devastation. It was a blur. Large stars fell from the sky one after another. Is this a miracle or a catastrophe? Countless cultivators and living beings knelt on the ground, kowtowing towards the direction of the fluctuations. They were terrified, but they were also devout in worship. Even the earth sword immortals who stood at the peak of the sword-profound world had the urge to kneel down. In their opinion, this was a battle that had exceeded their understanding. If they could see a trace of mystery from it, it would be enough for them to break through their current shackles and improve their cultivation. The ancient mystic ruins collapsed at this moment. A terrifying rift valley appeared, spreading in all directions. Endless black fog surged, covering the sky and earth, devouring all the living beings and cultivators in the surroundings. In just an instant, this place had become a land of death. The cultivators who could not react in time were all devoured and turned into ashes. Looks like this is the will of the heavenly Tao that we have been bitterly searching for. Graceful Sword Immortal, Snow Sword Immortal, and the others quickly rushed out of the collapsed small world. Looking at the terrifying aftermath in that direction, they felt a lingering fear. They were very lucky, because the fluctuations from Gu Changa's attack had directly shattered the barrier of this small world. Therefore, even if the entrance to this small world was destroyed, they still rushed out to avoid the consequences of being buried and annihilated. Lin En also escaped with them. However, compared to the guilt and sadness from before, he had already recovered. Under his calm expression, he suppressed his anger and killing intent. Lin En understood that this was not what he wanted. The will of the heavenly Tao was too cunning. It actually waited for him in the boundless immortal valley to set up this trap and release its true body. He did not wish for things to develop to this stage. The only solution now was to imitate his ancestor and seal the will of the heavenly Tao again. Although this method was very slim, this was their last chance. Otherwise, when the will of the heavenly Tao revived, it would definitely sacrifice the entire sword-profound great world like before and achieve transcendence. At that time, everyone, including him, would not be able to survive. What's going on? Graceful Sword Immortal looked at Lin En and could not help but ask. They had no idea what had happened and why this place would change like this. The will of the heavenly Tao was clearly the last hope that everyone in the sword-profound great world prayed for. However, after it revived, it actually revealed a destructive intent that was even more terrifying than those otherworldly demons. The will of the heavenly Tao is not what we think. It wants to sacrifice all of us. Lin En's expression was heavy as he began to tell Graceful Sword Immortal, Snow Sword Immortal, and the others the truth that he had learned. This included the origins of Mirror Lake, Sword City, the reason for the destruction of the Gu Xian Empire, and the heaven-destroying battle that sealed the will of the heavenly Tao. In fact, he did not know much. He only knew all of this through the spirits of his ancestors in Sword City. If one were to trace back the time, it could be traced back to tens of millions of years ago. At that time, Shu sect, Mount Kong, and other forces did not exist. The only overlord in the sword-profound great world was the Gu Xian God dynasty, which had almost unified the 13 states. Unfortunately, because of a huge disaster, the Gu Xian God dynasty fell apart overnight and disappeared in the long history of the sword-profound great world. Lin En knew that he was a descendant of the Gu Xian God dynasty. The reason why the Gu Xian God dynasty was destroyed was because it had touched the forbidden area and saw the purpose of the will of the heavenly Tao. That was why it had incurred the wrath of the heavens. So there's such a secret. After hearing everything that Lin En said, Graceful Sword Immortal and Snow Sword Immortal were stunned. They were extremely shocked, and huge waves surged in their hearts. They even felt that their worldview was shattered. It was unbelievable. The will of the heavenly Tao that they had been searching for all this while was planning to sacrifice everyone. And a long, long time ago, there was a war that destroyed the heavens on this piece of land. This battle caused Sword City to sink into Mirror Lake, and the Gu Xian God dynasty was destroyed overnight. This is unbelievable. Graceful Sword Immortal and Snow Sword Immortal were shocked and could not calm down for a long time. At this moment, when they looked at the terrifying blood-red eyes again, they no longer had the intention to worship it. Instead, they were filled with endless anger and murderous intent. It was not only the extraterrestrial demons who wanted to invade and occupy this world. Even the will of the heavenly Tao that was born in this world was trying to destroy everything. Take them down. The Patriarch and the others' auras have disappeared. They actually came out alive. The revival of the will of the heavenly Tao is definitely related to them. Take all of them down. Kill whoever dares to escape. At this moment, an angry voice came from the ancient worship not far away. Many knights with powerful auras rushed out, holding all kinds of heavenly weapons and heavenly swords as they charged toward Graceful Sword Immortal and the others. The leader had a cold look in his eyes and was filled with murderous intent. He was ready to take down Graceful Sword Immortal and the others. In addition to these people, there were also many terrifying auras in the other ancient warships. Although the Tao attainments of the various orthodoxies had gone deep into the ruins, there were many boundary emperors who stayed here. Due to the revival of the will of the heavenly Tao, the rules of this world were chaotic. The suppression on them had been greatly reduced, and they could use most of their strength. In the face of a boundary emperor, even if Graceful Sword Immortal and the others resisted with all their might, it was futile and they were quickly taken down. What happened in the end? Why did my Patriarch's aura disappear? How did you all come out alive? The living beings of Divine Spirit Mountain stepped forward, their eyes filled with murderous intent as they asked in anger. The other powerhouses of the various clans also stepped forward, and even Euphia was no exception. She frowned and felt uneasy. She also sensed that the aura of her patriarch had disappeared. It was very likely that he had fallen in the ruins. They were all killed by Gu Chang'e. Lin En looked at the many powerhouses around him, took a deep breath, and then slowly said. He understood that Gu Chang'e's identity in the upper realm was not to be underestimated. Even these powerhouses in front of him were afraid of him. However, no matter what, Gu Chang'e had killed those Tao attainments. This was an indisputable fact. Lin En did not want to take the blame for Gu Chang'e. He did not have the ability to do so. Moreover, if these people went to find Gu Chang'e for revenge, they could also relieve some of the pressure on him and find a way to escape. The expressions of Graceful Sword Immortal, Snow Sword Immortal, and the others changed drastically. They did not expect Lin En to be so decisive and bold as to directly say the truth in front of everyone that Gu Chang'e had killed those Dao attainments. Although they had seen everything with their own eyes, who would dare to say such words lightly? Gu Chang'e was a terrifying existence that could fight with the will of the heavenly Tao. If he wanted to kill everyone, he did not even need to do it himself. Just his subordinate alone could sweep everything away. Lin En's words made the expressions of the people in the upper realm change. Many people were even more murderous. They stepped forward and shouted angrily. Don't talk nonsense. To actually dare to frame young Lord Chang'e, courting death. Although Wuxia felt that these words were not too realistic, she still could not help shuddering slightly. She felt that Gu Chang'e could really do such a thing. Ever since he admitted that he had killed Tuoba Xiaoyao, Wuxia knew that Gu Chang'e had no scruples at all. Even if he destroyed this realm, he did not care at all. Therefore, it was not impossible to kill those who had attained the Tao. If you all don't believe me, then you can ask the rest. At that time, we saw it with our own eyes. Could it be that you all think that we can kill them? Lin En said with a calm expression, not panicking in the slightest. After all, that was the ironclad truth. He did not frame Gu Chang'e. Whether it was true or false, one would know with a probe. I think that you just want to frame young Lord Chang'e. Why would he make a move against my race's ancestor? The expert of Divine Spirit Mountain had a cold expression that contained killing intent. A terrifying pressure crushed down. He did not believe Lin En's words at all. In his opinion, his ancestor had previously curried favor with Gu Chang'e and was favored by him. How could he be killed by him? Lin En's words were nothing more than trying to provoke the hatred between them and Gu Chang'e, so that he could benefit from it. Death is at hand, and you still want to sow discord between us and young Lord Chang'e. It's simply laughable. The expert of another race stepped forward and said coldly. The Quasi-Emperor's aura pressed down, causing Graceful Sword Immortal and the others to be unable to breathe. The laws of heaven and earth disappeared, and the Quasi-Emperor's aura was boundless. It was simply impossible to bear. The eyes of the other experts were equally terrifying. When they landed here, it was as if they wanted to tear the sky apart. Although the disappearance of the ancestor's aura was a serious matter, offending Gu Chang'e was also not a small matter. Moreover, if their ancestor was really killed by Gu Chang'e, then once they found out the truth, Gu Chang'e would definitely not let them leave alive. Therefore, the best way was to pretend that they did not know anything for the time being. After safely returning to the upper realm, they would find a way to take revenge. Lin En did not know what the people of the upper realm were thinking. He still shook his head and said, if you still don't believe me, you can search their souls. These people have all witnessed everything with their own eyes. As he spoke, he pointed at Graceful Sword Immortal and the others behind him. The Land Sword Immortals who escaped from the small world were not only limited to Graceful Sword Immortal and the others, but also some others. Those people were not related to him, so Lin En naturally threw them out without hesitation. Soul Search. Hearing this, the expressions of Graceful Sword Immortal and the others changed. The soul was the place where a cultivator's life was connected to. If there was the slightest accident, it would endanger their life and death. If it was light, they would become retarded. If it was heavy, they would lose their lives. Lin En's words were truly vicious. He was not afraid of the other Land Sword Immortals at all. Many Land Sword Immortals also glared at Lin En with incomparable anger. However, Lin En's expression was calm, turning a blind eye to all of this. If he wanted to save the Sword Profound world, he had to make a necessary sacrifice. I think this person has ulterior motives. How could young Master Chang'e do such a thing? It's just a baseless accusation. Lock him up and wait for young Master Chang'e to return before we deal with him. However, the expression on Lin En's face quickly froze. He felt incomparably surprised and incredulous. The people here did not care about his words at all and directly ordered people to lock him up. Were they afraid of Gu Chang'e to such an extent? They did not even dare to suspect him. Chapter 648. That day was definitely a dark day of catastrophe for all the cultivators in the sword-mystic great world. Despair and wails were everywhere in the 13 prefectures. Countless cultivators were crying. Blood and fire spread. The earth cracked, mountains and rivers reversed, and the sun and moon lost their light. Vast and terrifying fluctuations came from the end of the world. That place was blurry. Only angry shouts and chaotic light could be heard from afar. Boom! In the end, that place collapsed. A large piece of the sky collapsed. 5-colored divine flames flowed like the legendary pure glass fire that could burn all things in the world. In this catastrophe, a terrifying hand that was green in color and surrounded by destruction laws reached down from the end of the world and grabbed billions of lives. It was like a world-destroying millstone that spanned between heaven and earth. It slowly rotated, pushing all rules and order to the end. Countless cultivators were obliterated into nothingness and disappeared in the cycle of reincarnation, never to exist again. Even Earth-Sword immortals were as weak as fireflies and were annihilated in an instant. The sword-mystic great world's will of the heavenly Tao revived and controlled the power of the heavenly Tao. It tried to destroy all lives and sacrifice them to transcend. However, such a terrifying millstone was then destroyed by a halberd light. It was torn into pieces, and black blood flowed out. It was incomparably terrifying. Billions of lives and cultivators looked at this scene in fear. It was as if they were facing a miracle. Gu Chang'e's avatar appeared between heaven and earth. It exceeded millions of miles, and even his hair was larger than a star. It was surrounded by a vast amount of chaotic energy, like a god of creation who split the chaos in the legends. He reached out and tore open that gap. In an instant, he broke through the endless restrictions and space and entered the void of another dimension. "I've found you. How long are you going to hide?" He stepped in with a calm expression. In Gu Chang'e's opinion, this battle would come to an end soon. The will of the heavenly Tao was hiding from his pursuit. It hid from underground to another space. However, he still found its true body. The difference in power was not great, but against him, all resistance was futile. "We have no enmity. Why are you chasing me?" The will of the heavenly Tao stood at the end of the dusky world and revealed its true form. It was an extremely tall and sturdy black-haired man. His blood-red eyes were cold and emotionless. His body was surrounded by the light of virtue. 7-colored auspicious clouds shrouded him. Then, they turned into a 7-colored armor that covered his body. Boundless golden light of virtue surrounded him, making him look like the Lord of the world, revered by all races. A blurry phantom of a world floated up and down, as if it was standing on top of endless divine light. "You are the only one who can enjoy the light of virtue. How ironic. I'll kill you. Aren't you the one who attacked me first?" The sound of footsteps rang out in this dim space of nothingness. Gu Chang'e chuckled as he walked over step by step. The 8 Desolation Demon halberd pointed diagonally towards the south. Everywhere it passed, everything crumbled. His aura was too terrifying, to the extent where this space couldn't bear it. It began to collapse, all of the laws and order disappearing. "Who are you?" The will of the heavens said coldly. There was a trace of great fear in its cold eyes. Gu Chang'e's strength was beyond his imagination. Even though he now had the strength of a remnant immortal, he was still at a disadvantage when fighting against him. That was why Gu Chang'e found the will of the heavens and charged over. He originally thought that after he woke up, he could reopen this realm and reforge his body, taking the final step. However, he didn't expect that Gu Chang'e would suddenly appear. Even the other Tao masters of the upper realm were not worth mentioning in his eyes. They were insignificant. Only Gu Chang'e was extremely difficult to deal with. Whether it was his origin or strength, they were both unfathomable. Who I am is not important. Hand over the world's origin, and I might be able to kill you quickly. The smile on Gu Chang'e's face disappeared as he spoke indifferently. He stepped forward, intending to refine and devour the will of the heavens. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, the space around him began to tremble and ripples began to appear. Then, it was as if a terrifying hurricane had swept up, enveloping all directions. At the same time, a monstrous black fog instantly filled the air like a field. It was filled with a chaotic aura, like a black hole in the universe, devouring everything. Who exactly are you? The expression of the will of the heaven's true body changed again as he felt a strong threat. It was not only Gu Chang'e's methods, but also Gu Chang'e's aura that made his heart palpitate at this moment. I already said that who I am is not important. Hand over the world's origin if you know what's good for you. Gu Chang'e said indifferently. With a wang sound, dark light descended, boundless and boundless, covering this place. The great Tao treasure bottle appeared, although it was only the size of a palm. However, there were countless divine laws floating and intertwining within it, finally turning into a sky-devouring black hole, condensed by the stars of the heavens. The will of the heavens' true body felt a great threat. That palm-sized bottle seemed to contain the most terrifying thing in the world, and it could devour him. He did not dare to be negligent. A law pool appeared beside him, and silver lightning surged, turning into true dragons, divine phoenixes, black tortoises, and white tigers that pierced through the sky and charged towards Gu Chang'e. Boom! However, Gu Chang'e only held the 8 desolation demonic halberd and slashed horizontally, as if he wanted to destroy a great world. All the laws were collapsing, like an egg touching a rock, instantly shattering into pieces and exploding into nothingness. Even the law pool collapsed instantly, unable to resist this power. Roar! The will of the heavens' true body roared. The 5-colored armor emitted a brilliant light, and his black hair danced in anger. He took the initiative to attack. Otherwise, he would be devoured by this mysterious bottle sooner or later and die without a burial place. Rumble! The aura here was even more terrifying. It was as if the world was about to be overturned and reopened. Gu Chang'e's expression did not change. The vague outline of a world appeared around him, and silver divine flames surged around each world. As the will of the heavenly Tao true body charged over, the silver divine flames around his body became more and more dazzling. They burned through the void as they faced that world-shocking attack head-on. He allowed that giant black hand to strike over, and he didn't even try to dodge. Boom! In the next moment, a terrifying trembling sound rang out. The will of the heavens' true body's huge hand could crush those who had achieved the Tao. However, when it hit Gu Chang'e, it only made a trembling sound and did not kill the enemy. His palm and fingers were bleeding, and his bones were broken. Your physical body, the will of the heavens' true body's expression changed again and again. He quickly pulled back and retreated, sensing that something was wrong. The strength of Gu Chang'e's physical body had even surpassed the extent that this world could bear. It seems that you still can't see the situation clearly. Gu Chang'e chuckled. There was no fluctuation in his eyes, still cold and emotionless. The will of the heavens' true body's expression changed. Since the birth of a will, this was the first time he felt so uneasy and his life was threatened. He roared again, and terrifying chains of rules appeared around him. The great Tao rumbled, and the universe shattered. Each chain seemed to be wrapped around an ancient world, extracting the origin laws and surging over, trying to drown Gu Chang'e. Tell me where the origin of the world is. Gu Chang'e's expression was cold. His white clothes were whiter than snow, and his hair was glowing. He was incomparably handsome as he walked in this tattered world. All the offensive techniques were swallowed by layers of black light when they landed in front of him. This was different from the impenetrable. This was completely swallowing, and it could even be immune to everything. After all, even the laws that were close to the immortal Tao domain were useless. If you want to know where the origin of the world is, then you have to destroy this world. Can you do it? The origin of this world contains countless living beings. Only by sacrificing everyone can it be condensed. If you want to obtain the origin of the world, then it's very simple. You just have to destroy this world. The true body of the will of the heavens appeared in the distance. His body was tattered, and many places were filled with thick black blood. He sneered. He had suffered a serious Tao injury. The power that spread out from the great Tao treasure bottle was too terrifying. Even if he absorbed the laws of various places to heal his injuries, it was futile. Seeing that Gu Chang'e was so determined to obtain the origin of the world, he might as well tell him everything so that Gu Chang'e would give up. Sacrificing a world? Other than him, who else could do it? After all, this sounded incomparably crazy. Moreover, doing so would not only attract endless karmic fire, but it would also cause a loss of merit, which would not be easy for future cultivation. I have to destroy this world. Gu Chang'e frowned slightly, but he soon relaxed. He did not doubt the words of the will of the heavens. From its previous action of destroying the world, it was obvious that sacrificing all living beings was its only chance to transcend. And this time, after he revived, the first thing he did was to try to destroy this world and sacrifice all living beings as nutrients. Seeing him fall silent, the true body of the will of the heavenly path thought that Gu Chang'e was afraid, so it couldn't help but laugh out loud. I'm different from you cultivators. I started the world-ending battle because I followed the cycle of karma. Not only will I not attract the flames of karma, but I will also gain merit. And once you do so, you will definitely be entangled by karmic fire, leaving behind endless disasters. Have you thought it through? Gu Chang'e shook his head gently and sighed. Fortunately, you reminded me. Otherwise, it would really cause trouble. It seems that I can't kill you now. What do you mean by that? The black-haired man formed by the will of the heavens stared at Gu Chang'e with cold eyes. He had a bad premonition in his heart. This world-destroying calamity still needs to be triggered by you. Gu Chang'e's face was calm, and there was even coldness in the depths of his eyes. Buzz! The great Tao treasure bottle bobbed up and down, and strands of black light appeared. The space suddenly froze. Vast and terrifying demonic chi surged, covering everything as it pounced towards the will of the heavens. At the same time, Gu Chang'e's sleeves fluttered, and he reached out his hand. Billions of crimson rays of light bloomed, like a cage of heaven and earth, releasing the sound of the great Tao to suppress and capture it. This was a powerful and peerless attack. It was unpredictable and vast, and it was difficult to describe with words. All kinds of great Tao lights and Tai Chu sounds spread and bloomed, and even the scene of the sky splitting open was displayed. For a moment, this place became blurry, and all kinds of rules and order intertwined. The will of the heavens displayed its strongest power after its revival, and it wanted to resist Gu Chang'e's suppression. However, after a few hundred moves, monstrous demonic chi seeped over, corroding the light of virtue around it, turning into star-like chains that bound its body. No matter how it resisted, it couldn't break free, and it was reduced to a fish on the chopping board. Although it's formed by the will of the heavens, its true body is no different from a living creature. It's easier to control this way, Gu Chang'e said softly, and black and white colors bloomed in his eyes. He descended from the void, and the darkness behind him spread like a tide, engulfing the will of the heavens in an instant. Runes of the great Tao flickered and intertwined, penetrating along the chains, and then slowly falling into its body. It was like a brand that could control its life and death with a thought. If you don't want your consciousness to be erased now, then you'd better listen to me obediently. Gu Chang'e's expression was cold. After all, the will of the heavens controlled the heavenly Tao of this world, and it was the representative of invincibility in this world. Earth Sword immortals were no different from ants. As long as he didn't interfere, it was only a matter of time before he sacrificed all lives and condensed the origin of this world. What? You, after hearing what Gu Changa wanted to say, the true body of the will of the heavens suddenly felt a chill. It looked at Gu Changa with a gaze full of fear. He originally thought that Gu Changa would give up on the world's origin, but he didn't expect that Gu Changa actually planned to use him to destroy this world and obtain the world's origin. In Gu Changa's eyes, the survival of the Sword Profound world was really not important. Moreover, Gu Changa's methods were much more ruthless than his. He was simply using everyone as a tool. After controlling the will of the heavens, Gu Changa had no intention of wasting time talking nonsense with it. Then, the space cracked open, and he took a step out, quickly disappearing. This place was actually still within the Sword Profound world, but it existed in another dimension, and ordinary cultivators couldn't sense it at all. Now, it was impossible to avoid the apocalypse. Gu Changa only needed to wait quietly. So many enlightened ones have died in the upper realm. I'm afraid they already guessed that I was the one who did it. Now, they don't dare to say much. When I return to the upper realm, it's inevitable that there will be trouble. Gu Changa's figure left this space and appeared in the sky of the outside world. He pondered and planned to take advantage of this opportunity to get rid of all these disasters. He looked at the devastated land below and shook his head gently. The battle between the will of the heavens and him had almost destroyed half of the Sword Profound world. 5 of the 13 states' territories had been sunk, not to mention the overseas territories, which had been evaporated, leaving only the terrifying riverbed. However, there were still many living beings and cultivators left in this world, so it shouldn't have much of an impact on the matter of sacrifice. Buzz! The void blurred, and Gu Changa disappeared with a step. In an instant, he traveled thousands of miles to the place where the ancient worship was hovering. When he was in the ancient mystic ruins, he intentionally let Graceful Sword Saint and the others go. It was so that he would have an excuse to make a move on the various orthodoxies that had descended into this world. Moreover, even if he killed Graceful Sword Saint and the others, the orthodoxies would have a way to deduce that he was the one who killed the many enlightened ones. Chapter 649. On this day, endless blood and fire engulfed the entire Sword Profound world. Everywhere was filled with despair and wails. The world was dark, as if doomsday had arrived, bringing calamity in calamity. The original territory of the 13 provinces had already been sunk. The terrifying Rift Valley spread out for tens of millions of miles. Volcanoes erupted, and scarlet flames rained down from the sky like meteors, destroying large swathes of territory. On the other side of the world, the ocean burst its banks and surged crazily, drowning the land. Countless terrifying ferocious beasts crawled out from the deep sea and charged towards the land. This world was already in tatters. All the forces and sects were shrouded in a thick cloud of gloom. They were in incomparable despair. The heavens want to destroy our Sword Profound world. Many elders with high cultivation bases were lamenting. They knelt at the foot of the mountain and prayed to their ancestors, hoping to see a glimmer of light. Countless cultivators knelt at the foot of the Sword God Mountain, praying to the statue on the mountain peak. A terrifying calamity had once happened in the Sword Profound world, almost wiping out all the races. However, at that time, an outstanding person appeared out of nowhere and suppressed the world. He was known as the Sword God by the people of the world. With his own strength, he saved the building from collapse and resolved that great calamity. Later cultivators built the Sword God Mountain here, sculpting a statue and praying day and night. But today, many people discovered in despair that the originally golden statue of the Sword God had already dimmed. Too many cracks had appeared on it. Boom! In the end, under the terrified and disbelieving gazes of many people, the statue collapsed with a loud bang. Even the Sword God Mountain was struck by a terrifying bolt of lightning from the sky. Shattered rocks fell from the sky, cracking open one crack after another, quickly falling apart. There's really no hope. Even the Sword God Mountain has collapsed, countless cultivators kneeling at the foot of the Sword God Mountain roared. They were incomparably sorrowful and desperate, not daring to believe what was happening before their eyes. Scenes like this were still playing out in various parts of the Sword Profound world. The calamity descended from the heavens, and the divine might was vast and boundless. Crimson chains of law pierced through the sky like divine dragons, wanting to cross everything. The land sword immortals that were hidden all over the sword mystic great world were shocked to the extreme at this moment. These crimson chains fell from the sky, carrying a scorching and terrifying 510 destructive aura. They shattered the void and headed straight for where they were hiding. Boom! Dazzling brilliance exploded. Under this boundless heavenly might, everyone was as weak as ants. Ah, all the land sword immortals roared in despair. They tried their best to break free from the chains. But in the end, it was futile. Even his soul was bound, unable to move. This was the power of the heavenly Tao. It was vast and boundless. As long as it was a cultivator born in the Sword Profound world, it would be difficult for them to escape. However, this kind of power was only effective against those who had reached the Earth Sword Immortal realm. Many cultivators who had already reached the 9th step felt a lingering fear in their hearts. Many people even saw with their own eyes that their grand ancestor, who had been living in seclusion in the deepest part of the clan, was tied up by a chain and dragged away, disappearing into the horizon. This kind of power made people despair. The gap was too big, and they could not resist at all. On this day, many land sword immortals who had not appeared were taken away by the crimson chains and disappeared without a trace. No one knew where these land sword immortals were taken, and what happened to them if they were dead or alive. Whether it was for them or for the common people, this was a day of despair and darkness. Outside the sky of the Sword Profound world, where the world barrier crack was located, many ancient warships floated in the air, surrounded by large stars and nebulas. It was extremely vast and deep. Many orthodoxies and forces that came to invade this world were now stationed here. With such a strange change in the Sword Profound world, even they felt a sense of trepidation. They did not dare to approach it casually. Some boundary emperors tried to descend to the lower realm to find out what had happened. However, they were quickly repelled by the power of that world, and almost could not escape. Therefore, they gave up and planned to wait and see. After returning from the ancient mystic ruins, the powerhouses of the various forces were stationed here. After all, their goal of conquering the Sword Profound world had not been completed. Naturally, they would not choose to return to the upper realm. Buzz! Suddenly, there was a slight tremor in the void outside the sky, followed by a series of ripples spreading out. Gu Changa's figure stepped out of it. He was very fast and arrived at the ancient worship of the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty in an instant. Young Lord Changa. Many soldiers in charge of patrolling recognized Gu Changa at first sight. They were extremely shocked and greeted him together. The disappearance of the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty's Grand Emperor's aura was not spread out for fear of causing panic, so many people did not know. They also did not know that the entire Great Yu Celestial Dynasty was extremely wary of Gu Changa. Where is your eldest princess now? Gu Changa landed on the ancient warship and walked slowly as he asked softly and casually. Young Lord Changa, since the eldest princess returned from the lower realm, she has been in the main palace and has not left. A soldier reported respectfully. The main palace? Gu Changa nodded slightly. Then he disappeared and appeared thousands of miles away. Why do you think young Lord Changa is looking for the eldest princess? Seeing that Gu Changa had left, several patrolling soldiers could not help but look at each other, feeling that something was wrong. The main palace was located in the depths of the ancient warship. Clouds and mist hung down, with mountains and pavilions standing tall and straight. Silver waterfalls swirled and colorful mist lingered around. Wuxia was dressed in white. Her figure was graceful, her face was dignified and elegant, and her hair was like clouds. She did not wear any makeup. She looked calm and stood quietly in the main palace. At this moment, when she heard footsteps coming from outside the palace, she turned around and looked at the figure walking slowly. She did not look surprised at all. It was more like she had been waiting for Gu Chang'e here for a long time. Greetings to young Lord Chang'e. Then, Wuxia bowed slightly. She was dignified and elegant, showing the magnanimity and calmness of a royal disciple. She was neither servile nor overbearing. Gu Chang'e nodded slowly and said, "You have been waiting for me here for a long time?" "Yes." Wuxia nodded and admitted calmly. She knew that Gu Chang'e would return here. The sword profound world's will of the heavenly Tao could not stop him. Moreover, she knew that since Gu Chang'e dared to kill so many Tao attainments without fear, he must be here. It was obvious that they had the intention of burying everyone here. That was why he would definitely make his move. Everyone would not be able to escape death. Even those who achieved the Tao were no match for him, let alone others. "Oh, you have been waiting for me. It seems that you know the purpose of my return." Gu Chang'e said with a faint smile. He seemed to be interested. Wuxia said with a complicated expression, "Young Lord Chang'e, you must be planning to kill all of us here, so that you can monopolize the sword profound world's world origin." She was very smart. In fact, when Gu Chang'e killed the ancestor and many other Tao attainments, she had already guessed it. The world origin was something that could make Tao attainments go crazy. How could Gu Chang'e not be moved by it when he was in such a realm? "Since you know this, why are you still waiting for me here? Are you waiting for death?" Gu Chang'e asked with a smile. Wuxia shook her head and said with a serious expression, "Young Lord Chang'e, you can actually change your method. If you kill everyone here, you will inevitably arouse suspicion when you return to the upper realm." She knew that if she resisted at this time, she would only die faster. Therefore, the only way was to let Gu Chang'e understand the value of her life. "I know what you mean. You want me to let the great Celestial dynasty people go. But how can you guarantee that the other forces will not cause me trouble?" Gu Chang'e said with a strange expression. Although he intended to kill everyone and bury them here, considering that the essence of the world needed to be refined, he needed to sacrifice the lives of the common people. If the sacrifice was not enough, the many upper realm orthodoxies here would be a good choice. "I'm afraid young Lord Chang'e already has a plan in mind because dead people will not cause trouble," Wuxia said with a calm expression. Gu Chang'e smiled, then withdrew his smile and said, "It seems that you dare to wait for me here because you are confident. If you want me to let the great Celestial dynasty go, I can do that. However, I want you to think of a way to lure the armies of the various orthodoxies into the Sword Arcane Great World." "Lure them into the Sword Arcane Great World?" Wuxia was shocked as she suddenly guessed Gu Chang'e's intention. "Why, can't you do it?" Gu Chang'e glanced at her and asked. Wuxia felt a little dry in her mouth, but she nodded and said, "I will try my best. However, due to the existence of the heavenly will, I'm afraid many people will be forced to retreat before they even get close to the Sword Arcane Great World." Gu Chang'e gently shook his head and said, "You don't have to worry about this. The heavenly will not make things difficult for them." "Will not make things difficult for them?" Wuxia was stunned as she did not understand what Gu Chang'e meant. However, she could not help but shudder as she thought of a possibility. Could the heavenly will of this world have been controlled by Gu Chang'e? Was that why he planned to lure the armies of the various orthodoxies into the great world so that they could be wiped out in one fell swoop? After leaving the main hall, Gu Chang'e went to the dungeon according to the information he obtained from Wuxia. Graceful Sword Fairy, Snow Sword Fairy, Lin En, and the others were now imprisoned in that place, waiting for him to deal with them when he returned. This was the solution that the powerhouses of the various orthodoxies had unanimously decided on. The Tao enlightened ones of the various clans were now nowhere to be found. After all, they were not stupid. They would not offend Gu Chang'e when they knew that they were no match for Gu Chang'e. Whatever happened, they would at least have to deal with it when they returned to the upper realm. Young Lord Chang'e, this is the person who has been framing you. How do you want to deal with him? In the dungeon, a supreme stage powerhouse from the Divine Spirit Mountain was leading the way as he pointed at Lin An and asked respectfully. Apart from him, there were also powerhouses from various orthodoxies who were accompanying him. All of them had extraordinary cultivation bases and shocking vitality, like a terrifying furnace. I understand. Gu Chang'e nodded as he stared at Lin An with a strange look. Initially, he wanted to see how much trouble this child of destiny could cause. However, he was rather disappointed. Not only was he bewitched by the heavenly will, but he could not even tell the situation clearly. Other than being an experienced baby in farming heavenly treasure chests, there was probably no other use for him. To be honest, at his current level, there weren't any children of destiny that could have a great impact on him or be of any use to him. Gu Chang'e could only hope that when the immortal gate opened and he entered the immortal territory, would there be a surprise? Why are you here? Lin En stared at Gu Chang'e. His originally calm face had a ripple of emotion. His cultivation base was sealed, and he had been imprisoned in the dungeon. He really did not expect Gu Chang'e to return to this place so calmly after killing the Tao enlightened ones of the various clans. Moreover, he was treated so respectfully by the powerhouses of the various clans. However, Gu Chang'e had no intention of paying attention to him. He casually scanned his surroundings. Graceful Sword Immortal, Snow Sword Immortal, and the others were imprisoned on the other side. Their cultivation bases were also sealed, and they were reduced to ordinary people. In this huge dungeon, the ones who were imprisoned were actually this group of Land Sword Immortals. The people who once stood at the pinnacle of the Sword Arcane Great World could only be prisoners now, and their lives were not up to them. Their expressions were extremely complicated. They were somewhat uneasy, but even more so, they were dejected. Currently, the Sword Arcane Great World is facing a great calamity. Perhaps you have already known that the will of the Heavenly Tao wants to slaughter all the living beings in this world, so as to achieve its plan of transcendence. When it transcends, it will be the day when this world collapses and all living beings perish. All of you will die, and all the living beings that were born and bred in this world will be annihilated and buried. Gu Chang'e looked around the dungeon, then slowly opened his mouth and told them this secret. For the time being, he did not want to kill this group of Land Sword Immortals. After all, this group of people had cultivated to this point, and their bodies had long been tainted with the aura and rules of this world. In other words, the Land Sword Immortals were the most suitable nourishment for the sacrifice. However, there were simply too few existences who had cultivated to this stage. Gu Chang'e had asked the will of the Heavenly Tao to capture all the Land Sword Immortals that were currently hidden in the Sword Arcane Great World. The Graceful Sword Immortal, the Snow Sword Immortal, and the others were all top experts in the Sword Arcane Great World. Would it not be a waste to kill them just like that? When they heard Gu Chang'e's words, the expressions of the experts from the various orthodoxies changed. Some were shocked and some were in disbelief. They did not know that there was such a secret. The Sword Arcane Great World's will of the Heavenly Tao was actually so ambitious. I'm afraid that when it transcends, it will enter the immortal state. After all, this kind of Heavenly Tao existence is different from cultivators like us. They are born and are protected by the Heavenly Tao, so they do not need to suffer all kinds of hardships during their growth. An extremely ancient expert spoke, seeming extremely heavy, even a bit worried. After all, in the current upper realm, there was no news of the existence of the immortal Tao existence. This might be a threat to the upper realm. If that's the case, maybe the disappearance of our Tao attainment cultivators is related to this. Looks like we have to explore this sword arcane great world again. The great Yu Celestial Dynasty's eldest princess, Wuxia, frowned slightly at this moment. She seemed to have thought of something and could not help but sigh softly. As soon as she said this, the hearts of the experts from the various orthodoxies suddenly moved. They looked at each other and felt that it was very possible. In fact, they were not willing to believe that Gu Chang'e was the one who killed their grand ancestor. On the contrary, they would rather believe that their grand ancestor was trapped in the sword arcane great world for some reason and could not escape for the time being. Chapter 650. In the dungeon, everyone was shocked by Wuxia's words. The sword deity Yi, the sword deity Shui, and the rest widened their eyes as chills ran down their spines. They had witnessed how Gu Chang'e killed those few Dao attainments with their own eyes. Wuxia and one of the grand emperors behind her were also among them. Yet, she had turned a blind eye to this and was even planning to lure the rest to the lower realm. What was her intention? If that's the case, all of you seniors still have a chance of survival. Gu Chang'e smiled as if he was not surprised. He did not expect Wuxia to say that. However, it was a good thing that he could lure all the cultivators from the various forces to become the sacrifice. Perhaps they're trapped somewhere. Wuxia's words made the experts from various orthodoxies fall into deep thought. If there was still a glimmer of hope, they did not wish to see their grand emperor fall here. It seems that we'll have to explore the sword arcane world sooner or later. An expert from the divine spiritual mountain spoke and nodded as he made a decision. Many people had the intention to retreat as they thought of this. They planned to instruct their subordinates to arrange for people to descend to the lower realm. With such a disaster happening in the sword arcane world, there was blood and fire everywhere. It was a good opportunity for them to escape. After that, many figures left the dungeon, leaving only the people from the great Yu Celestial Dynasty and Gu Chang'e. You can leave now. Gu Chang'e shook his head gently and waved his sleeves. A breeze swept past and instantly removed the seal on the sword deity Yi, the sword deity Shui, and the rest. What does young Master Gu mean by this? They were shocked and did not understand Gu Chang'e's actions and intentions. They looked at each other and saw the confusion and doubt in each other's eyes. Gu Chang'e did not kill them. Instead, he removed the seal on them and planned to let them go. The sword arcane world is in such a terrible situation. As the supreme experts of this world, it's time for all of you to display your strength and usefulness. Gu Chang'e said lightly. The heavens and earth were the furnace and all living beings were the nourishment. These sword immortals of the land were the best sacrifices. It was indeed time for them to display their usefulness. Thank you, young Master Gu, for not killing me today. If there is another opportunity in the future, I will definitely repay you. Hearing Gu Chang'e's words, Graceful Sword Immortal and the rest were startled at first, then their expressions became extremely complicated as they respectfully cupped their hands and said. They did not know that the current will of the heavenly Tao had already been controlled by Gu Chang'e. It could be assumed that Gu Chang'e was soft-hearted and did not want to kill again. This made them, who previously felt that Gu Chang'e was unfathomably shrewd and ruthless, feel ashamed in their hearts. They were really too narrow-minded to measure the heart of a gentleman. Due to Gu Chang'e's order, the experts from the other orthodoxies did not dare to continue making things difficult for Graceful Sword Saint and the others. They could only watch as they were released and left the ancient worship to return to the sword arcane great world. However, compared to the good luck of Graceful Sword Immortal and the others, Lin En was not so lucky. His heart was filled with unwillingness and regret. Gu Chang'e casually killed him, and a golden heavenly Tao treasure chest jumped out and was casually kept by him. Other than that, he did not care about the heaven's life points at all. Then, Fia, continue to spread the news and let the people from the other orthodoxies descend to the lower realm. Seeing this scene, Wuxia's heart skipped a beat, but she suppressed the fear in her heart and said respectfully. After experiencing these things, she finally recognized the nature of Gu Changa. Under the handsome and elegant appearance of an immortal, there was actually a ruthless and unscrupulous means hidden. In the past, she was actually curious about him and even admired him. Now, Wuxia only wanted to stay away from him. 3 days, I'll only give you 3 days. After 3 days, everyone will definitely be led to the Sword Arcane Great World. Gu Changa glanced at her indifferently, as if he knew what Wuxia was thinking. 3 days was more or less enough. The final sacrifice should be coming soon. Once the time was up, he would not continue to wait. Wuxia said respectfully, yes, I should be able to do it in 3 days. Gu Changa nodded. His figure turned into a rain of light and disappeared on the spot. The news of the impending catastrophe of the Sword Arcane Great World spread quickly and caused a huge commotion. Everywhere was filled with despair. A few days ago, terrifying chains of order appeared from the depths of the sky and captured the sword immortals of Earth. This was already a warning to the people. The remaining 9th and 8th realm cultivators of Shu sect, Kongshan sect, and other forces gathered together. Their faces were extremely solemn as they discussed how to solve this problem. Some felt that they should escape this world and go to other ancient planets with life to escape this catastrophe. Some felt that it was better to surrender to the extraterrestrial demons and be taken away. Even if they became slaves, it was still better than dying a horrible death. Otherwise, no matter what choice they made, they would not be able to escape death. Even the sword immortals of Earth could not escape from the chains of order, let alone the rest. Therefore, the only way to survive was to surrender. However, the cultivators who had such thoughts were in the minority. Most people still felt that they should unite and fight against the heavenly Tao. After all, the heavens were virtuous. They did not believe that everyone would die tragically in this catastrophe. After that, the sword immortal Yi Jixien, the sword immortal Shui, and many other sword immortals of Earth who were captured by the extraterrestrial demons returned. This caused the originally panicked people to gradually calm down. They felt that this battle was not without hope. The only way is to unite. A long, long time ago, the will of the heavenly Tao was sealed by our ancestors. Now that it's our turn, why can't we do it? The sword immortal Yi Jixien encouraged and told them the secret he learned from Lin En. When everyone heard this, they were naturally encouraged. Their morale was greatly boosted. The most important thing now is to think of a way to save those sword immortals of Earth who were captured by the will of the heavenly Tao. It must be afraid of us, which is why it chose to strike first to gain the upper hand and weaken our strength. Another veteran sword immortal of Earth spoke. He was very dignified, and his words were very convincing. No one dared to be negligent. They began to think of ways to find out where those sword immortals of Earth who were captured were currently imprisoned. This was because their soul lamps had not been extinguished yet. They must be imprisoned in some mysterious and unknown place. Looks like the only way now is to look for the mirror lake like last time. In the end, they thought of the only way, which was to determine the exact location through aura, just like when they divined the mirror lake. At the same time, in the distant upper realm. At the entrance of the Sword Arcane Great World, waves of extremely terrifying sounds came. It sounded as if the world was collapsing. Rumble. The void shook violently. The huge crack that spanned tens of thousands of miles was slowly healing. Radiance retracted, and the power of the world's law filled the air. Then, streams of black blood flowed out. Such a scene caused the countless cultivators that stood guard here to be shocked, and then they were horrified. What happened? How could this be? Why did that world's entrance suddenly close? My family's successor is still inside. An old servant of a supreme Taoism orthodoxy could not help but shout. He was extremely anxious. One had to know that the world's crack was not fixed. Once this entrance closed, no one knew how to enter it. Most importantly, the sudden closure of this space crack and the black blood flowing out. Did this mean that something ominous had happened? The successors of many immortal forces in the upper realm had entered, and several Tao attainment realm existences had also arrived. If an accident happened, they would not know what to do and would not be able to explain themselves. Let's try together. A boundary emperor of an immortal force who had been guarding this place suddenly spoke. His expression was extremely solemn as he discussed with the boundary emperors of the other forces. The strange phenomenon here is not to be underestimated. Let's try together and see if we can open this space crack, the other boundary emperors nodded. Their expressions were solemn, and they felt a little uneasy. Boom! In the next moment, they attacked. Vast and mighty auras shook the surroundings and swept up towering waves. In the end, they could not stop the space crack from closing. Seeing this, a young man from the great Celestial dynasty could not help but worry. The eldest princess and the others are still inside, young Master Chang'e is also inside. If something happens to him, will the Longevity Gu family vent their anger on the great Celestial dynasty? Gu Chang'e shouldn't have any problems. But I don't know if anything will happen to the eldest princess and the others. The aura of the jade talisman that the old emperor left here has dissipated. This makes me very uneasy. The boundary emperor of the great Celestial dynasty was much calmer. He knew how powerful Gu Chang'e was. Even if everyone was buried inside, Gu Chang'e would probably be able to leave safely. However, he still contacted the great Celestial dynasty to inform them that something had happened here. He was worried that Wuxia, the old emperor, and the others would be wiped out. At the same time, on this day in the sword mystic world, the darkest day had arrived. The terrifying scene was far more terrifying than any other time before. The world was pitch black, and terrifying strange phenomena appeared everywhere. The sky was dim and lost its color. Then, black fog drifted, covering the sky and the sun. It was vast and boundless like a surging black continent that was pressing down. The sun has been swallowed, all the light has disappeared, countless cultivators and living beings were stunned as they stared blankly at this scene. Gotcha! Cracks appeared in the sky one after another. The sky shattered like a mirror, and black blood flowed down. At the same time, the black substance came crashing down, flooding in all directions. In the remaining areas of the sword profound great world, too many powerful cultivators were struck by this black substance and suddenly fell to the ground while twitching. On the other hand, these black substances seemed as if they were alive as they ceaselessly drilled into his facial features and nostrils, and they even emitted sounds of chewing and tearing, causing him to be extremely astounding. Begging for fresh flowers 0 inches merely an instant, all of these living beings and cultivators transformed into ash, and they let out shrill cries as they were annihilated. At this moment, the sword profound world was in chaos. Rumble. Ancient warships descended from the heavens one after another, landing once again. A majestic army of the higher realms stood on them. There were the great Celestial dynasty, the Divine Spirit Mountain, the Heavenly Emperor Mountain, and various other forces. It could be said that they were all the forces that had attacked the sword profound great world this time. Wuxia did not dare to disappoint Gu Chang'e, so she racked her brains and finally used the reason of finding the location of the old ancestor to mobilize various forces to rescue him. The old ancestor's aura is in the center of this world. While this world is in chaos, we can go and rescue them. Wuxia spoke softly. Her dress was like snow, her figure was slender, and her black hair fluttered in the wind. She was extremely beautiful and elegant. This aura is not right. It seems that this world is about to collapse. A quasi-emperor existence had a solemn expression. He had extraordinary knowledge and sensed the changes that were happening in the sword profound great world at this moment. The skies suddenly darkened, as if the most terrifying chaotic true thunder was exploding in the deepest part of the world. The entire sword profound great world was boundless, but at this moment, the various lands were trembling. Countless terrifying ferocious beasts woke up in the deepest part of the ocean. They raised their heads and looked into the distance, incomparably terrified. What happened? What's going on? Why is the world shattering? The sun and stars are also disappearing. The sudden change in the sword-profound great world shocked many cultivators who did not know about it. On the ancient warship, the faces of the cultivators from the upper realm turned pale. They noticed that the entrance from before had disappeared, and they could not sense the slightest trace of the upper realm's aura. That universe tunnel was also gradually closing. Everyone would be trapped in this world, and it would be difficult for them to escape back to the upper realm. This made them incomparably terrified, and they did not understand what was going on. Rumble. The world was splitting apart and collapsing, and then it was peeled off. Flames soared into the sky, melting everything. It was as if meteors were sweeping down and smashing down. The entire sky of the sword-profound great world was split into pieces like a mirror. Astral winds blew, and all directions were pitch black and bottomless nothingness. Inside was a sea of nothingness, and there were also surging chaotic streams. Many ancient ferocious beasts lived there. Even those who had achieved the Tao had to be careful when crossing. There were terrifying laws suppressing them, and they would die miserably. This scene shocked all the cultivators in this world. Everyone opened their eyes wide in horror. Heaven and earth ruptured, all types of laws pervading the air. The divine light of order was like raging flames, burning everything. There were some cultivators who came into contact with a trace of this aura, and then they were immediately turned into a blast of powder, body and soul erased. This was an incomparably terrifying and horrifying scene. The entire world was shrinking and collapsing. At the same time, it was like a collapsing continent, shrinking towards the center. The parts near the edge all melted into the sea of nothingness and chaotic streams, turning into powder. This isn't as simple as wiping out the world, but rather reopening this world, returning it to nothingness and primal chaos. All of the creatures in this world will die. On the ancient warship, a supreme being realm existence said in horror. His soul trembled, feeling incomparable lingering fear and worry. Even someone as powerful as him was horrified under this type of aura. He was like an ant, unable to resist at all. There was even less of a need to talk about the other cultivators. Their legs went weak, their faces pale. Moreover, what made them feel even more despair was that they couldn't find any way of leaving. The heavenly mysteries here were in chaos, the laws broken, order in chaos. They couldn't sense the aura of the upper realm at all. At this time, someone noticed that the speed at which the sky was collapsing wasn't that fast. Only the central region of the sword-profound great world was undamaged, as if it wasn't affected. Quickly go to the center. There might be hope of survival there. Everyone in the sword-profound great world shouted. Their bodies lit up, wrapped in runes, and rushed over with extreme speed. At this moment, regardless of whether it was the cultivators or the living beings, they were all terrified. They rushed towards the central region, feeling that that was the only place where they could survive. Rumble. Mountain ranges collapsed, the ground cracked, and volcanoes erupted. Scarlet true fire surged out from within, burning everything. A calamity descended. All living beings and cultivators were buried and destroyed, their bodies and souls destroyed. When the entire sword-profound great world was destroyed, in an incomparably dark space. A dense aura of destruction interweaved, and chaotic light dissipated. All kinds of vast and majestic power rose and fell, enough to crush ordinary people into meat paste, destroying their bodies and souls. Dark cages floated here, imprisoning the many sword immortals who had been captured from the sword-profound great world. Their faces were ashen and filled with despair. When they saw the throne of darkness in this space, their hearts trembled, and they were terrified to the extreme. A white-robed man was sitting on it, as if he was waiting for someone to arrive. Beside him, the black-haired man formed by the will of the heavenly Tao was saying something with reverence. 2. Chapter 651. Dark and deep fog surged in this space, filled with an aura of despair and deathly stillness. The stars in the sky could be seen flowing above his head, and the primal chaos was boundless. It was as if he had arrived at the legendary end of the universe. Many dark cages were forged from unknown dark divine gold. They were extremely sturdy and floated in the surrounding void, bobbing up and down as divine laws surged. From time to time, purple lightning would strike down, causing the struggling cultivators to groan and tremble non-stop. Not to mention the land sword immortals, even if they were imprisoned here, they would not be able to escape. This space was incomparably vast, and the surroundings were even more boundless. It was as if they were in an unknown dimension. Everyone looked at the blurry white-robed figure in the distance in despair, terrified to the extreme. They had never thought that the person who had single-handedly caused the final calamity of the sword-profound world would actually be such a young man. This was simply unimaginable. No matter who it was, as long as they knew the truth, they would tremble in fear and feel a chill all over their bodies. In the middle, a dark throne floated. Gu Changa sat upright on it. His face was blurry and ancient, exuding the coldness and majesty of a god. His gaze fell and slowly swept across all the land sword immortals imprisoned here. In the end, he nodded lightly. In the past few days, the only remaining land sword immortals in the sword-profound world had been captured by the will of the heavenly Tao and imprisoned here. Other than some fish that escaped the net that could not be sensed, there was almost no one left behind. "Sir, may I ask when this sacrifice will begin?" The black-haired middle-aged man formed by the will of the heavenly Tao was still as tall and sturdy as before. His hair was thick, and his eyes were as deep and vast as the sea. However, in front of Gu Changa, he was still incomparably respectful and fearful. After all, his life was in his hands and could be extinguished at any time. He did not dare to hesitate and refuse Gu Changa's orders. "Wait a little longer. There are still some people who have not arrived." Gu Changa shook his head lightly. Although his gaze was calm, the depths of his eyes were filled with indifference, without the slightest fluctuation of emotion. "I understand." The incarnation of the will of the heavenly Tao nodded silently. At this moment, he even felt that Gu Changa was more like the heavenly Tao than him. He was cold and heartless, treating all living things as ants. As Gu Changa's sleeves trembled slightly, the space in front of him blurred. Then, an image appeared. Everything that had occurred in the entire dark sword world was reflected here. Calamities swept through the entire world, causing the heavens and the earth to collapse, the seas and rivers to dry up, and it was a scene of desolation. Stars fell from the heavens, swirling with scarlet fiery light. They continuously smashed into the great earth, creating terrifying craters and cracks. Many cultivators and living beings couldn't escape in time and were smashed by these stars. In an instant, they were turned into ashes and meat paste, their bodies and souls destroyed. Billions of living beings were wailing in agony as they watched the entire world collapse and shrink, as if it was being clenched by an invisible giant hand and then slowly closed. The heavens were in tatters, large chunks collapsing and falling off. Divine flames overflowed, spreading towards every part of the great earth. Everything along the way was burned down, turning into ashes. It was a despairing and dark scene. Even those with powerful cultivations would feel fear in their hearts at this juncture. They could only think of ways to escape to the central region. However, when the collapsing area reached the central area, the world was not far from destruction. At that time, everyone would die. No one was an exception. Other than the native cultivators of the dark sword world fleeing for their lives, there was also the army of the upper realm that had descended into this world fleeing. Ancient warships transformed into streams of light, speeding through the universe at the speed of shuttling through the universe, avoiding the collapsing void turbulence and the falling stars. The world collapsed, order and rules were broken, and the aura of destruction was everywhere. Among them, the most unsafe area was the outer space. Now, the universe tunnel back to the upper realm was closed. Everyone only had one way out, and that was to escape to the central region of the Dark Sword world. Or rather, to rescue the ancestors of the various races that were trapped somewhere and see if there was a glimmer of hope for survival. The black fog that drifted over from an unknown place spread out and enveloped many cultivators. Soon, blood spurted out from their mouths and noses, and they quickly shriveled up. It was as if all their vitality, essence, and spirit had been devoured, turning into nutrients for the black fog. Such black fog now enveloped every corner of the Dark Sword world. It was still surging toward the central area at a terrifying speed, and there was almost no way to stop it. It seems that the only way now is to rescue the ancestors first. Otherwise, we will definitely be trapped in this world and can't return to the upper realm. Many figures stood on the ancient warships, looking at all of this with solemn expressions. They still did not know Wuxia's purpose. They only wanted to take advantage of the chaos in this world to rescue their ancestors who were trapped somewhere. After all, only the power of those who had attained the Tao had a chance to find the coordinates of the upper realm, reopen the universe tunnel, and safely return to the upper realm. Wuxia's heart was a little cold, and she ignored the many conversations around her. She looked at the terrifying scene below and felt a lingering fear. This was the process of an ancient world collapsing toward destruction. It was like a terrifying black hole spreading, swallowing everything. All living beings and cultivators were buried in it. Even the ancient ferocious beasts that lived in the deep sea could only let out an unwilling scream before they were swallowed by the void turbulence. The majestic power that belonged to the world came crashing down. Even the stars were as small as dust, let alone living beings. I only hope that he will keep his promise and let us go when the time comes. Otherwise, none of us will be able to leave this place alive. Wuxia sighed softly in her heart. She was not sure if Gu Chang'e would let them go, but following Gu Chang'e's orders was indeed the only way to survive. The place where the ancestors are trapped should be up ahead. When the time comes, I hope that everyone will work together. Soon, Wuxia calmed herself down and said to the powerhouses behind her. The central area of the Dark Sword world was in front of them, and it was also the area that had not collapsed yet. Countless cultivators and living beings swarmed toward that area as if they had gone mad, trying to find a chance of survival. Wuxia followed Gu Chang'e's instructions and led the armies of various orthodoxies here. She had already guessed what would happen next, and that was why she felt a chill in her heart. If she had not seen it with her own eyes, she would not have believed that such a ruthless method would be used by the leader of the upper realm's younger generation, the number one person revered by countless young skyprides. At the same time, in the central area of the Dark Sword world, in a majestic palace, the graceful sword deity, Snow Sword deity, and the others who were released were also discussing matters with the remaining powerhouses in this world. In this palace, there was a square sword-forging platform that was surrounded by all kinds of colorful sacrificial stones that emitted a faint brilliance. A path was vaguely projected, as if it was pointing somewhere. It seems that the rest of the land sword immortals are imprisoned there. If we follow this path, we'll be able to find them. One of the land sword immortals said excitedly. When the graceful sword deity and the others heard this, they nodded and heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that there was always a way out. Before they deduced that space, they had already prepared everything. Therefore, after they found the path, the mighty army outside the palace rushed over and followed everyone to kill their way there. This was almost the strongest force that could be gathered in the Dark Sword world. Everyone was determined to fight to the death with the will of the heavenly axiom. After I saw young Master Gu from afar outside the ancient mystic ruins, I haven't seen him since. It seems that he has already returned to the upper realm. Perhaps we won't see him again in the future. In the army, Princess Xian Dai and Ah Qing were also there. She looked at the shattered sky in the distance and could not help but sigh, as if she was regretful. 3 days ago, an ancestor of the Nanming dynasty who had been in seclusion for a long time was also captured. Before this, they did not know that the Nanming dynasty had an ancestor who had already entered the land sword immortal realm. Therefore, the Nanming dynasty had mobilized almost all of their forces to rescue the ancestor this time. Even a princess like her could not escape. I'm afraid that the rescue of so many land sword immortals this time will result in certain death. Perhaps the meeting at the ancient mystic ruins was the last time. A hint of regret appeared on Ah Ching's small face. She shook her head and hid the emotions in her heart. Which girl did not yearn for love? She was no exception. However, this admiration had never been revealed. She also understood that it was impossible. To Gu Chang'e, his actions back then were nothing more than simple compassion. The two of them were not from the same world at all. If it were not for that coincidence, they would not have had any interaction. Woo woo woo. The ancient horn sounded. Everyone's heart surged and their morale was boosted. The great army of the sword mystic world gathered and opened up a path. They followed the path that was deduced to rescue the land sword immortals who were captured by the will of the heavenly axiom. Graceful sword immortal, snow sword immortal, and the others led the way in front. This was a terrifying force that could not be underestimated. Even the sky was trembling. The vast army covered the sky and the sun, sweeping through everything. The number was not in the trillions, but there were definitely hundreds of billions. Kill! Endless roars came from afar. They contained endless killing intent that seemed to penetrate through the past and present, washing everything. The vast and mighty army finally killed their way to this place. They broke through the scene and saw the depth and darkness of this place. Dark cages floated in the air, densely packed. The laws and order interweaved, trapping all the land sword immortals who were captured. In the surroundings of this space, clusters of dark divine flames burned. It was incomparably terrifying, wanting to refine the figures in the cages. What? Everyone was shocked. They stood there in a daze, unable to believe all of this. Snow sword immortal, graceful sword immortal, and the others turned pale. Their bodies were covered in cold air, and they could not help but tremble. They felt as if they had fallen into a terrifying trap. Is it finally here? In the dark and deep space, Gu Chang'e sat on the throne. Looking at the scene in front of him, a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. And as his voice fell, from the depths of this space, there was a heavy cracking sound. Terrifying chains pierced out, directly piercing through everything. Then, these chains spread out. Each one was as thick as a mountain ridge, as if they were made of supreme immortal gold. They were of different colors and flickered with a faint immortal light. They wrapped around the world in all directions, as if they wanted to absorb the origin of this world. My lord, shall I make my move too? Seeing this, the true will of the heavenly path trembled and hurriedly cupped his hands. He understood that Gu Chang'e was beginning to extract the origin of this world, planning to sacrifice this world. All living beings would become nutrients. The maturation of the origin of a world was extremely difficult. Even he had to go through a lot of trouble to find such an opportunity. He planned to take advantage of this opportunity to break the seal and condense the origin of the world, taking the final step. However, he did not expect that all of this would be a wedding dress for Gu Chang'e. Do it. Gu Chang'e said indifferently. There was no fluctuation of emotion in the depths of his eyes. He was only condensing the origin of the world. As for the matter of sacrificing this world, it had nothing to do with him. Therefore, even if there was a great reason, it would only fall on the will of the heavenly path. Once the origin of the world was in his hands, erasing the will of the heavenly path was just a small matter to him. The calamity had descended, and the cycle of reincarnation of heaven and earth was just following the order of the rules. After countless years, this world would be reborn from chaos, and everything would be reborn. After all, this was reincarnation. Since that's the case, then let's begin. I've been waiting for this day for too long. Hearing this, the will of the heavenly path's face revealed a sinister look. Looking at everything that was filled with despair and destruction, it began to control the power of the heavenly path, pushing the world-ending millstone, rumbling as it rolled down. Boundless black fog spread out from this place, covering millions of kilometers in an instant. At this moment, the sword mystery world had finally come to an end. The world-ending millstone was boundlessly large, with no end in sight. It rumbled down from the sky, slowly moving, obliterating all traces and rules. All the cultivators and living beings were wailing, shattering and decaying, about to return to the ruins. Black blood filled the sky, like a hell on earth. What exactly is this? In the army of the upper domain, there was panic. Everyone was shocked. Even quasi-emperors were crushed by this aura, and then were drowned in the black fog. They wailed and chose to self-destruct, wanting to escape. This was a horrifying scene of apocalypse. Suddenly, ancient sacrificial runes lit up in all directions. Accompanied by streaks of bloody light shooting into the sky, miserable cries and despair filled the air. Large numbers of cultivators and living beings could not escape in time, and all turned into energy that surged into the ground. The strange sacrificial runes were ignited, turning into patterns that spread out in all directions. Mountains collapsed, the earth collapsed, and the sky cracked. This was a shocking scene. At the same time, words flickered in the pitch-black void, as if they were imprinted with divine gold, more dazzling than the stars. These were ancient sacrificial runes. In ancient times, these were the words that the ancestors chanted when they offered sacrifices to the heavens. At this moment, everyone heard the sound of chanting scriptures between heaven and earth. It was ancient and vicissitudes, as if it had transcended eras. There were gods and devils sitting cross-legged on the horizon, boundless and compassionate. Rescuing the ancestors is just a bait to lure all of us in. While the passage between the two worlds is closed, they borrowed everyone's lives to ignite the sacrificial runes. Using the power of the sacrificial runes, they sacrificed a powerful world to nourish this place. This is too cruel, using everyone as nutrients to nourish something else. What is the purpose of this? On the ancient warships, all the cultivators from the higher realms were in a daze. Their faces were pale with fright, overwhelmed with shock and despair. Even the quasi-emperor's souls were trembling, terrified to the extreme. Staring at the calm Wuxia, many experts were furious, full of anger and hatred after being deceived. I'm just following orders, everyone, please don't blame me. Looking at the world-destroying millstone that was gradually descending, Wuxia stood on the ancient warship, her expression exceptionally calm. Many people immediately understood Wuxia's actions. This was a trap to lure everyone here. Now, they were truly in a situation where they couldn't call for help. No one could save them. Even if the higher realms knew about the situation here, they wouldn't be able to rush over to rescue them. Their bodies were ice cold. Sacrificing a great world to nourish something, this kind of thing actually happened before ancient eras. However, only the immortal rulers who had fallen into darkness would do this kind of heinous thing, because they would suffer a backlash from heaven and earth. Especially for an ancient world like the Sword Mystery Great World, the backlash was even more terrifying. Even a true immortal wouldn't be able to bear it. This was simply unimaginable. No one would have thought that the expedition to the lower realm this time would actually become a dead end, and everyone would be turned into nutrients. Chapter 652. Whose orders are you following? How dare you lure us here? On the ancient warship, all the experts from the upper realm felt a chill run down their spines. They stared at Wuxia with murderous intent and anger. At this time, even the stupidest person realized that rescuing the ancestors was a lie. Luring all of them here to prevent them from returning to the upper realm before the cosmic tunnel closed was the real reason. At this point, all of them would probably be buried here, following the living beings of this world and becoming nutrients for the sacrifice. Euphia's face was elegant and beautiful, and her figure was slender and graceful. She stood at the top of the ancient warship. At this moment, she was exceptionally calm. Her hair danced in the wind, and her face was like jade. She was indescribably beautiful. She looked at the dark land and then smiled gently. Until now, you still can't see who's behind all this? You mean, could it be Wuxia? It's him. It's definitely him. Other than him, no one has such guts to bear such great karmic fire and sin. Hearing this, many ancient quasi-emperors were stunned at first. Then, they reacted, and their expressions changed drastically. They were filled with fear and disbelief. They almost instantly concluded that Wuxia was working for Wuxia. Even if a heaven-defying figure appeared in the sword-black world, he wouldn't dare to scheme against everyone like this. Therefore, after thinking about it, they thought of Wuxia. Because after the ancient mystic ruins disappeared, Wuxia never appeared again, and no one knew if he had returned to the upper realm. Other than Wuxia, no one could do all this. Why would he do this? Is he not afraid of the great karma? How dare he? On the ancient warship, many young supreme beings who had not left this world were filled with fear. They didn't want to die here. There was still a bright future waiting for them. In the future, they would reach the Tao and look down on all eternity, becoming invincible. Now, this world was about to be destroyed, and a catastrophe was coming. Even if they had great talent, they would die here and turn into dust. Wuxia gently shook her head. Her gaze was filled with pity as she looked at this group of young supreme beings. Even now, they still couldn't figure it out. This wasn't a question of whether they dared or not. It was just that the two of them were no longer on the same level. In Wuxia's eyes, everyone was no different from ants. It was just that he had become a tool for further advancement on the path. Originally, when he was in the upper realm, Wuxia did not dare to reveal such a thing. However, in this sword-profound great world, was there anything that he did not dare to do? In that case, the ancestors of the various clans who disappeared before were actually killed by Wuxia. Even the Grand Emperor of your great celestial dynasty was killed by him, so why are you still helping him? Many people were furious. Their words were filled with fear and despair. They couldn't understand Wuxia's actions at all. She didn't care about such a huge grudge and even obeyed Wuxia's orders to lure the various orthodoxies armies here. What were his intentions? However, Wuxia was not in the mood to answer them. She raised her head and looked at the sky. The terrifying and vast aura of destruction was slowly descending. Countless runes rushed out from the surrounding ancient warships and turned into surging energy in an attempt to resist, but it was futile. Everything was collapsing and disintegrating quickly. Countless runes were being obliterated. The terrifying millstone of destruction was incomparably huge. It spanned between heaven and earth and was entwined with billions of red rays of light as it slowly crushed down. The void collapsed. Heavenly flames and meteors fell continuously, burning everything into ashes. The ancient warships tried to escape, but they were quickly swept away by the shockwaves. Everyone was in fear and despair. Their bodies kept collapsing and were engulfed by the flames. Then, they were burned to ashes, along with their divine souls. Even the sword-profound great world was collapsing. The void collapsed inch by inch, the earth collapsed, and volcanoes erupted. Cultivators and living beings could forget about surviving. In all directions, ancient sacrificial runes were ignited. Vaguely, there were ancient gods and demons sitting at the end of heaven and earth, chanting for the sake of reincarnation. These scenes were too horrifying. Dark fog descended, covering all of the light. Ignite the sacrificial runes, sacrifice everyone, and then condense the origin of this world. It seems that this is his ultimate goal. Wuxia sighed softly. She watched as the ancient warships around her collapsed quickly. The light shield was fragmented and then shattered like broken eggs. This kind of power was not something that could be stopped by a human. Perhaps only a true immortal could resist it. What is this place? At the same time, in that deep and dark space, the mighty army of the sword-profound great world arrived. They broke through all the obstacles and finally saw this place. However, when everyone saw those terrifying dark cages, they were stunned. They could not help but tremble. Their bodies were cold, and they were terrified to the extreme. As far as the eye could see, the dark cages seemed to be suspended in the deepest hell. The surroundings were filled with a destructive aura. Black fog surged, and the end could not be seen. It made one's heart palpitate. That is a Grandmaster of my Kongshan mountain. He was captured and brought here. Grandmaster, I have come to save you. In the army, a middle-aged man wearing a Taoist robe said with a trembling voice. He recognized the figure imprisoned in the cage not far away. It was a Grandmaster who was taken away by the red chains that fell from the sky a few days ago. His cultivation had already stepped into the sword immortal of the land for many years, and he had been in seclusion all this time. But now, that figure was as thin as firewood. His body was surrounded by black divine flames. He let out a silent miserable howl, and his eyes were filled with incomparable despair and fear. In addition, in the surrounding cages, everyone gradually saw familiar figures. Even the expressions of Graceful Sword Immortal, Snow Sword Immortal, and the others changed. They saw many of their old acquaintances who were now suffering from torture and were in a daze. This place was like the legendary Nine Nether Hell, filled with despair and destruction. Everyone trembled with fear. These cages can't be broken. There are terrifying restrictions on them. Seeing this, someone tried to go forward and rescue the many sword immortals of the land imprisoned in the cages. However, before they could get close, they were struck by silver lightning from the depths of the darkness and turned into ashes. They did not even have time to scream. Graceful Sword Immortal and the others were all shocked. They hurriedly told everyone to stop, not daring to touch it again. Even the sword immortals of the land who were imprisoned were unable to escape. As people from the outside world, they probably had no way to escape. Then what should we do? Are we just going to watch as the seniors are trapped inside and suffer? Princess Xian Dai saw her own ancestor in a dark cage. He also had a miserable appearance. She could not bear it and could not help but ask. Forcefully opening it is definitely not possible. Since they were captured by the will of the heavenly Tao back then, there must be a way to save them. Right now, the most important thing is to find the location of the will of the heavenly Tao and destroy or seal it. Snow Sword Immortal lightly shook his head, indicating that Princess Xian Dai, Qing, and the others should not be anxious. Seeing that her master had already said so, Princess Xian Dai did not continue asking. However, for some reason, she felt uneasy in her heart. Although all the forces and experts that the sword-profound great world could gather were gathered here. However, that feeling of danger and uneasiness always lingered in her heart, unable to be erased. I heard that you are looking for my location. Right at this moment, in the depths of this serene space, a cold and terrifying voice suddenly sounded out, bringing with it the might of the heavens. The void trembled as vast and mighty silver lightning descended from the sky. It was like a world-destroying dragon that wanted to engulf the world. A tall and cold figure appeared. His black hair was thick and his eyes were deep. His body was surrounded by a blurry world light, as if he was a god that was respected by all. He walked out from the sea of silver lightning. The terrifying aura caused everyone's expression to change, and they were about to suffocate. Formed from the will of the heavenly Tao. During this period of time, Yi Jianxian had flipped through many ancient books, so he was able to determine at a glance that the figure in front of him was definitely the will of the heavenly Tao that they had been bitterly searching for. In the beginning, they had placed their hopes of resisting the heavenly demons on him. However, they never thought that the will of the heavenly Tao was even colder and more terrifying than the heavenly demons. It actually planned to destroy the world and destroy this world. It's this person who tried to destroy this world that once gave birth to countless cultivators. The expressions of the other Earth Sword immortals also became serious as they stared fixedly at the figure that had appeared. As long as we destroy him or seal him, everything will return to its original state. Someone growled, deep hatred appearing in his eyes. Everyone's eyes were filled with hatred and anger. Their killing intent soared, as if they wanted to shatter this world. They didn't know why the will of the heavenly Tao wanted to destroy all of this, and they didn't want to know. To them, it was the person in front of them who wanted to destroy their home, destroy their family and friends. The reason why the current sword profound great world had become like this was because of the person in front of them. Lowly ants, becoming the nourishment and sacrifice of this world is your last honor, yet you still want to resist. The will of the heavenly Tao swept across everyone with a cold and detached expression, completely different from the fearful expression he had when he was in front of Gu Chang'e. Even those who had achieved the Tao were only so in his eyes, not to mention the group of Earth Sword immortals in front of him. They were no different from ants. Since the ancestors were able to seal you, we can do the same. Don't underestimate us. Evil will not prevail over good, man will prevail over the heavens. A veteran Earth Sword immortal shouted in a low voice. His entire body shone brightly as sword chi clanged. There were at least 10 million of them as they slashed towards the will of the heavenly Tao, wanting to fight to the death with him. Kill! The rest of the Earth Sword immortals also shouted angrily as they turned into streams of light and charged forward. A vast killing intent swept through the entire space like a vast ocean. Our bodies contain special powers. As long as we work together, we can definitely defeat the heavenly Tao. The graceful sword immortal's entire body was also glowing, the top of his head was resplendent, the sword chi was biting cold, a green Tao sword in his hand released endless brilliance, as if it could flatten the heavens and destroy all living things. In an instant, the boundless army charged forward. There were over 100 billion of them, and terrifying rays of light blossomed. There was a huge amount of runes interweaving, and a powerful aura filled the air. Everyone's blood and bones were shining brightly. The essence, energy, and spirit contained in the deepest part of their divine soul were all activated, wanting to fight to the death with the will of the heavenly Tao. This was an aura that was like a torrent bursting through a dam, like mountains and rivers rolling in reverse, suppressing heaven and earth, breaking through all rules. The dark cages floating here also trembled continuously, as if they were about to fall. It's this damned ancestral symbol again. Seeing this scene, the expression of the will of the heavenly Tao finally changed a little, not as casual as before. A long, long time ago, he had actually suffered such a loss. The bodies of the living beings of the sword mysterious world contained innate spirit swords. This innate spirit sword was actually formed from an innate ancestral symbol from an extremely ancient era. That innate ancestral symbol was extremely mysterious. Some people even said that it was the door to all wonders, the image of all living beings, and could evolve everything. However, no one knew what it was exactly. However, for some reason, that ancestral symbol shattered in one day, turning into countless fragments that flew in all directions and merged with the blood of all living beings in the world. Back then, the ancestor of the ancient profound God dynasty had also discovered this secret, which was why he gathered the power of all living beings to destroy the heavens and seal him. Even if we can seal me again, what's the use? When you find out the truth, you will only feel more despair. All of this has long been destined, and there is no possibility of changing it. Even I am just a chess piece, and in the end, it will be a wedding dress for you. The will of the heavenly Tao said coldly. A huge black hand swept across the sky, and a terrifying millstone appeared behind it. 6 doors flickered with brilliance, and endless mysteries appeared. This was the manifestation of the heavenly Tao's authority. The millstone of destruction crushed all the rules and order that rushed over, quickly shattering them. 6 of the doors opened, like 6 ancient demons opening their huge mouths, capable of swallowing the universe and destroying all the incoming sword lights. Although they felt that the will of the heavenly Tao's words were a little strange, at this time, everyone could not care so much, and their hearts were supported by a killing intent. The graceful sword fairy, the snow sword fairy, and the others were in a frenzy, and their eyes were full of hatred. They did not care about anything else, and were determined to fight to the death with the will of the heavenly Tao today. This was an overwhelming difference in strength. When the huge black hand slapped down, it was like a monstrous wave from the deep sea. A large number of cultivators exploded into a bloody mist before they could even let out a groan. Their bodies and souls were destroyed, and they turned into boundless energy that merged into this space. This battle was incomparably tragic, and it lasted for far too long. Everyone was charging over fearlessly, but they could not even touch a corner of the will of the heavenly Tao's robe. In the end, many people were in despair, and they could not see the slightest chance of survival. Kill! The eyes of the graceful sword fairy and the others had long turned red, and their bodies were covered in wounds and blood. They roared and charged, disregarding life and death. At this time, their essence, energy, and spirit faintly resonated, as if there was a mountain torrent flowing, and the sea roaring. Everyone's chi and blood seemed to be connected together, penetrating the heavens like the legendary galaxy, incomparably magnificent. Boom! A blurry ancient god wearing a beast skin dress and holding an ancient stone artifact was actually condensing and appearing at this moment. It was incomparably tall, as if it was standing at the peak of the dark clouds, about to fight with the will of the heavens. Ancestral symbol rebirth. The expression of the will of the heavens changed as it once again saw the scene that had once suppressed him. Graceful sword immortal and the rest were also stunned. They never thought that they would actually be able to summon such a peerless figure at this time. That kind of aura that could swallow the ancient times was truly shocking. However, they did not have time to think too much about it. The peerless figure that appeared in front of them had already started fighting with the will of the heavens. In just an instant, an even more terrifying shockwave swept over, directly piercing through this space, allowing them to see the tragic scene of the sword-profound great world in the outside world. Countless sacrificial runes lit up everywhere. All of the living beings and cultivators that had died turned into surging energy, becoming sacrifices for this world. So the power that sealed the will of the heavens came from here. It seems like this is the key to the origin of the world. The so-called sacrificial offering is just a primer. Gu Chang'e stood in the deepest part of this space, watching everything from afar. His expression did not change at all. In his opinion, this peerless figure that had been condensed was clearly the origin that permeated all parts of this world. In the next moment, he raised his palm and slammed it down. Immediately, a vast sound of the world reverberated, covering thousands of miles. Whine! Chains as thick as mountains stretched across the heavens and earth, passing through this universe, as if they were rooted in the deepest part of this world. Towards the end, dazzling and resplendent runes began to appear on the surface of these chains. Balls of rules and order turned into brilliance and were wrapped up by them, being absorbed from all over the world. Above all of the chains, there was a ball of misty light. It was only the size of a fist, but there was a majestic aura like that of a world surging and fluctuating, able to crush everything. The embryonic form of the world's origin, but it's still lacking. Perhaps this is just right. Gu Chang'e looked at the misty light above the chains and gently shook his head. Then, he took a step out of this space. As he walked, a deep and dark path extended out, swallowing up the many dark cages on both sides. The many figures imprisoned within were instantly swallowed up, leaving nothing behind. Vast amounts of energy were guided by the sacrificial runes and converged here. In the depths of this space, the peerless figure that was fighting with the will of the heavens was also affected by this dark aura at this moment. His figure became blurry and could not continue to condense. Not good. The moment he sensed this aura approaching, the expression of the will of the heavens immediately changed. There was some anger and unwillingness. You promised me that as long as I work for you, you will not erase my intelligence. He immediately understood Gu Changa's intentions. His face was almost twisted as he stared at the depths of the darkness, revealing fear and anger. Everyone in the Sword Mystery World, including the Sword Fairy Yi and the Snow Sword Fairy, looked at this scene in shock, completely unable to understand what had happened. Why would the will of the heavens, who was fighting with this peerless figure, let out such a voice of despair and unwillingness? Such a voice truly caused them to tremble in fear. How much unwillingness and deep despair was contained within this voice. I never said that I would let you go. You seem to be thinking too much. Furthermore, you have already borne the karma that you should bear. You don't have the value for me to continue keeping you. Gu Changa lightly shook his head, his expression seemed to be somewhat regretful, as his figure slowly walked out of the darkness. He spoke casually, as if he was merely stating a simple fact. However, the information contained within his words caused everyone to feel a chill run down their spines. They were terrified to the extreme, and even their souls seemed to have been frozen. Sword Fairy Yi, Snow Sword Fairy, Princess Xian Dai and the others were all stunned, unable to believe everything that was happening before their eyes. I captured everyone for you and bore all the karma for you. After the matter is done, you burn the bridge after crossing the river. You are truly ruthless. Seeing that Gu Changa had no intention of letting him go, the will of the heavens let out a bitter laugh that was filled with dense resentment and unwillingness. His body continued to collapse, turning into a rain of light that dissipated. Originally, his life and death were controlled by Gu Changa. But now, Gu Changa only needed a thought to destroy his will and turn him into dust. Even if he controlled the authority of the heavens and had an enormous amount of mana and power, it was still useless. Chapter 653. Bang! The heavens and earth were overturned, and 10,000 tribulations turned to dust. In this space, all the rules and order were collapsing and shattering into ashes. An endless sea of lightning interweaved and filled the air. The will of the heavens continued to melt, and its voice gradually disappeared. In the eyes of everyone, that final roar of unwillingness was like an ancient giant letting out a roar of despair and unwillingness, angrily denouncing the unfairness of the world. However, everything had already been settled, and there were no surprises. Such a terrifying and monstrous will of the heavens that viewed all living things as ants, that was practically undefeatable, turned into a rain of light and dissipated before everyone's eyes. Is it over? Is everything over? The will of the heavens has been destroyed, and our world has returned to normal. Someone muttered in a low voice, his mind already unclear. This scene was too inconceivable. It was like a dream, causing everyone in the sword-profound great world to tremble in fear. They found it hard to believe that this was real. Everyone looked at Gu Changa who was calmly walking over, their faces filled with unconcealable fear and disbelief. Yi Jian Xian, Snow Sword Immortal, Princess Xian Dai and the others could be considered to have a better understanding of Gu Changa. However, at this moment, they could not help but tremble slightly, their entire bodies turning cold. This feeling was even more terrifying than facing the will of the heavens. If not for Gu Changa's sudden appearance, they would not even dare to imagine it. All of this was actually controlled by Gu Changa from behind the scenes. Even the will of the heavens was nothing more than a pitiful chess piece in his hands. Now that the value of this chess piece had been exhausted, it was heartlessly abandoned by Gu Changa. So the reason why young Master Gu let us go back then was for this day. Yi Jian Xian, Snow Sword Immortal and the rest had bitter expressions on their faces, as they thought about the scene when they were imprisoned in the extraterritorial demon dungeon. At that time, he had kindly thought that it was because Gu Changa was merciful and did not want to kill anymore. But he never thought that all of this was within Gu Changa's control and plan. The reason why he let them go was so that they could lead the army here and become the sacrifice. Everyone was his pawns and tools. Looks like you guys aren't stupid. What, even now, are you still thinking of resisting? Gu Chang'e gently shook his head. His expression was calm, without the slightest fluctuation of emotion. Whether it was in the past or now, these so-called land sword immortals were no different from ants in his eyes. He could destroy them with a wave of his hand. There was no need for him to stand in the same world as them and talk about principles. Is our resistance still useful? The eyes of Graceful Sword Immortal, Snow Sword Immortal and the others were filled with despair and dejection. Princess Xian Dai, Ah Qing and the rest were also slightly pale as they looked at Gu Chang'e, who was a stranger to them. It turned out that all of this was just their own wishful thinking. From the very beginning, Gu Chang'e had come to this world with a purpose. It was just that they were too stupid to realize it. Gu Chang'e had been plotting this scheme for too long, so long that everyone had fallen into it without realizing it. They couldn't help but shiver. They were terrified to the extreme. How could there be such a terrifying person in this world? Perhaps you can give it a try. After all, there is still hope. Gu Chang'e smiled lightly and slowly walked over. Darkness spread behind him, but the depths of his eyes were cold. Young Master Gu, why are you doing this? Princess Xian Dai and the others laughed bitterly, unable to accept this fact. However, Gu Chang'e's gaze did not fall on them. From the beginning to the end, it was as if he had not heard these words. He was cold and indifferent. Kill! A land sword immortal's eyes turned red as he roared and rushed forward. His entire body turned into a dazzling sword light. He ignored the surrounding people and wanted to fight Gu Chang'e to the death. He watched as the dark cages were engulfed by the flames. The many figures imprisoned in them disappeared without even being able to scream. How could he bear such a scene? Now that he knew that the culprit was Gu Chang'e, the only thought in his mind was to kill Gu Chang'e. However, before this land sword immortal could get close to Gu Chang'e, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. He swept his spear horizontally and pointed it to the south. It was as fast as lightning and pierced through his forehead in an instant. Then, he turned his wrist and the body flew out, exploding into pieces in the air. He died on the spot. Ada appeared with a cold expression. He was wearing the hell iron armor, like a war god from the depths of hell. His eyes were slightly red. He slowly glanced at the people in front of him. He didn't say a word and just stood in front of Gu Chang'e. All of the living beings and cultivators who wanted to attack felt their hearts tremble when they saw this shocking scene. Not to mention Gu Chang'e, his subordinate alone was enough to defeat everyone here. At this point, they finally understood why the will of the heavenly path said that when they knew the truth, they would only be more desperate. Because everything was already destined. Facing an enemy like Gu Chang'e, was there any hope of resisting? Even if we know that there's no hope, we still have to fight. Otherwise, how can we face the seniors who died here? How can we face the blood they shed? Seeing that the morale was low and despair shrouded everyone's heads, an incomparably old land sword immortal roared. He took a step forward, away from the army, and ignited the last of his essence, energy, and spirit. He turned into a ball of flames and charged forward without fear of death. That's right, we can't despair yet. We still have one last chance. Wasn't it the same just now? Seeing this, someone suddenly came to his senses and recovered from his despair. He gritted his teeth and roared, igniting the light of hope once again. That's right, how can we say that there's no hope until the last moment? Hope is in the hearts of people. The graceful sword immortal also roared. He swept away the despair and dejection from before and charged forward with the other land sword immortals. And at this time, as if affected by everyone's emotions, the matchless figure that had already become faint and was filled with darkness suddenly released an immeasurable amount of light, becoming more and more resplendent. For a moment, even the strands of hair became denser and denser. Each strand was like a river of stars, shining brilliantly and incomparably large. They hung there, surrounded by an immeasurable amount of light. Kill! Everyone couldn't help but look at the matchless figure standing at the top of the dark clouds, their eyes filled with hope. This was an existence that was summoned when everyone's essence, energy, and spirit were connected together, containing everyone's unyielding will. Just a moment ago, he had fought with the will of the heavens for thousands of rounds, and was almost invincible. Now, his aura was even more powerful and terrifying. With a raise of his hand, endless multicolored light and auspicious chi interweaved and resonated. The ancestral symbol that the will of the heavens spoke of might be formed from the source of an existence that had once stepped into the immortal realm. Looking at the ancient figure wearing a beast-skin dress and holding a white bone club, Gu Chang'e suddenly understood. The reason why the will of the heavens was born in the sword mystic world was very likely because this world was created by an immortal realm existence or a world that was born from the corpse of a dead immortal realm existence. After understanding all of this, Gu Chang'e did not continue to hold back and directly raised his hand and pressed forward. Vast mana fluctuations surged, turning into a monstrous demonic cloud that instantly engulfed this space. All of the cultivators and living beings that rushed over collapsed under this power. Their bodies and spirits were destroyed, and their bodies collapsed, turning into a bloody mist. Compared to the battle with the will of the heavens just now, this battle was clearly even more tragic. Large numbers of cultivators and living beings rushed towards Gu Chang'e. However, before they could get close to him, they were crushed by the majestic power. They couldn't even let out a groan and directly exploded. It was like a withered leaf in the sea that was crushed by the waves. It couldn't even stir up a wave and was incomparably small. This was an absolute crushing power. The void collapsed and the world withered. Terrifying chains that were like mountain ridges extended from the depths of the darkness, absorbing the origin power of this world. The hazy brilliance was also rapidly condensing and growing, slowly transforming from an embryonic form to a mature form. Gu Chang'e's gaze was indifferent as he watched the many runes around him being ignited. Then, they turned into energy and gathered over. However, in his opinion, this world's origin power was still lacking something. It seems that I still need to devour you in the end for this world's origin power to reach perfection. Gu Chang'e took the initiative to attack. The 8 Desolation demonic halberd slashed down horizontally like a light of destruction. It had an invincible might that could overturn eternity and break the river of time. Clang! 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 In the void, endless halberd light appeared and bloomed. It was terrifying and vast, and a single strand could destroy a universe. Bang! In just an instant, all the rules and living beings in front of him were destroyed, turning into ashes and vanishing into thin air. This kind of divine might was difficult for even the universe to endure, let alone living beings. The graceful sword immortal and the others who were attacking exploded at the first moment. Their divine souls were destroyed, not leaving anything behind. Rumble. In the darkness, great stars rotated and condensed one after another. Then, they all fell down together. The matchless figure formed from the ancestral symbol's power had a gaze as cold as a blade. It descended towards him, as if it was about to awaken from some distant and unknown dimension. It was as if he heard the prayers of all life in this world. He gathered the faith and hope of all life and walked out from the passage of time. The sound of the great Tao resonated. All kinds of astronomical phenomena appeared. There were ancient saints kneeling and groups of demons bowing their heads. Demon Slayer. A muffled sound came from his mouth. It was hard to hear clearly, not because the language of this era was too ancient. However, everyone could understand the meaning behind those words. Boom! He was attacking towards Gu Chang'e. Boundless symbols revolved around his body. Endless light transformed into divine weapons. They were resplendent to the extreme as they surged over together. This was the might of the great apocalypse. It was unfathomable and difficult to describe with simple words. Whing! A halberd light swept across. It was incomparably cold. Millions of strands of demonic chi swirled and swept out, directly shattering these symbols. The 8 Desolation Demon Halberd slashed down. It instantly crossed the distance of millions of li and slashed through the cracks of space and time. You are already a dead person. Even if you reappear in this world, what is the use? As Gu Chang'e stepped forward, this space that was already decaying immediately collapsed. A terrifying phenomenon appeared beside him. All kinds of chaotic light intertwined. His palm was bright and clear like 7-colored divine glass. All kinds of ancient and powerful Dharma images appeared. In front of him was the golden palace path. In front of him was a dark fog. Holiness and demonic nature coexisted. He was like a god overlooking the heavens with a cold majesty. However, the figure formed by the ancestral symbol was equally terrifying. All kinds of ancient strange beasts seemed to appear under his feet. He reappeared in this world and let out a world-shattering roar. He stretched out his claws and flapped his wings, attacking Gu Chang'e. As expected, it is the aura of the immortal Tao domain, Gu Chang'e softly muttered to himself. Facing this kind of existence who stepped into this realm countless years ago, he didn't use many Tao tools. There was definitely not a single level difference between this level of experts and those who had achieved the Tao. Ordinary methods couldn't destroy and devour them. However, in his opinion, this battle was already predetermined. There was no second possibility. Destroying the other party was only a matter of time. Rumble. Endless battle fluctuations spread out. This space was collapsing. Separated by indescribable time and space, Gu Chang'e and the other party exchanged blows. The sky and earth were turned upside down. It could overturn everything. His gaze was cold and calm. He stood at the end of the darkness. Thick dark fog shrouded him. He was active and powerful. The great Tao treasure bottle appeared. Boundless runes fell, devouring everything. All the rules and order were destroyed and then sucked in. Thick chaotic mist spread outwards, natural laws collapsing. This place became extremely chaotic, all of the creatures disappearing, only leaving behind boundless light. Gu Chang'e waved the halberd again, and the terrible brilliance seemed to tear apart the endless universe, destroying and destroying everything. Destroy. His expression was cold. There was only one word from his mouth. Vast fluctuations spread out. Worlds collapsed. The matchless figure standing in the dark clouds began to break inch by inch. This scene made everyone despair. They couldn't see a ray of light anymore. Time stopped. Space fell silent. All fluctuations were disappearing. Only a vast expanse of chaos was left between heaven and earth. It wasn't wrong to say that this place was the beginning of heaven and earth. This was because the 8 wastelands were vast and boundless. Only the vast and majestic world aura surged under his feet. It was as if there was an ancient world being nurtured. An incomparably ancient and tall ancient warship that was like a continent slowly swept across this vast expanse. Gu Chang'e stood at the bow of the ship. His white clothes were whiter than snow. He was untainted by a speck of dust. He was like a transcendent deity. He looked at the sword-profound world that had already turned into chaos under his feet. He gently shook his head. His eyes were calm and without ripples. After condensing and taking away the world's origin, he didn't destroy the many true spirits scattered in this world. In other words, after a few years, perhaps hundreds of millions of years, or even longer, this world would evolve again. Everything would go back to reincarnation, and the cycle would repeat. Every world's reincarnation means a new life from destruction. Perhaps this is the true reincarnation. Behind Gu Chang'e, a slender and graceful figure slowly walked over. There was a complicated expression on her elegant and beautiful face. It was the great Yu Celestial Dynasty's eldest princess, Wuxia. She was actually a little surprised. Gu Chang'e actually kept his promise and didn't kill her. However, on second thought, Wuxia understood. This was because her living identity was more useful to Guchanga. Especially after the many orthodoxies from the upper realm that came to this world this time were all destroyed and buried here. Destruction after rebirth, and rebirth after destruction. Is this really reincarnation? Guchanga smiled gently. He retracted his gaze and disappeared from the bow of the ship. He had obtained the world's origin. He had to start refining and devouring it. After returning to the upper realm, there would be a lot of trouble to face. Chapter 654. In the upper realm's heavenly region, where the great Yu celestial dynasty's imperial capital was located, various imperishable orthodoxies and supreme sects had gathered. Unknowingly, the smell of war filled the air. Swords were drawn and bows were on the verge of breaking out. Everyone was trembling in fear, feeling extremely uneasy. Buzz. Numerous blurry and terrifying figures stood in the depths of the great Yu celestial dynasty's imperial palace. They looked at the current Emperor Yu coldly, demanding an explanation from him. Some time ago, the space passage to the Sword Arcane Great World was suddenly closed. Many cultivators guarding there tried to reopen the Great Universe passage, but they all failed. Some boundary emperors took action, but it was all in vain. They could not find the space node of that world and could not open the passage. This caused a huge commotion. Many orthodoxies around the heavenly region immediately sent their elites over. This was because their enlightened patriarchs and the current generation successors had already gone there. If they were trapped in that world, it would be difficult for them to escape. To them, that was an immeasurable loss. Just as the various forces were discussing how to open the spatial passage, a terrifying piece of news that shook the entire world suddenly spread. The soul lamps left behind by the various forces' patriarchs when they descended were extinguished. Their auras disappeared, and they died in that world. This news shook the entire heavenly region. Whether it was ordinary cultivators or disciples of the major orthodoxies, they all trembled in fear and disbelief. In this era, enlightened patriarchs were already at the peak of existence. Their cultivation was unparalleled, and they looked down on the world. To put it bluntly, as long as a force had an enlightened patriarch, they would not have to worry about it for millions of years. No one would dare to provoke them. However, such a powerful existence had actually lost his life in a crusade against a lower realm. And it was not just one person, but all of them. What exactly was hidden in that great world? What kind of terrifying dangers did it contain? This news was too shocking. Everyone who heard the news widened their eyes, wondering if they had heard wrongly. After that, the authenticity of this news was confirmed. Not only did the enlightened patriarchs who descended to that world die, but the rest of the army that went with them were also annihilated. Like a stone falling into the deep sea, no news was sent back. Without a doubt, this news caused the various orthodoxies to be furious. Many elites immediately rushed to the great Yu celestial dynasty to ask for an explanation. After all, the entrance to the great world was discovered by the great Yu celestial dynasty. That location was also within the great Yu celestial dynasty. It could be said that the great Yu celestial dynasty was to blame for such a huge incident. Even though the foundation of the great Yu celestial dynasty was extremely deep, it was difficult to see the truth. However, for such a huge matter to happen, one had to bear a lot of pressure. It was impossible to pretend that nothing had happened. Moreover, the great Yu celestial dynasty's ancestor, who had the strength of a Tao attainment expert, had also perished there. Speaking of which, the great Yu celestial dynasty also didn't want to see such a thing happen. Fellow Taoists, please calm down. We didn't want to see such a big thing happen. Not only were the patriarchs behind you killed, but the life jade of one of Great Yu's imperial patriarchs who had attained the Tao was also shattered. In the Great Yu imperial palace, Emperor Yu wore a purple and gold crown. He was tall and sturdy, and his face was dignified. But now, with a worried look on his face, he cupped his fists and apologized to the experts from the various orthodoxies. Everyone here was the leader of their respective orthodoxies. They were either clan masters or sacred lords. Their identities were unimaginable. He couldn't put on airs and look down on them too much. Humph, it happened in your great celestial dynasty anyway. Back then, it was also great that spread the news that a great world was about to appear. Now that such a big thing has happened, your great celestial dynasty can't escape the blame. An ancient being from the heavenly Emperor Mountain said with dissatisfaction. One of his most promising descendants was also in the army heading to the Sword Arcane Great World. Now that he had perished there, his heart was bleeding. All the efforts he had put in to nurture him had turned into a drop of water that flowed down the drain. How could he be satisfied? The other experts from the various clans also had ugly looks on their faces. Not only did they not gain anything from this trip to the lower realm, but they also lost many young skyprides and a Dao attainment expert. It was a heavy loss. Emperor Yu also sighed in his heart when he heard that. He understood that this matter couldn't be settled peacefully. He also didn't know what happened in the Sword Arcane Great World that caused the Dao attainment experts from various forces to perish. Even the Great Universe tunnel that led to the Great World was closed. Emperor Yu, you have to think carefully. It's only us who came. That person from the Gu clan seemed to have also gone there. Now, his whereabouts are unknown, and his fate is unknown. If even he perishes there, I'm afraid your great celestial dynasty won't be able to bear the wrath of the Gu clan. An old man from the Divine Spirit Mountain said with a sneer in his eyes. He couldn't hide the ridicule in his voice. As soon as these words were said, Emperor Yu's expression immediately turned ugly. Under his robe, his fists couldn't help but clench tightly. In fact, this was also what he was most worried about. After all, among the younger generation that came to the lower realm together, Gu Chang'e was among them. Although Gu Chang'e was powerful, and even a Dao attainment expert was no match for him. However, no one knew what happened in the Sword Arcane Great World. With so many accidents, who could guarantee that Gu Chang'e would definitely be alive? Gu Chang'e was now only the young master of the Gu clan. On a certain level, he was no different from the Gu clan master. Moreover, his talent was terrifying, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that it was unprecedented. It was only a matter of time before he reached the immortal realm. Once Gu Chang'e perished, the impact would definitely be countless times more shocking than the death of a Dao attainment expert. At that time, the Longevity Gu clan would definitely start a longevity war with the Great Celestial dynasty. Not to mention the other eternal forces that would be involved, including Gu Chang'e's mother's lineage, the Primordium demonic sect, and his fiancée's peerless celestial dynasty. There were just too many. Just thinking about it made one's scalp tingle and feel uneasy. Emperor Yu, you should think about how to deal with this big trouble. Otherwise, your great celestial dynasty will definitely be in trouble this time. The ancient existence from the heavenly Emperor Mountain shook his head and spoke. There was some pity in his eyes. Although the heavenly Emperor Mountain suffered a great loss, compared to the great celestial dynasty, it was much better. Now, in the various heavens of the upper realm, many orthodoxies and forces were paying close attention to the situation here. If the great celestial dynasty did not handle it well, when the time came, the forces that would attack them would definitely not be just these few. And just as many powerhouses were discussing this matter, a vast pressure suddenly appeared between heaven and earth at the border of the great celestial dynasty. Rumble. The sky trembled, and the wind and clouds changed color. An extremely terrifying crack suddenly appeared in the sky above, as if it was torn open by a pair of invisible giant hands. Endless light and primal chaos chi gushed out from the crack, instantly spreading out in all directions. This place seemed to be torn apart by an eternal light. All kinds of runes rushed into the sky and lit up the sky. Even the cold and dark depths of the universe were as bright as day for a moment. An ancient and majestic worship came rumbling over, as if it had broken all the rules and order from the vast land and rushed out with blood on its bones. This is the ancient worship of the great Yu celestial dynasty. Why is it rushing out from here? No, this seems to be an army that is heading to that great world. Such a great momentum and movement immediately alarmed all the nearby cultivators and living beings. Divine rainbows swept across the sky and landed here. Looking at this scene, they could not help but be shocked. What happened in the sword mystery world had not been completely spread in the great Yu celestial dynasty, but there were many rumors. So many cultivators did not know that the various orthodoxies of the lower worlds had suffered heavy losses and could be said to have lost everything. What's going on? What happened? Quickly send the news back and inform His Majesty Emperor Yu that the ancient worship of the great Yu celestial dynasty has returned safely. In the dark, many spies of the great Yu celestial dynasty reacted immediately after the initial shock and quickly spread the news here. It's really back. This familiar aura of heaven and earth, on the ancient worship, great Yu's eldest princess, Wuxia, had a complicated expression on her face, but she also felt somewhat at ease. However, she was still clear that although things seemed to have settled down, there were more troubles to be faced next. This was because Gu Chang'e would not appear, and as the leader of the younger generation of the great Yu celestial dynasty who went to the lower worlds, she naturally had to bear the brunt and bear the anger and blame of various forces. It was also because of this that Gu Chang'e chose to let her live. The Nirvana Path Realm is also known as the Path Realm. Although entering this realm is divided into early, middle, and late stages, it is actually just a difference in how far one goes in this realm. In a palace deep in the ancient worship, Gu Chang'e sat cross-legged without moving. His face was calm, and his body was like a rock. Wisps of black light fell from the top of his head and then flowed down from every pore, like billions of stars intertwining. After devouring and refining the world origin of the sword profound world, his cultivation had indeed increased by a large margin compared to before. Previously, he could only be considered to be in the early stage, but now he was close to the late stage. Of course, in terms of strength, the improvement was even more obvious. Even Gu Chang'e was not sure how strong he was now. Although the peerless figure formed by the ancestral symbol in the sword mystery world had the power of the immortal Tao, it was ultimately just an illusion and not the real body. It could not be compared to a perfected immortal. However, it was still much stronger than a remnant immortal. The Heavenly Heart brand and the sword Tao Saint Heart, these two things are indeed not very useful to me now, but it's better than nothing. Then, Gu Chang'e looked at the heavenly Tao reward dropped after killing the two sons of destiny, Tuoba Xiaoyao and Lin En. He opened the heavenly Tao treasure chest to check it after leaving the sword mystery world. The heavenly heart brand was something similar to the heavenly Tao mark. It was golden and extremely misty and needed to be used in conjunction with an ownerless small world. It could be used to refine that world into one's own world incarnation and wield the authority of the heavenly Tao. However, it was still extremely useless to Gu Chang'e. He planned to give this item to Yu Mingkong when he had the time. The unparalleled immortal dynasty was proficient in the spatial world Tao. Its use in this aspect could be said to be unique in the upper realm. As for the sword Tao Saint Heart, it was a kind of sword Tao talent that could be used to nurture disciples or juniors. This was even more useless to Gu Chang'e, but it was still kept. Who knows, it might be useful in the future. With such a big thing happening in the sword mystery world, it's impossible for the upper realm to not pay attention. I still have to lie low for a while. If there's anything, let Wuxia handle it first. Gu Chang'e put away the two items and came to the ancient worship, looking down. They were now in the great Yu immortal dynasty and would be able to return to the imperial capital soon. There were a total of 5 people who had attained the Tao in the sword mystery world, involving 5 imperishable great sects and orthodoxies. Therefore, if this matter was not dealt with properly, it might lead to a longevity war. After all, the fall of those who had attained the Tao was a big deal for any faction. I can take advantage of this opportunity to let Yu Tianjing make his move. It's time for the great Yu dynasty to change masters. Many thoughts flashed through Gu Changa's mind, and his eyes suddenly became extremely deep. At this time, in the Great Yu dynasty, there were definitely powerhouses from various factions gathered. If the Great Yu dynasty's emperor fell at this time, what would happen? Presumably, no matter who it was, they would immediately suspect the various forces. At the same time, in the imperial capital of the Great Yu dynasty, Emperor Yu, who was discussing this matter with the powerhouses of various factions, was also the first to know that the ancient worship of the Great Yu dynasty had returned safely. He was stunned at first, then after a moment of shock, he was in deep disbelief and could not believe it. What? The ancient worship of the Great Yu dynasty has returned safely? The powerhouses of various factions beside him naturally heard this, and their expressions suddenly changed. Some were shocked, some were angry, and some were suspicious. In many people's opinion, all the factions were buried, and only the ancient worship of the Great Yu dynasty had escaped. What did this mean? Could it be that the Great Yu immortal dynasty had killed them? Brothers, please don't worry and don't be impatient. I've only just found out about this matter. Just in time, when the army returns to the imperial capital, we can ask what happened. I don't think everyone is in a hurry. Emperor Yu was also a smart person. He instantly understood the thoughts in everyone's hearts and hurriedly spoke to calm them down. Chapter 655. Is this an order for me to take action? In a cave somewhere in the Great Yu celestial dynasty, a middle-aged man who looked very similar to Emperor Yu was looking at the letter in his hand. He looked excited and worried at the same time. He was Yu Tianzheng, the uncle who lost the fight for the throne with Emperor Yu. All this while, he had been following Gu Changa's orders and hiding here, waiting for the right time to take action. Now that Gu Changa had sent someone to send him a letter, how could he not be excited? He had been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. It's time for the Great Yu celestial dynasty to change hands. He sneered, then turned into a ray of light and disappeared from the place. He planned to order the spies he had set up all these years to take action. Now that the Great Yu celestial dynasty was in troubled times, everyone was anxious, and it was the perfect time to start a war. We should inform the house master about the return of the young master. Half a year ago, the young master ordered that after his return, the Spring Breeze Jasper Pavilion should take over Stupa and Hell. After Yu Tianjing left, two figures that were as faint as gray fog slowly appeared in the void and were talking softly. They seemed to have merged with the world, but there was always a faint murderous aura around them as they walked, as if they could kill all the young kings. The safe return of the Great Yu celestial dynasty's ancient worship shocked everyone in an instant. Whether it was the various forces in the Great Yu celestial dynasty or the forces that sent spies to keep a close eye on this matter, they were all shocked. Many cultivators immediately went to the Great Yu imperial capital to find out if it was true or not. At such a critical moment, the Great Yu celestial dynasty's ancient worship actually returned safe and sound, which was beyond everyone's expectations. Under the influence of some people, a rumor of the Great Yu celestial dynasty killing various orthodoxies spread quietly. For a time, undercurrents were surging, and murderous intents were hidden. In the Great Yu imperial capital, many armies received orders and rushed from various places to guard and patrol the area. Now that it was troubled times, no one knew if a great war would suddenly break out in the imperial capital. Before the experts from various orthodoxies arrived, there was a fluctuation of Tao attainment artifacts that had awakened, and it shocked countless cultivators. Rumble. An ancient warship covered in blood and bones rolled across the sky, its flag fluttering in the wind as it slowly landed in the depths of the Great Yu imperial capital, attracting the attention of all parties. It seems that the rumors are true. The ancient worship of the Great Yu imperial capital has returned safely from that world, but this is the only one left. What kind of dangers does that world contain? It actually caused so many people to die tragically. Even those who had attained the Tao were not spared. The imperial capital of the Great Yu dynasty occupied an area of 1,000,000 miles, standing tall like an ancient divine mountain. Mist rose from it, and colorful clouds curled around it. It was brilliant and dazzling. Flying waterfalls, spirit springs, immortal mountains, incomparably grand and majestic. Within the many pavilions and halls, many cultivators and living beings watched this scene with different emotions. Some were alarmed and uneasy, while others were gloating. According to the news, Gu Changa also went to that world. Do you think he died there? In a pavilion, many young geniuses were having a small gathering. There were people from all different clans. Their bodies were surrounded by precious splendor, and they were all quite extraordinary. Among them, one of them had a strange expression as if he had thought of something. He couldn't help but laugh softly, and then asked. At this time, mentioning this in such a way seemed to be gloating. If others heard it and spread it, they might even offend Gu Changa. However, this was what everyone was thinking. If Gu Changa really died in that world like the other Tao attainments, it could be considered a blessing for all the young people. All these years, Gu Changa was like a terrifying demonic mountain that stretched across the heads of this generation of people. Even the ancient freaks who were born were pressured by him to the point that they couldn't breathe and couldn't see a trace of hope. It was completely sad to be in the same world as such a person. They didn't even have the qualifications to be a foil. You underestimate young Master Changa too much. When he was in the 8 Desolates 10 regions, he alone suppressed the Tao attainments of that world so much that they didn't dare to leave the city. He will die in such a lower world. It's simply the biggest joke in the world. You haven't seen that scene with your own eyes, so you have no idea how terrifying he is. If you ask me, even if everyone dies in that world, nothing will happen to young Master Changa. However, upon hearing this, another young woman suddenly shook her head and sneered. She was very disdainful of the person who asked just now. When the upper world was fighting in the 8 Desolates 10 regions, she happened to be among them. She witnessed the terrifying scene of Gu Changa holding the Taoist instrument and fighting many Tao attainments of the 8 Desolates 10 regions. Therefore, she was very sure that Gu Changa would never have an accident. Such a person was destined to be the protagonist of heaven and earth, an immortal existence that led several eras. How could anything happen to him? While many young supreme masters were talking, a ray of light flashed in the void in front of the Great Yu Imperial Palace. Then, several vague and terrifying figures stepped out. Each of them had an extremely monstrous aura, and their eyes were shining brightly, suppressing the surrounding rules to the point of collapse. They stood there like gods. All kinds of visions flashed in their eyes as they waited for the ancient worship of Great Yu to land. The leader was the current Emperor Yu. Behind him were many ministers of the Great Yu dynasty. They all looked solemn as they watched the ancient worship slowly land in the distance. Now, they all wanted to know what had happened in that world. Now, the survivors on this ancient worship might be able to tell them all the answers. Greetings, Father, and all the seniors. Soon, the ancient worship landed. Wuxia led the army and walked down first. There was a serious look on her demure face. The eldest princess of Great Yu is still alive. It seems that we should be able to find out what happened in that world from her. The experts of various clans also looked over and stared at Wuxia. In particular, the terrifying figures standing at the entrance of the imperial palace looked like the scene of stars falling and the moon falling in their eyes. Fia, you don't have to be so courteous. I'm relieved that you're safe and sound. What happened in that world? Tell us in detail. You don't know that I've been worrying about this for the past few days. I don't know how to explain it to all of you. Emperor Yu saw that Wuxia was safe and sound. He sighed in relief and then said with a gentle smile. He glanced around and found that less than 1/10 of the army that went to the Sword Mystery World had returned. It was obvious how tragic it was. Wuxia had expected such a scene. When she thought of Gu Chang's instructions, she put on a solemn expression again and said, "Father, the appearance of that great world is actually a bait. Its purpose is to attract all of us to go there. I'm sure that except for me, the people of the other orthodoxies have been buried there." What? Bait? As soon as she said that, there was an uproar. Everyone was stunned at first. When they came to their senses, they could not help but widen their eyes in disbelief. Who would be so bold as to use such a great world as bait to attract everyone to go there and bury everyone? They really did not dare to imagine. Even in the current upper realm, who would dare to do such a thing? What do you mean by that? Emperor Yu frowned. He was puzzled and was about to ask. However, the supreme powerhouses of the other forces had already taken a step forward. They stared at Euphia with intimidating gazes. They did not believe Euphia's words. They did not think that there was anyone in this world who dared to scheme against them. "Seniors, if you don't believe me, you can take a look at this shadow recording stone. This is what happened in the sword mystery world back then. The will of the heavenly axiom revived and wanted to sacrifice the entire world to transcend. All the orthodoxies who went to the lower realm became nourishment and were buried there." Euphia's expression was solemn. As she spoke, she took out the shadow recording stone that she had prepared long ago. The many powerhouses present only needed to take a look to know whether the image in the shadow recording stone was real or fake. She had already thought of other explanations and did not leave any loopholes. The will of the heavenly axiom revived and planned to transcend. Hearing this, the expressions of everyone present turned cold. Their bodies trembled as they understood that this was not a small matter. Especially the supreme powerhouses of the various clans. They were experienced and knowledgeable and knew how terrifying the will of the heavenly axiom was. So that's the reason. Emperor Yu did not think that his daughter would lie, and his expression became incomparably solemn. At that moment, they picked up the shadow recording stone in Euphia's hand and carefully investigated what happened in it. Then, they all widened their eyes and gasped. They personally witnessed the sword mystery world's collapse and the shocking scene of all living beings joining forces to fight against the heavens. That kind of monstrous power made even those who had attained the Tao feel a wave of palpitations. Some trembled from the bottom of their souls. This kind of power, even from the image at that time, makes one's heart palpitate. It shouldn't be wrong. The heavenly axiom of that world actually had such plans. It's not strange that the various forces would be buried there because of this. After the supreme powerhouses of the various clans saw the image, they were all silent for a long time. They were shocked. They were very sure that the will of the heavenly axiom of that world had definitely touched the threshold of the immortal realm. If they were to transcend, it was very likely that they would threaten the upper realm. To put it bluntly, even they did not have the slightest chance of survival in the face of such a terrifying will of the heavens. Begging for fresh flowers 0-inch after descending to the lower realm, who would have thought that there would be such a huge trap waiting for all of us? Then, seeing that no one was doubtful about this matter, Euphia sighed again and began to narrate the many details of what had happened. Gu Chang'e did not mention these things, but she still thought of a way to cover up all traces. However, from beginning to end, Gu Chang'e had always been a behind-the-scenes existence. Even the will of the heavenly Tao had become a wedding dress for his disciple. Therefore, she didn't need to think too much about how to cover it up. In the end, how did you all escape? Then, there were some supreme beings who were confused, asking with puzzled eyes. How did Euphia and the others manage to escape safely, tear open the great universe tunnel, and return to the upper realm? There were many doubtful points in this. Emperor Yu originally heaved a sigh of relief because he knew that this matter had nothing to do with the great Yu celestial dynasty, but when he heard this question, his heart still tightened. In fact, he also wanted to know how Euphia and the others managed to escape from that dangerous place. How could the will of the heavenly Tao, which possessed strength close to that of the immortal path, let them leave safely? Euphemia's expression did not change much when she heard this, as if she already knew that everyone would ask this question. She sighed softly, and said with some lingering fear and luck, "Speaking of this, it's all thanks to young Master Changa. If he hadn't helped at the critical moment, I'm afraid we would have died in that world together." Young Master Changa? Everyone's expression was stunned, and many people only reacted now. Gu Changa had also descended to that world together with the army. However, until now, there had been no news of Gu Changa's death from the longevity Gu family. From the looks of it, Gu Changa should be safe and sound, and there was no danger to his life. Thinking of this, the expressions of many supreme experts became solemn. They really wanted to know what had happened and where Gu Changa was now. It's good that young Master Changa is fine. Emperor Yu had always been worried that the longevity Gu family would vent their anger on Gu Changa after something happened to him. Now that he heard this news, the stone in his heart finally fell, and a smile appeared on his face. Where is young Master Changa now? Didn't he return to the upper realm with you? The supreme expert of the Sky Emperor Mountain asked with a strange look in his eyes. He wanted to know Gu Changa's current whereabouts. Young Master Changa is in the ancient worship, but his current condition is not good, and he has suffered heavy injuries, Euphemia answered according to Gu Changa's request. Then, she told everyone the truth. When that realm collapsed, it was Gu Changa who took action to resist the will of the heavenly Tao of that realm. Then, he drifted in the vast expanse with them, searching for the spatial coordinates of the upper realm. However, when fighting with the will of the heavenly Tao, Gu Changa injured his origin. Later, he forcefully tore open the universe tunnel, and his injuries worsened. During this period of time, he had been recuperating on the ancient worship, so he did not show himself. Young Master Changa is injured. Everyone was stunned when they heard this, and they did not believe it. However, it made sense. After all, no matter how strong Gu Changa was, it was impossible for him to fight against the will of the heavenly Tao, which was comparable to the immortal realm. It was already unimaginable that he could escape safely. If it was any other person who had achieved the Tao, they would have died long ago, not to mention that they had the means to tear open the universe tunnel and return to the upper realm. Euphemia's words dispelled the doubts in many people's hearts. The reason why they were able to escape unscathed was because of Gu Changa. However, some people still had doubts in their hearts and did not completely believe Euphemia's words. Then, everyone discussed for a while and decided to go to the ancient worship to visit Gu Changa personally to check on his current condition. Euphemia had received Gu Changa's instructions, so she was not surprised. She led the way in front and led everyone to visit Gu Changa. In the palace that was shrouded in dazzling multicolored light and surging spiritual fog, Gu Changa was dressed in snow-white clothes. His black hair was as clear as ink and was tied with a simple hair band. He was sitting cross-legged on the bed. His face was slightly pale, but his expression was extremely calm as he looked at the supreme powerhouses of various clans who were walking toward him. "Greetings, brothers," he said softly, as if he was not surprised. "We heard that young Master Changa was seriously injured after the battle with the will of the heavenly Tao of that realm, so we came to visit. I hope young Master Changa won't take offense." The supreme powerhouse of the heavenly Emperor Mountain spoke. His body was full of demonic aura, and his eyes were bright. Ancient runes of the great Tao flashed as he carefully sized up Gu Changa's current condition. As he spoke, he took out a sparkling purple jade box as a gift. It contained 1,000,000-year-old king medicine. Even for those who had achieved the Tao, it was an extremely precious healing item. 2. Chapter 656. It was very quiet in the palace. Only the incense burner at the side emitted a faint green smoke. Gu Changa's white clothes were whiter than snow, and his face was handsome. Although his face was a little pale, he did not lose his extraordinary appearance, like an immortal that had descended to the mortal world. He waved his sleeve and accepted the jade box in the hands of the supreme expert of the Sky Emperor Mountain. He nodded slightly and said, "Thank you for your visit. My injuries are much better now." His words were calm, and his eyes were so deep that no one could see the truth. However, many of the supreme experts present were existences that stood at the peak of this world. Their eyesight was astonishing, and they could naturally see that Gu Chang'e was currently in a state of qi and blood deficit, and his origin was damaged. They looked at each other with strange expressions. All kinds of thoughts flashed through their minds, and then they took out the things they wanted to see. No matter what, at this time, no one dared to easily offend Gu Chang'e, even if he was injured. In that case, we won't disturb young Master Chang'e any longer. We'll take our leave first. Regarding the sword profound world, the great Yu princess has already told us clearly. There are also some details. It seems that we can only wait for young Master Chang'e to recover from his injuries before asking. Farewell. After sending the visiting gifts, the supreme experts of the various clans also left with their own thoughts. They did not stay for long. Although they still had many doubts in their hearts, they already believed what Wuxia said. If it was an ordinary person, they would have already searched his soul to find out many details. However, Wuxia had the great Yu celestial dynasty behind her, and her status was very noble. Gu Chang'e was even more so. In the current upper realm, who would dare to say that they would search his sea of consciousness? That was tantamount to provoking the longevity Gu clan and Gu Chang'e, and it would trigger the longevity war. Brothers, take care. Gu Chang'e's expression did not change much as he nodded and said. After the supreme experts of the various clans left, Emperor Yu, who was still in the palace, could not help but ask, "Young Master Chang'e, are you not going to inform the longevity Gu clan behind you about your current situation?" No matter what, Gu Chang'e was currently injured. It was inevitable that there would be some monsters or enemies in the dark who would dare to make a move against him. Hearing this, Gu Chang'e smiled faintly and said, "It doesn't matter. Even if I am injured now, ordinary people are not my opponent. You worry too much." Hearing Gu Chang'e's words, Emperor Yu still didn't quite believe it. In his opinion, Gu Chang'e's injuries were not simple. He had already injured his core. However, the average person that Gu Chang'e spoke of was definitely not an average person. At the very least, they had entered the level of Tao attainment. Since Gu Chang'e did not care about what he said, there was nothing he could do. Since that's the case, this emperor will not disturb young Master Chang'e any further. Soon after, Emperor Yu also cupped his hands and planned to take his leave. However, before he left, he glanced at his daughter with a strange look in his eyes. After this trip to the lower realms, Wuxia seemed to have gotten closer to Gu Chang'e. This was naturally something that Emperor Yu wanted to see. Until now, he had not agreed to the Ju-In royal court's request for a marriage alliance because of this layer of consideration. "How's everything going?" Soon, only Gu Chang'e and Wuxia were left in the hall. He casually glanced at Wuxia and asked. "Everything is according to young master's instructions. There is not the slightest mistake," Wuxia replied respectfully, completely different from her demure and elegant appearance in front of outsiders. After experiencing the lower realms, she had also thought through many things. Therefore, she no longer dared to be like before, talking to Gu Chang'e as a peer and appearing cautious and fearful. "That's good." Gu Chang'e looked at the many jade boxes in his hand, then smiled lightly. It was not the first time that he had done something like pretending to be seriously injured. Whether it was in the past or now, it had a miraculous effect. The current great Yu celestial dynasty was a mess. Now that news of his serious injuries spread, many forces in the dark would be eager to make a move, and it would be difficult to contain them. This was also the situation that Gu Chang'e wanted to see the most now. In the next few days, many news about the Sword Arcane Great World spread from the great Yu celestial dynasty, causing a commotion in the upper realms. The awakening of the heavenly Taos will want it to sacrifice all living beings, bury a realm, and achieve transcendence. The various forces that went to the lower realms suffered heavy losses, and none of them survived. Even those who had achieved Tao died in it. Even Gu Chang'e almost lost his life in it. Now that he was seriously injured, he was recuperating in the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty. The impact caused by this was like a meteorite crashing into the deep sea, causing endless waves. Every cultivator who knew about this was shocked and felt that it was unbelievable. The shadow recording stone regarding this matter also spread in the various merchant alliances and markets, and was bought by the various imperishable sects and supreme Taoist orthodoxies at high prices. For a time, the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty was pushed to the forefront of the storm again. Supreme experts tried to deduce the lower realms that belonged to Hongmeng. But in the end, they failed. They couldn't deduce its location, and they couldn't even sense its location. This made people vigilant. If that great world really succeeded in transcendence, it was very likely that an existence comparable to a perfected immortal would be born, and it would threaten the current upper realms. In another ancient world that was an endless distance away from the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty, another imperishable celestial dynasty stood. Even if the lightning was exhausted and the universe was destroyed, it never showed any signs of weakening. It was eternal and immortal. It was where the Wuxia Celestial Dynasty was located. An incomparably beautiful woman in a phoenix robe was flipping through memorials in the palace. Her beautiful face frowned slightly, and then she said lightly, "Got it. Secretly send 1,000,000 Shilu away to wait outside the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty." Emperor Chu, this? The female official kneeling below the palace was shocked and puzzled. Shilu Wei was a terrifying force that Emperor Chu had secretly cultivated all these years. It was extremely powerful and was like a sharp blade that could cut through anything. Wherever it passed, gods and demons would be beheaded. Shilu Wei was the one who dealt with many things that couldn't be exposed. Now, he was going to mobilize 1,000,000 Shilu Wei. This was an unimaginable matter. You don't have to worry about this. Just send Shilu Wei over. Yu Mingkong waved her hand gently. Her eyes were calm and deep, and her body carried a terrifying majesty. Yes. The female official didn't dare to say anything else. She hurriedly left with the order. Looks like he's planning to attack the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty. Yu Mingkong put down the memorials in her hand. She couldn't hide the longing in her eyes. News of Gu Chang'e's severe injuries came from the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty. However, Yu Mingkong, who knew Gu Chang'e very well, knew that it was just a pretense. Someone as strong as Gu Chang'e would never do something that he wasn't confident in, so it was impossible for him to be severely injured. The will of the heavenly Tao, which many orthodoxies were afraid of, had probably been dealt with by Gu Chang'e. Even the various experts who had died in the lower realm were likely to have been killed by Gu Chang'e. Judging from the chaotic situation in the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty, Gu Chang'e would probably attack the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty. That was why she sent someone to send Shilu Wei over. These Shilu Wei were trained by her according to the training method Gu Chang'e had given her. They were extremely powerful. "I miss you so much after parting with you." Then, Yu Mingkong gently picked up a brush and ink. She began to write a letter to express her lovesickness. A faint smile flashed across her bright eyes. She planned to tell Gu Chang'e about Shilu Wei. Apart from that, she was almost done with the 7 heaven-wielding artifacts that Gu Chang'e sent over from the Sword Arcane Great World. Once the time was right, she would be able to open the Immortal Palace's secret treasure. In the blink of an eye, a few days passed. Although the commotion in the Sword Arcane Great World had subsided, there were still undercurrents. During this period, several princes and princesses were assassinated and almost lost their lives. Even the future successor of Emperor Yu, Yu Lai, was almost killed. This incident happened in the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty's imperial capital, right under Emperor Yu's nose. The Great Yu Celestial dynasty was furious, and Emperor Yu immediately ordered a lockdown of the imperial capital to capture those assassins. Such an act was undoubtedly audacious, and it made the Great Yu Celestial dynasty very angry. However, the Great Yu Celestial dynasty's imperial capital was now a mixed bag of good and bad people. All the imperishable sects and orthodoxies had supreme experts here with terrifying forbidden weapons. Therefore, the search became extremely difficult, and they might even offend other orthodoxies. Therefore, after a few days of fruitless searching, Emperor Yu could only give up. Buzz. At the same time, in the northeast corner of the Great Yu Celestial dynasty's imperial capital, there was a spacious street. A group of knights was walking slowly, and behind them was a carriage decorated with true dragons, divine phoenixes, and other figures. Runes flickered, and brilliance filled the air, making it look extremely noble. However, at this moment, the void trembled slightly, and a grayish-black sword chi flashed past here. Heaven and earth suddenly fell silent, and the space here seemed to have frozen. After a few breaths, the street returned to its usual bustling and lively state. Bang! However, in the next moment, a muffled groan suddenly sounded from within the carriage, and a rain of blood poured out, instantly dyeing the surroundings red. Protect the Emperor! Protect the Emperor! Protect the Emperor! This sudden turn of events alarmed all of the cultivators and living beings on the street. The many knights who were in charge of guarding the carriage were stunned on the spot. After regaining their senses, they hurriedly roared and sealed off all directions, wanting to capture the culprit. One should know that the person sitting in the carriage was one of Emperor Yu's most beloved sons. Although he was not as highly regarded as Crown Prince Yu Lai, he was still much more important than the other princesses and princes. Now that something had happened to him here, everyone could not absolve themselves from the blame. The assassin must have been waiting here for a long time. He didn't even activate the life-saving jade talisman that His Majesty gave to the sixth prince. How despicable. These assassins are too arrogant. They don't respect us at all. Many of the knights were furious, but they could not find the assassin's whereabouts. The depths of their eyes were filled with ruthlessness and murderous intent. Situations like this had been happening for the past few days, and it made them wonder if the various orthodoxies were targeting Great Yu together. The waters were too muddy, and they did not know which faction was targeting Great Yu. Scenes like this had been happening all over Great Yu's imperial capital recently. At first, it was the princes and princesses who were assassinated. Later on, even some of the important ministers and their family members were assassinated, and many of them died tragically. The entire Great Yu Celestial dynasty was in a state of panic. When the ministers went to court, they would send a large number of people to protect them. There were also rumors that Great Yu Celestial dynasty had provoked public anger, and now the various orthodoxies were discussing how to deal with it. The assassinations in the past few days were only a precursor. Emperor Yu was angry about this, but he was also worried. He could not figure out where the problem came from. Could it be that someone was planning to attack Great Yu? At this time, the instigator of this incident, Gu Chang'e, was still recuperating in a quiet courtyard in Great Yu's imperial capital. 1,000,000 Xiolu away, Mingkong knows me best. There was a gentle smile in his eyes as he read the letter in his hand. Although cultivators were far away from each other, they would send messages through message talismans. It was rare for them to send messages in the form of letters. However, every time Yu Mingkong told him something, she would write it down personally. Her graceful and sharp handwriting faintly emitted the aura of an empress. It suppressed the surroundings, was peerless in her generation, and captivated one's soul. With this 1,000,000 Xiolu away and the backup plans I made during this time, it's enough for me to change the owner of Great Yu. Gu Chang'e gently put away the letter as many thoughts flashed through his mind. Although Yu Tianjing was just a chess piece, he was much easier to control than Emperor Yu, who had been hiding in Great Yu's imperial capital. Of course, the most important reason was that he had planted a slave seal on Yu Tianjing. Yu Tianjing controlled Yu Tianjing's life and death. If Yu Tianjing was in charge of Great Yu Celestial Dynasty, it would mean that Gu Chang'e was in charge of this everlasting Celestial Dynasty behind the scenes. After all, it was not suitable to fight head-on, and there was no guarantee that it would succeed. Great Yu Celestial Dynasty had a deep foundation. There might be a self-sealed remnant immortal or even a complete immortal artifact in the depths of their ancestral land. It was not possible to shake their foundation with just this little bit of power. Therefore, the only remaining method was to see if it could be disintegrated from the inside. Whether it was Emperor Yu or Yu Tianjing, they were both of Great Yu's bloodline. Even if the many patriarchs did not want to see such a situation, they would not think of stopping it. After that, Gu Chang'e ordered people to send the heavenly core seal that he had obtained a few days ago to Yu Mingkong. He also told her about the situation on his side and told her not to worry. Once the matter at Great Yu Celestial Dynasty was settled, he would go to Wushuang Celestial Dynasty to discuss the wedding date with her. Chapter 657. The Great Yu Celestial Dynasty was in complete chaos. Ever since many princes and princesses, as well as important officials and family members, were killed by assassins. Flames of war were lit all over the territory, and killing intent rose everywhere. Some of the dukes and marquises started to set up their own territories, trying to build a country within a country. The Great Yu Celestial Dynasty was an undying celestial dynasty that had existed since the ancient era, and had produced immortals before. Its territory was vast and boundless. There were simply too many dukes and marquises that were bestowed upon them. Today, within the Great Yu imperial capital, there were also disasters everywhere. Emperor Yu was so busy every day that even if he wanted to send an army to suppress them, it was too far away. The various dukes and marquises also saw the situation and felt that the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty was facing an unprecedented disaster and was showing signs of falling apart. Thus, they all set up their own territories and tried to take advantage of the situation. Young master, I have already followed your instructions and ordered the various armies to come. When the time comes, I will ask Emperor Yu to give up his throne in the name of cleaning up the chaos. If he doesn't, I will fight him in the imperial capital. I am 80% confident that I can kill him. Great Yu imperial capital, in a quiet courtyard. Gu Chang'e stood under an ancient tree with red mulberry leaves and nodded lightly. His white clothes were whiter than snow, his figure was tall, and his hair was as black as ink, giving off a lustrous glow. There were 3,000 worlds around him, and he seemed to be standing in the legendary celestial realm. In front of him, Yu Tianjing said respectfully, his eyes filled with respect and fear. Today, he finally understood how terrifying Gu Chang'e's methods were. If he didn't see it with his own eyes, he wouldn't dare to believe that Gu Chang'e was actually safe and sound. It wasn't like what the outside world said about his origin being damaged and being heavily injured. This also meant that what he said about being injured to go against the will of the heavenly path and being heavily injured to help Princess Euphia were all fake. In Yu Tianjing's opinion, the destruction of the so-called lower world could have been caused by Gu Chang'e. It was simply terrifying and made him shudder. Do you really have 80% confidence in dealing with Emperor Yu? Gu Chang'e's gaze was calm as she looked at Yu Tianjing from the falling mulberry leaves. Reporting to young master, I know Emperor Yu very well. I know very well what kind of methods he has. I have 80% confidence in this battle. Yu Tianjing solemnly promised. His original plan was to infiltrate Great Yu's imperial capital and assassinate Emperor Yu. However, when Gu Chang'e found out about this, he told him to give up on this plan. From Gu Chang'e's point of view, the Yu's imperial capital was full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Especially in the imperial palace. Emperor Yu had been overseeing the imperial palace for many years, so he definitely had a deep understanding of the many restrictive spells within it. Moreover, the imperial palace was close to the forbidden land of Great Yu. If a battle broke out, it was impossible not to alarm the many ancient existences sleeping within. The success rate of the assassination was very small, close to zero. Therefore, rather than assassinate Emperor Yu, it would be better to take advantage of the chaos and set things right in the name of supporting the world. In this way, even the ancient existences of Great Yu could not stop them, as they would not be able to hold their ground. Your 80% confidence, in my opinion, is only 10%. Gu Chang'e gently shook her head. She looked at Yu Tianjing from head to toe and then said. In terms of cultivation, Yu Tianjing was indeed slightly stronger than Emperor Yu. However, in terms of methods, timing, location, and people, the two were not on the same level. Young master, Yu Tianjing was stunned. He did not understand why Gu Chang'e said this and why he only had a 10% chance of winning against the current Emperor Yu. However, he did not dare to question Gu Chang'e's judgment. In terms of strength, it would be easier for Gu Chang'e to kill him than to kill an ant. I will bestow you with a secret technique. In a few days, you will be able to kill Emperor Yu in the duel. Gu Chang'e casually glanced at Yu Tianjing, not intending to explain further. Then, he pointed his finger and a faint light appeared. There were many ancient and mysterious runes of the great Tao flickering within. Then, it turned into a ray of light that shot into Yu Tianjing's forehead. Suddenly, an extremely obscure, ancient, and terrifying scripture filled with demonic nature appeared in his mind. Every word was as bright as a demonic star, shining with a dazzling brilliance that illuminated and washed the sky. In a daze, Yu Tianjing saw boundless demonic energy appear, vast and endless, drowning the world. He was extremely shocked and felt his mind tremble. There was a great sense of fear, as if his soul was being devoured by this scripture. Thank you, young master. Yu Tianjing's forehead was full of cold sweat. His mind could not calm down, and incomparable waves appeared. He knew that this scripture was absolutely terrifying and had an unimaginable origin. He did not dare to be negligent and hurriedly thanked him respectfully. Since it was bestowed by Gu Chang'e, it was naturally not simple. He had a deeper grasp of the life and death battle with Emperor Yu in a few days. After Yu Tianjing left, Gu Chang'e retracted his gaze and looked thoughtful. The secret technique bestowed by young master is probably not that simple, right? At this time, a sweet-sounding, gentle, and seductive voice sounded from the side. A white-clothed woman quietly hugged her 9 soft and fluffy fox-tails as she stood behind Gu Chang'e. There was some doubt on her indescribably beautiful face. She was tall and slender, her face was fair, her skin was delicate and snow-white, and her eyes were sparkling. She had an enchanting beauty that shook one's soul. She was the 9-tailed fox clan's heavenly daughter, Yin Mei, who had rushed here after learning that Gu Chang'e had returned to the upper realm. It's just an early overdraft of his remaining life. But for him, this is enough. This is the last value he can bring to me. Gu Chang'e lightly shook his head. Young Master 513, you're still as cold-blooded and heartless as usual. Yin Mei pursed her lips and smiled. She did not seem surprised. She did not think that this Yu Tianjing could bring much value to Gu Chang'e. This is not cold-bloodedness. It's just making use of trash. I need a suitable chess piece to control Great Yu. Yu Tianjing is ambitious and skilled, but he lacks luck. And I happen to be able to give him the luck that he lacks. Gu Chang'e smiled and reached out to pull her into his arms. He would not hide such things in front of his woman. I understand. Then I'll arrange for the Commerce Alliance to take over all the trade routes in Great Yu. Yin Mei tilted her head as her lustrous eyes focused on his face. She revealed an expression of admiration and reverence as she said, Young master, it seems like you've gained quite a bit from your trip down to the lower dimensions this time. I feel that even the remnant immortals of the various eternal orthodoxies are probably no match for you. This was her intuition. Although she had never seen Gu Chang'e fight, she could guess a thing or two from what happened in the sword mystery world. Gu Changa's hand fell on her silky hair and smiled. He did not comment. By the way, young master, Miss Xian seems to have disappeared during this time. There's no sign of her anywhere in the upper realm. Soon after, Yi Mei seemed to have thought of something and suddenly said with a worried expression on her face. Chapter 658. Gu Changa's expression changed slightly at Yi Mei's words. He asked, what happened to Xian Er? Although he had not returned to the Gu family for a long time, he had sent people to keep an eye on the whereabouts of the people around him. Gu Xian had returned to Peach Village after the trip to Mount Kuan. She had gone to a certain place to train according to the request of her masters. Judging from the richness of her luck, there should not be any danger. Therefore, Gu Changa did not pay much attention to it. I guess Miss Xian might be trapped in a secret realm. I haven't heard anything about her in this period of time, Yi Mei replied. She knew that Gu Xian was very important to Gu Changa, so she paid special attention to this matter. Trapped in a secret realm? Gu Changa was slightly stunned. He had a strange feeling in his heart. How could Gu Xian be trapped in a secret realm? It was obvious that some kind of opportunity that belonged to her had appeared. However, he shook his head and put this matter aside for the time being. Gu Xian should not be in any danger in the short term. After all, her masters were not easy to deal with. Moreover, she still had Tao Yao's mark on her. If any accident happened, with Tao Yao's ability, rescuing her would be a piece of cake. Gu Changa planned to consider this matter after the matter in the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty was settled. Soon, a few days passed. During this period, a matter that shook the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty also happened. It shocked countless cultivators and living beings. The ministers all trembled in disbelief. A golden letter of challenge flew in from thousands of miles away and unfolded in the sky above the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty. A monstrous and terrifying imperial aura appeared. In the letter of challenge, there was only one word that was condensed from ancient characters. It was like the gathering of millions of stars, dazzling and shining in the sky. The battle intent that was displayed caused everyone to tremble in fear. Even the stars in the outer region were trembling, as if they were about to fall. It was obvious that this was from an extraordinary figure who had at least stepped into the quasi-emperor realm. Moreover, judging from his aura, he belonged to the royal family of the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty. At a time when the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty was in chaos, the arrival of a letter of challenge shocked everyone. The various orthodoxies stationed in the imperial capital were also shocked, trying to guess who the culprit was. It's Yu Tianjing. After so many years, he still hasn't given up. He actually dares to issue a challenge in front of so many cultivators. Looks like he has a lot of confidence. Many of the ministers in the Great Yu imperial capital had solemn looks in their eyes. They immediately recognized who had written this letter of challenge. Speaking of which, Yu Tianjing and the current Emperor Yu were brothers and had a very deep relationship. Back when he was fighting for the throne, he was only one move behind and lost. And now, Yu Tianjing had made a comeback. He even brought a challenge letter with him in front of the various orthodoxies. It seemed like he was going to fight Emperor Yu to the death. Yu Tianjing actually issued a challenge. Could it be that the chaos during this period is actually related to him? In the imperial palace, an old eunuch with a white beard stood behind Emperor Yu. He looked at the scene with a solemn expression. Soon, he reached out with his hand. Hundreds of millions of strands of dragon chi surrounded him and covered the sky. He directly took down the challenge letter in the void. In front of the entire city and countless cultivators, he could not choose to back down. In his opinion, all of this was probably Yu Tianjing's doing. If he could defeat him openly, he would be able to resolve the chaos in the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty. Since Yu Tianjing wants to die, I'll fulfill his wish. After all these years of hiding, it's time to settle the grudge between us. Emperor Yu laughed coldly. He was extremely confident in his own strength. It was not that he underestimated Yu Tianjing. But all these years, as the ruler of the great Yu celestial dynasty, he had mastered many Tao techniques and divine abilities. Especially in the great Yu celestial dynasty's territory, he could be said to have the right time, place, and people. Even if Yu Tianjing had heaven-defying opportunities, he did not have the slightest chance of winning in front of him. Your Majesty, you still have to be careful. Since Yu Tianjing dares to issue a challenge letter at this time, he must be confident. In this old servant's opinion, you should not underestimate your opponent. It's better to be fully prepared. The old eunuch beside Emperor Yu said softly. Seeing that Emperor Yu did not seem to care much about this, he was slightly worried. I naturally know this. But that Yu Tianjing fellow has always been headstrong and self-opinionated. Now that he dares to issue a challenge to me, he must have arranged everything. It's just right for me to catch him in one fell swoop. Emperor Yu nodded. His eyes were full of confidence as he waved his hand. Seeing this, the old eunuch did not dare to say anything more. The date and location of the challenge letter was 7 days later at the peak of the imperial palace. In his opinion, Yu Tianjing definitely had some confidence to make such a choice when he knew that he did not have the slightest advantage in coming to the imperial palace to fight Emperor Yu to the death. So after leaving the imperial palace, he went straight into the depths of the palace to report this matter to the various old ancestors. A battle for the throne was actually very normal. However, compared to Yu Tianjing, Emperor Yu was more suitable to take the throne. He had assisted several previous emperors, so his judgment was astonishing. This invitation battle was clearly filled with an extremely obvious aura of conspiracy. Someone is going to make a move against Great Yu. Who is it? The old eunuch's figure gradually disappeared into the depths of the imperial palace, entering an extremely dark cemetery. 7 days later, the news of Yu Tianjing and Emperor Yu's battle to the death quickly spread throughout Great Yu's imperial palace, causing a huge commotion. Many cultivators and living beings did not know Yu Tianjing's identity. They only felt that this person was too daring in courting death. Emperor Yu was an invincible figure who controlled an area of the everlasting celestial dynasty. A stomp of his foot could cause a huge earthquake. In the current upper realm, only the sacred lords of the everlasting celestial dynasty and the patriarchs of the everlasting celestial dynasty were qualified to stand side by side with him. Then who was Yu Tianjing? However, many of the older generation who understood the current battle for the throne of Great Yu celestial dynasty did not think so. When Yu Tianjing was young, he had always been superior to Emperor Yu. If he had not been plotted against by Emperor Yu in the previous battle for the throne, the Great Yu celestial dynasty would have been controlled by him. In terms of cultivation talent, Emperor Yu was not as good as Yu Tianjing. In these few days, a large number of rebel troops gathered from all over Great Yu celestial dynasty. Smoke rose into the sky, and blood qi covered all directions, shattering the clouds as they approached Great Yu's imperial palace. This was an extremely frightening faction. Even some quasi-emperors would frown in fear. However, many people did not notice that within this terrifying army, there was a torrent that was like a demon from hell. The cavalry moved in an orderly manner, and a monstrous murderous aura filled the air. Along the way, the cultivators trembled in fear as if they had seen a ghost army. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. The battle at Great Yu's imperial palace attracted the attention of various orthodoxies. Every day, a large number of powerful cultivators and living beings rushed from all over to witness this battle with their own eyes. In the face of a battle of this level, the battle between the younger generation was no different from a child's play. It was even worse than playing house. Many cultivators and living beings even felt that a major event was about to happen in Great Yu celestial dynasty that would be recorded in the annals of history. Even in the past, no one dared to challenge the ruler of the celestial dynasty to a battle like this. Chapter 659. 7 days passed in a flash. The imperial capital of Great Yu was bustling with activity today. The mighty army descended outside the city and stood in the clouds. Black fog billowed, and a murderous aura filled the sky. Armored horses galloped, ready to charge into the imperial city at any time. Armies were quickly assembled from all over Great Yu. They held heavenly weapons and wore armor, waiting outside the city walls. Both sides were Great Yu's armies, but they belonged to different people. Many of Great Yu's experts did not want to see the two armies fighting. The best way was to wait for the battle to end and for everything to be settled. After the news spread, countless cultivators swarmed in from all over the ancient cities. They crowded the inns, pavilions, and halls of Great Yu's imperial city and watched from afar. Some supreme cultivators scanned the area with their divine thoughts and were shocked. Today, billions of cultivators gathered in this ancient city. The ancient royal family, the supreme sects, the imperishable orthodoxies, the everlasting families, the celestial dynasties, these towering powers all had disciples in ancient existences that appeared. It was almost impossible to find any of them in normal times. The ancient street, which was thousands of meters wide, was bustling with people and carriages. Pishio, Tautai, Fire Sparrow, Azure Dragon. These primordial ferocious beasts that were rarely seen could be seen. There were also ancient beasts and flying ships coming from all over to witness the battle. It was reasonable for the throne of the imperishable celestial dynasty to change hands, but it touched on a secret of Great Yu celestial dynasty. It could lead to a reversal of the situation, and change the situation of the orthodoxies. It was important to take it seriously. Many of Great Yu's ministers had been waiting in various places. They sent experts from the 513 clan to guard the surroundings to prevent people with bad intentions from sneaking in. In addition, many of Great Yu's emperor's concubines and children had also gathered to witness the battle. In their opinion, Emperor Yu was the master of Great Yu celestial dynasty. He ruled over endless and vast territories, and he could make heaven and earth tremble and tremble. Anyone who dared to provoke him would pay a terrible price and die tragically here. They were already impatient to see the scene of Yu Tianzheng being personally killed by Emperor Yu. That Yu Tianzheng is merely someone who lost to imperial father back then. He actually dares to come here and throw away his life. He truly does not know the meaning of death. A young prince who was already showing off his abilities said, full of hatred and disdain for Yu Tianzheng. There were many princes and princesses standing around him. All of them had extraordinary auras. Their bodies contained divine light, and their eyes were brilliant. Their strength was terrifying. However, they didn't say anything. They just silently looked in the direction of the city wall, as if waiting for something. Time passed slowly. The sun set in the west and the full moon rose in the east. All was silent. The entire imperial capital was shrouded in a layer of hazy multicolored light. Formation patterns lit up everywhere, resplendent and dazzling. Multicolored light rose into the air, making it look like a city of immortals from legends. Countless gazes fell upon the summit of the imperial capital. All of them held their breaths and didn't dare to say anything. Even the ancient existences of the various imperishable great sects frowned, not saying anything out of fear of disturbing all of this. Cough, cough, but at this moment, at the end of the quiet street, a light cough suddenly sounded, breaking the deathly silence in the surroundings. Many cultivators and living beings subconsciously looked in that direction with astonishment. The people of the ancient royal families, the supreme sects, and the imperishable great sects also shuddered. They thought of something and looked in that direction. Gu Chang'e. He's here. A group of young Nine Heavens Supremes secretly clenched their fists and tensed up. They felt extremely uneasy. In that direction, a young man in a moon-white robe with a slightly pale face was walking toward them. The beautiful woman beside him was wiping the blood on the corner of his mouth with a clean white handkerchief. Almost all the cultivators and living beings on the street subconsciously took a few steps back when they saw this. They didn't dare to block the way and quickly made way for him. Many people had only heard that Gu Chang'e was severely injured and his origin force was damaged. They had never seen him in person. And now, no one had expected that he would actually show up at this time to watch this battle. Even the ancient existences of the various great sects were startled. They suddenly felt uneasy, no longer as casual as before. Even though Gu Chang'e was injured and even coughed up blood in front of everyone, no one dared to underestimate him. Under the circumstances, Gu Chang'e definitely still had the strength to kill those who had achieved the Tao. Looks like we've come at the right time. The battle at the top of the royal city hasn't started yet. Seeing the situation in front of him, Gu Chang'e seemed to be a little surprised. He smiled at Yi Mei who was next to him. If young master came a little later, wouldn't you have missed it? Yi Mei was wearing a white robe. Her hair was like clouds. She pursed her lips into a charming smile. Her beauty was breathtaking. Many young men looked at her in amazement. They were secretly envious of her. Young Master Chang'e has come at the right time. How can young Master Chang'e miss out on the battle of the royal city? Seeing this, the supreme experts of the various great sects all showed themselves. They invited Gu Chang'e to stand with them at the highest point of the pavilion. They could watch the battle to their heart's content from the most advantageous position. Before this, they were only hiding in the dark and did not reveal their true forms. No one had expected Gu Chang'e to suddenly show up. Everyone knew that he was currently injured. If someone suddenly attacked in a while, then wouldn't they become the target of suspicion because they were hiding in the dark? This scene made many young supremes feel bitter. Then, they were at a loss and in despair. They were still secretly chasing after Gu Chang'e, but even the ancestor-level figures behind them had to be cautious and uneasy in front of Gu Chang'e. Looks like the two sides haven't shown themselves yet. Gu Chang'e stood at the highest point of the pavilion. As the night wind blew, his robes fluttered. He seemed to surpass an immortal. He seemed to be a little surprised. It's time. Looks like Yu Tian doesn't dare to show himself. At this moment, as his words fell, a dignified voice suddenly resounded between heaven and earth. A tall figure wearing a purple gold crown and a purple gold dragon robe appeared on the city wall. He slowly walked over. Behind him, there seemed to be millions of imperial draconic chi intertwining. They resonated continuously, emitting a terrifying aura that shook heaven and earth. All the cultivators and living beings felt a huge pressure coming. They couldn't help but tremble in fear. It was as if they were facing the collapse of mountains and seas and the collapse of the universe. They simply wanted to prostrate themselves in that direction and prostrate themselves in worship. Even those who had achieved the Tao frowned. Their faces were filled with uncertainty. They felt that the current Emperor Yu seemed to have already reached the Tao realm and not the quasi-Emperor realm. Emperor Yu finally showed himself. He casually walked over slowly and landed on the peak of the royal city. Millions of draconic chi surrounded him. Heaven and earth resonated. Many strange phenomena intertwined and resonated. It was powerful and terrifying. He was in an invincible position. However, many ancient existences still felt that there was another powerful force behind Emperor Yu. They guessed that there were probably many old antiques of the great Yu celestial dynasty hiding in the dark. However, they didn't show themselves. They planned to make a move only when some kind of unforeseen accident happened. It seems that Emperor Yu looks relaxed, but he's also quite cautious in secret. Many ancient existences of the imperishable orthodoxies looked over and thought so. Boom! With the appearance of Emperor Yu, the originally quiet great Yu celestial dynasty suddenly became lively. Many officials were excited. They were shouting that His Majesty was invincible and would definitely suppress the enemy. In the eyes of many cultivators and living beings, the great Yu celestial dynasty under Emperor Yu's rule was thriving day by day. The sudden chaos at this time was obviously Yu Tianjing's doing. They naturally hoped that Emperor Yu could eliminate this former competitor and return peace to the great Yu celestial dynasty. It's time. Yu Tianjing, where are you? Emperor Yu stood on the peak of the royal city. His eyes were deep as he lightly shouted. At this moment, his essence, qi, and spirit had already reached a peak. There were faint signs of breaking through the shackles. Many of his subjects were whispering his name. The power of faith gathered, and his strength was even more terrifying. It could be said that he was at the right time, place, and people. How could Yu Tianjing fight against him? It seems that tonight's battle is already destined. Under such circumstances, it's hard to say whether we can defeat Emperor Yu. Moreover, he still has many tricks up his sleeve and the national weapon in his hand. This is a battle without any suspense. A few ancient existences shook their heads. They felt that this battle was already destined. It was a wise decision for Yu Tianjing not to appear. The terrifying army outside the great Yu celestial dynasty would probably be destroyed or subdued very soon. However, there might be some accidents. That Yu Tianjing doesn't look like a fool. If he dares to challenge at this time, he should have some confidence. The other ancient existence didn't agree with this. He had lived for a very long time, and his eyelashes were hollow. That was why he faintly felt that there was an indescribable strangeness to this arranged battle. Things might not be that simple. We just need to wait and see. Young Lord Chang'e, what do you think about this? The other ancient existences all looked at Gu Chang'e, wanting to know his thoughts. Gu Chang'e seemed to have just returned to his senses when he heard this. He smiled in surprise and said, no matter what the result is, this is an internal matter of the great Yu celestial dynasty. As outsiders, I feel that it's better for us to watch our words carefully. Boom! Not long after Gu Chang'e finished speaking, a monstrous murderous aura suddenly soared into the sky outside the great Yu celestial dynasty. A terrifying figure with an aura that covered the heavens and the earth, collapsing the clouds and shattering the stars in the outer region was striding toward them. His hair was disheveled, and his eyes flashed with cold lightning. He was like an invincible emperor. With a golden heavenly blade in his hand, he directly split open the array patterns outside the city walls and charged all the way here. Yu Tianyong, it's time for us to settle this. Today, either you die, or I die. Yu Tianjing finally appeared, coldly looking at Emperor Yu as he spoke. Yu Tianyong was Emperor Yu's real name. It had been many years since anyone called him by this name. Chapter 660. Countless gazes gathered at the peak of the imperial capital. Everyone looked at this place and felt incomparably excited. Today, I'll take your life. The main character of the battle, Yu Tianjing, finally appeared. Cold lightning flashed in his eyes, and his hair danced in the wind. A matchless aura floated and filled every inch of the surrounding void. He walked in the void and charged over with large strides. His momentum was so terrifying that it even caused the surrounding space to tremble. All the cultivators and living beings felt a wave of fear. Their souls seemed to be shaking, and some were trembling in shock. Such a terrifying aura that overflowed the heavens and caused the earth to cave in. Compared to Emperor Yu, it was not inferior at all. In the eyes of some ancient existences, Yu Tianjing's strength was definitely stronger than Emperor Yu's. After all, Emperor Yu was able to reach his current level largely because of the great Yu celestial dynasty's faith and the uniqueness of the imperial capital. If it was a fair battle, Emperor Yu would definitely not be Yu Tianjing's match. You really dare to come and disturb the order of the great Yu celestial dynasty. Even if the blood of the imperial family flows in your body, I can't let you live today. Emperor Yu didn't expect Yu Tianjing to actually dare to show up. His face revealed a bit of coldness, and the image of the Son of Heaven appeared above his head. 9 dragons soared into the sky, and immortal phoenixes bowed. He pressed forward, and millions of Tao Emperor's draconic chi intertwined, emitting a terrifying momentum that could collapse mountains and rivers. It was as if there was a matchless true dragon that was about to awaken. Then you can try. You once used vicious means to seize my throne. Today, it's time to settle the score. Yu Tianjing said coldly, and killing intent and coldness pervaded his body. The golden long blade slashed down, and it was as if a majestic golden rain had poured over, covering everything. It was peerlessly powerful. In just an instant, countless runes and Tao laws intertwined and exploded, bursting out with dazzling brilliance that surged and surged. If it wasn't for the powerful formation patterns around the imperial capital, just the aftermath of the battle would have caused this place to be in a terrible situation. You're courting death, Emperor Yu said coldly. In terms of appearance, the two were extremely similar. Other than their different temperaments, it was even difficult to distinguish them. But now, they were fighting to the death here to settle the grudge from hundreds of years ago. Both Emperor Yu and Yu Tianjing wanted to kill their opponent. Boom! Endless radiance collided, interweaving, resplendent and terrifying. It was as if great stars were falling from the heavens one after another, exploding here, about to shatter everything. Regardless of whether it was Emperor Yu or Yu Tianjing, at this moment, both of them were truly enraged. They wanted to quickly kill the other party. You were once defeated by me. Even if you used evil tricks to seize the throne, you are still a clown. Yu Tianjing coldly said. Golden blood energy rushed into the heavens, making him look like an unrivaled human emperor. The golden heavenly blade was condensed from endless symbols, its sharpness dazzling. Every slash caused the heavens and earth to tremble as if they were about to explode. Terrifying energy surged out like a vast ocean, wanting to shatter this place. There's no point in saying more. Today, I'll kill you right here and now. Emperor Yu's expression was deep and calm. With the imperial draconic aura around him, he was naturally in an invincible position. Endless energy surged towards him and turned into all kinds of divine weapons. Giant cauldrons, divine bells, heavenly axes, they all attacked Yu Tianjing. This was an incomparably earth-shattering battle. Although both of them had yet to enter the realm of Tao attainment, the shockwaves from their battle did not belong to cultivators of this realm. The place became chaotic. The surrounding cultivators and living beings could not see what was happening. Other than those who had attained the Tao attainment, the rest were not qualified to watch the battle. Great Yu's imperial capital was extremely special. If it was any other place, this level of shockwaves would have already spread to the outer realms, shattering countless stars. No wonder Yu Tianjing has the guts to come here alone and challenge Emperor Yu to a duel. People from various orthodoxies were closely watching this, feeling that they could not underestimate Yu Tianjing. Gu Chang'e seemed to smile faintly. Looks like there will be a good show to watch later. The ancient existence of Heavenly Emperor Mountain was puzzled. He said, Young Lord Chang'e, what do you mean? Although Yu Tianjing's strength is not simple, in Great Yu's imperial capital, even those who have attained the Tao attainment will have their hands and feet tied, unable to display their true strength. He is definitely not Emperor Yu's match. Is that so? Gu Chang'e watched all this with a faint smile on his face. Yin Mei, who was beside him, served him tea. He took a sip and sighed. It's like a needle against an awn. Young master, do you think this battle will be unexpected? Yin Mei chuckled and massaged his shoulders. Gu Chang'e shook his head and glanced at the ancient existences around him. He said, of course there won't be any surprises. After setting up this situation and causing so many orthodoxies to fall into his trap, how could he allow any accidents to happen? It's the end of the world, it's going to be the end of the world. The peak of the imperial capital was dazzling. It was as if the sky was going to be destroyed. Many young cultivators had never seen such a scene. They were so scared that their faces turned white and could not help but scream. The current scene was too frightening. Yu Tianjing's hair danced wildly in the wind. His methods were shocking, and he directly used the stars in the sky as weapons. Patches of starlight covered the sky and the earth. The sky had completely turned into a sea of stars. All the blazing lights finally gathered into a river and entered the top of his head. Then, it hit Emperor Yu in front of him with overwhelming power. Emperor Yu's expression changed slightly. The secret treasure he took out was almost unable to withstand the power, and it let out creaking sounds. However, he was not an ordinary person. Dragon Chi surged around his body as if it was about to condense. He opened his mouth and roared, shattering all tangible objects. All of the starlight shattered in front of him, turning into ashes. Yu Tianjing is amazing. He has great courage. He hasn't even taken that step, but he can already use celestial bodies like the stars in the sky as weapons in his palm. It's really amazing. Some ancient existences exclaimed. They felt that if Yu Tianjing were to grow a little more, he would definitely be able to enter the realm of Tao attainment and become a peerless existence. Compared to him, Emperor Yu relied too much on the Dragon Chi here. He relied too much on external objects. Your Majesty, there is no need for you to take action. Since he is a remnant, it should be us who take action and kill him. Just as Emperor Yu and Yu Tianjing were about to fight to the death, a few cold voices suddenly sounded in the surrounding darkness. A few blurry figures appeared. They wore black robes and seemed to be hidden in the dark fog. They couldn't be seen clearly. They walked over in large strides, like envoys hidden in the depths of hell. They were emitting shocking killing intent. Even the Tao attainment experts were slightly frightened. Their spirits trembled slightly. They felt that these figures were not simple and their origins were extremely mysterious. Yu Tianyong, you actually arranged for people to hide in the dark. But this is really your shameless style. Seeing this scene, Yu Tianjing, who was fighting Emperor Yu, changed his expression. He didn't expect Emperor Yu to be so sinister. He didn't keep his promise and sent so many experts to hide in the dark. The countless cultivators in the surroundings were also in an uproar. They were extremely shocked. Obviously, they didn't expect that at such a critical moment, there would be people coming to destroy this arranged battle. However, this was Great Yu's imperial capital, so they didn't dare to say anything. So, His Majesty actually arranged such a backup plan. It seems that it's foolproof. We worried too much. Many of Great Yu's ministers were shocked. Then, they reacted. They felt that Emperor Yu had arranged for these people to be foolproof. Although doing so would indeed lose some prestige, as long as they could kill Yu Tianjing, who would dare to say anything? It seems that this old servant worried too much. His Majesty has already arranged for this. The old eunuch, who had been following Emperor Yu, breathed a sigh of relief. For this matter, he specially went to the depths of the clan and asked a few old emperors. In the end, the old emperors said that this was an internal matter of the imperial family. They couldn't interfere and break the rules of the imperial family. Whether it was Yu Tianjing or Emperor Yu, they were both their descendants and had their blood flowing in their veins. As for who became the emperor, it was the same to them. It wouldn't affect their status and identity. However, Emperor Yu, who was fighting Yu Tianjing, frowned. He was also puzzled. Although he was somewhat unscrupulous, he didn't need to go to this extent to deal with Yu Tianjing. Moreover, he was very confident in his own strength. Therefore, he didn't arrange for others to hide in the dark. In his opinion, this should be arranged by the few old emperors of the imperial family. They were worried that something would happen to him. Therefore, he quickly put this matter to the back of his mind and focused on dealing with Yu Tianjing. The sudden appearance of a few black-clothed men instantly rushed over and joined the battle. In an instant, the already chaotic scene became even more blurred. It was also at this moment that the world darkened. A thick fog floated in from nowhere and covered the area. It even began to devour this place. All the cultivators and living beings' expressions changed. They felt that something was wrong. Chills ran all over their bodies and they retreated into the distance. What happened? Where did this fog come from? Is someone going to attack? Many people were shocked and didn't know what was going on. In the highest pavilion, many ancient existences shouted coldly. They reached out with their hands, wanting to disperse the fog. However, in the next moment, a dazzling sword light pierced through the fog. It directly shattered their hands and slashed towards them. How dare you! Some people's expressions changed. They were extremely furious. Their eyes were cold and murderous. They didn't expect that someone would attack at this juncture. However, what made them even more shocked was that the target of these sword lights was actually Gu Chang'e, who was at the side. Young master! Yi Mei exclaimed. Her small face lost color and was a little pale. Oh no, someone is going to attack the heavily injured Gu Chang'e. The great Yu Celestial Dynasty was really bold. They actually dared to do this in front of everyone. Many ancient existences were shocked. They didn't expect that someone would be so bold as to disregard the consequences and kill the heavily injured Gu Chang'e. Their first reaction was that the great Yu Celestial Dynasty did it. After all, those black-clothed men didn't just want to kill Yu Tianzheng, they also wanted to kill Gu Chang'e. If something were to happen to Gu Chang'e, they might be implicated as well and get into trouble. You actually dare to attack me? Gu Chang'e raised his eyebrows slightly, as if he was extremely surprised. He rolled up his sleeves, and the void in front of him trembled and became blurry. Then, the sword lights that were in front of him were all broken into pieces. Begging for fresh flowers. This was a vast and mighty force. It was the miraculous use of the laws of space, and it could sever mountains and rivers and split the universe. These people are really crazy. They don't care about the consequences. Crazy, they're all crazy. The ancient existences all had ugly expressions on their faces. They felt that the situation had become troublesome. After all, no one had a way to clear their suspicions. Who could guarantee that the power behind him didn't make a move against Gu Chang'e? Immediately, someone disappeared from where he was and directly passed through the fog in front of him. He wanted to capture the group of black-clothed people and interrogate them about their origins. This sudden scene was too shocking. Many of the cultivators' faces were still pale, and they felt a lingering fear. They actually dared to attack the heavily injured young Master Chang'e. Could it be that they really intend to kill him at this time? Tonight's matter will definitely shake the entire upper realm. It's hard to imagine. Many cultivators were shocked and had a premonition that something big was about to happen. This fog swept over from an unknown place. It was incomparably dense and contained terrifying laws that could blind the five senses of cultivators. Many people couldn't see the scene in front of them clearly and could only retreat into the distance. I'd like to see who dares to attack me. Gu Chang'e's face seemed to be cold. He looked in the direction where the black-clothed people disappeared, and a strange light flashed in his eyes. Then, he stepped out from the pavilion and quickly chased after them, disappearing into the fog. Clang! The peak of the dynasty was now in chaos. Although Emperor Yu was shocked, he couldn't care less about what was happening around him. He shouted in a low voice, and a light flashed between his eyebrows. A small golden sword about an inch long shot out and slashed towards Yu Tianzheng. It was peerlessly sharp, and thousands of strands of chaotic dragon chi fell. It was extremely terrifying. In the distance, Yu Tianzheng let out a long roar and used the secret technique Gu Chang'e gave him. He began to burn, and his skin, flesh, bones, and blood became bright and dazzling. In particular, a fiery red star bell flew out from between his eyebrows and collided with the path sword. A blazing light exploded between the two and swept in all directions. The surrounding buildings and palaces were reduced to ashes as if they were made of paper. The fog was thick and surging. Everyone had already hidden further away, afraid that they would be affected. They were extremely shocked. Clang! The sound of the yellow bell reverberated through heaven and earth. The fiery red bell shone brightly and quickly enlarged. It hung above Yu Tianjing's head and hummed slowly. This star bell was a quasi-emperor weapon. It was even forming and interweaving emperor patterns. It was extremely terrifying. On the opposite side, Emperor Yu's body was surrounded by imperial qi. He stood with his sword in hand. The path sword that flew out from between his eyebrows was dozens of feet long. He was like an invincible emperor with divine might. This sword was made from the chaotic divine rock and could naturally attract chaotic qi. It was engraved with runes that gathered to Yu's fate. Now, it had turned into a shocking path sword that could cut through anything. He roared and slashed with the chaotic path sword in his hand, sweeping in all directions. At this moment, his hair was flying wildly, and his eyes were terrifying. He was like a human emperor who could devour the universe. Boom! Yu Tianjing spat out blood and flew backward, almost exploding. He could only face it head-on. The bell above his head was also made of divine material. It was made of Daluo silver essence. Although it was not as good as the chaotic path sword, it was still extremely terrifying. Now that he used the secret technique, his entire body was dyed red by the crimson light. It was dazzling. The two of them finally used their most terrifying techniques. They destroyed the void in an instant, turning it into a vacuum. Poof! Yu Tianjing's face turned pale. Even with the path technique that Gu Chang'e gave him, he was no match for the current Emperor Yu. The quasi-emperor weapon cracked, and terrifying cracks appeared. The chaotic path sword was the national weapon of the Yu celestial dynasty. In some ways, it was comparable to an immortal weapon. Although it had not fully recovered, its power was boundless and mysterious. It was difficult to resist. You should understand the difference between you and me. Emperor Yu looked at him coldly. His entire body was glowing. The chaotic path sword was about to slash down and kill Yu Tianjing. Yu Tianjing was covered in blood. He was on the verge of death. He was defeated and looked like a lamp that had run out of oil. He laughed bitterly. He did not expect to be defeated even after using everything he had, including the secret technique that Gu Chang'e gave him. It was not that he was weaker than Emperor Yu, but he was inferior in terms of weapon. However, in the next moment, his eyes widened in disbelief. He even suspected that he had seen wrongly. Young Master Gu, Yu Tianjing was about to lose all hope. However, he did not expect a slender figure to slowly walk over. Although he was in the fog, there was a sense of transcendence. He could not help but cry out. Hope rekindled in his heart. What a piece of trash! Gu Chang'e looked at the defeated Yu Tianjing and shook his head. His eyes were calm and emotionless. It's you. Why are you here? Looking at Gu Chang'e who was walking over, Emperor Yu's expression changed drastically. There was a sense of fear on his face. He was no longer as calm and indifferent as before. He really didn't expect that Gu Chang'e would appear at such a critical moment. Wasn't he seriously injured and was about to be killed? Gu Chang'e had no intention of explaining to him. His eyes were deep and cold. From today onwards, you will have a change of master. Chapter 661. From today onwards, great you will have a new master. Emperor Yu's expression changed drastically. His entire body was filled with coldness, and he felt his limbs turn cold. He stood in the thick fog, not daring to move at all. He looked at Gu Chang'e, who was slowly walking over. His soul seemed to be frozen, and he felt like he was suffocating. It was simply horrifying. Before this, he had never doubted Gu Chang'e, and even wanted his daughter, Wuxia, to get closer to him. However, he never expected that Gu Changa would appear at this moment and say such words. Could it be that those black-clothed men who attacked Gu Changa just now were also arranged by him? Even the matter of him being heavily injured was actually just a disguise to deceive others. Thinking of these things, Emperor Yu's scalp went numb, and he couldn't help but tremble. Even as the master of the everlasting celestial dynasty, he was also terrified. What kind of terrifying method was this to secretly control everything? I didn't expect that the one behind you was actually Gu Changa. It seems that the recent chaos was all because of you. You're the mastermind behind the scenes. You actually hid so deeply. I really didn't expect. Gu Changa, you're the biggest disaster in this world. After all, Emperor Yu wasn't an ordinary person. After laughing bitterly, he quickly calmed himself down and looked at Yu Tianjing and Gu Changa. He knew that with Gu Changa's character, since he dared to appear so openly, he definitely had nothing to fear and wasn't worried that he would escape. In tonight's battle, he probably wouldn't survive. Gu Changa's strength was so strong that he could even fight against the will of the heavenly Tao that was close to immortal. Killing him was as easy as flipping his hand. Unless he could completely awaken the nation armament in his hand, there was no way he could contend against Gu Changa. Looks like you're not stupid. Great, you should have been handed over to me long ago. Yu Tianjing quickly swallowed a few divine medicines to recover his injuries. His body shone brightly, and his aura quickly recovered. He couldn't help but sneer. Gu Changa appeared here. In his opinion, everything was a foregone conclusion. There would not be any accidents. Even if Emperor Yu still had a lot of tricks up his sleeve, he would still die here, his blood splattering across the sky. You've really taken refuge with Gu Changa a long time ago. Are you planning to hand over Great Yu's territory to him? Hearing those words, Emperor Yu's face was filled with rage. His tone was somewhat resentful, but more than that, it was filled with unwillingness. If not for Gu Changa's interference in this battle, he would have already killed Yu Tianjing by now. Why would there be so many problems? In the end, all of this was because he was too stupid. He was played in the palm of Gu Changa's hand and did not know that Gu Changa was plotting against him. Gu Changa's eyes were deep and cold. He gently shook his head and said, "Do you want to commit suicide, or do you want me to do it?" He should have believed Fei Ya's words a long time ago. Emperor Yu's expression was unsightly. He was very regretful as he recalled Yu Fei Ya's warning to be careful of Gu Changa. Since Gu Changa was pretending to be heavily injured, then the things that happened in the Sword Profound world were probably a lot of secrets. How the Daos of various races were buried had also become a mystery. It's useless to say more. Today, I'll kill you. No one can save you today. Yu Tianjing roared furiously. The blood and qi in his body burned and boiled again. Endless runes appeared as he was about to attack Emperor Yu again. Boom! This place exploded once again. The boundless fluctuations were simply like a reenactment of this world. Kill! I'll fight it out with you today. Emperor Yu knew that he would not be able to escape death today. With a roar, endless blood light rushed out. He planned to use all his strength to revive the Tao suppressing sword. The endless sword light seemed to split open the darkness and spread out, directly slashing towards the sky. In the depths of the sky, chaotic dragon qi filled the air. The Tao sword emitted endless light. Its edge was faintly discernible, rising and falling. It was like the qi of the sovereign that suppressed the creation of heaven and earth. It descended, wanting to protect Emperor Yu. This was the great Yu celestial dynasty's nation treasure. Its refinement was extremely special and was not inferior to immortal artifacts. Now, the deity within was awakened by Emperor Yu's blood. It was brilliant and covered the surroundings. It was about to come out, kill all enemies, and suppress the world. Buzz! However, in the next moment, an ancient and mysterious rune flew out from the void. The power of the great Tao filled the air. It was like a sky-devouring black hole, directly causing the nation-suppressing sword to tremble. The movement of the deity that was about to awaken also gradually subsided. What exactly is this? Emperor Yu was horrified. His voice was filled with fear. No matter what method he used, it was futile to awaken the deity within. This method was simply mysterious and unimaginable. Looks like you're about to die, and you're still thinking of resisting. You don't know the difference between life and death. Gu Changa's voice was cold. He raised his palm and extended it. His eyes were deep and seemed to contain a vast galaxy, bottomless. The void in front of him suddenly collapsed. Endless astral winds rushed out, and chaotic light exploded, shattering all tangible things. Yu Tianjing felt a chill all over his body. He felt that he was as insignificant as dust. If he did not dodge, he would definitely be shocked to death by the aftermath of this palm. Was this Gu Changa's true strength? He was incomparably terrified. He deeply understood what despair was. Ah, Emperor Yu's courage was torn apart. He roared angrily. Billions of strands of dragon chi circled around him. The sea of laws was boiling, and the pattern on the sleeve of his robe was about to awaken. It was an ancient treasure that was about to appear to resist this attack. However, facing Gu Changa's palm, it was still powerless and pale. It collapsed in an instant, turning into dust that filled the sky. This was an absolute suppression and gap, like the difference between immortals and mortals. Boom! The sky was filled with bloody light, but it was quickly engulfed by the surrounding fog, and was annihilated. Emperor Yu was incomparably desperate. Under this palm, even if he used all his means, he would still explode into pieces. His body and soul would be destroyed. Even his divine soul was turned into ashes and no longer existed. As the master of the great Yu celestial dynasty, he had many life-saving treasures. Especially with the protection of the national suppressing sword, he was in an invincible position. Unfortunately, he encountered Gu Changa. This battle was already destined, and there would not be the slightest accident. Thank you for your help, young Master Gu. Yu Tianjing's face was red because of excitement. His whole body was trembling non-stop. Although he did not personally kill Emperor Yu, to personally witness the death of Emperor Yu in front of him, this was already enough for him. After so many years of hatred, it finally came to an end. Gu Changa, on the other hand, did not show much of a change in expression. Casually killing Emperor Yu would not have any effect on him. Apart from the influence of his identity, it was actually no different from crushing an ant. Although Emperor Yu had the national suppressing sword, he was still a quasi-emperor and had not stepped into the ranks of the Tao. Don't let me down for the rest of the matter. Gu Changa glanced at Yu Tianjing indifferently. His figure quickly disappeared, as if he had never appeared. The chaos of the great Yu celestial dynasty was only the beginning, and he was only secretly promoting everything. With Emperor Yu's death, there would be endless disasters everywhere. It was also an opportunity for Yu Tianjing to establish his power and take control of all directions. Apart from Yu Tianjing, no one knew what had happened tonight, and even less that Emperor Yu had died tragically at his hands. To the outside world, Gu Changa was currently injured and was even attacked by an unknown black-clothed man. How could it be related to the matter of killing Emperor Yu? No one would make any guesses about him. Young Master Gu, please rest assured. Leave the rest to me. Yu Tianjing nodded seriously and said in the direction that Gu Changa had left. Then, he fervently glanced at the many things left in front of him. With Emperor Yu's death, the national suppressing sword and other items left behind naturally fell into his hands. After all, he and Emperor Yu cultivated the same cultivation technique, so he could naturally control this sword. Therefore, other cultivators, even those who had attained the Tao, could forget about taking away the national weapon of the great Yu celestial dynasty. Gu Changa would definitely not take these things away. On one hand, he did not lack them. On the other hand, if he took these things away, it would very likely expose that he was the culprit. The disadvantages outweighed the advantages, and the losses outweighed the gains. That's for the best. It seems that those black-clothed men were arranged by young Master Gu. This way, it will help me. Many people will definitely guess that it was arranged by Emperor Yu. The dead tell no tales. Yu Tianjing's gaze slowly swept through the fog below with a cold smile on his face. The ripples of the battle here had long been wiped out by Gu Chang'e. Therefore, even if those who had attained the Tao used a secret technique to trace back, they would not be able to find anything. This way, it would give everyone the misconception that he had used some kind of terrifying method to kill Emperor Yu. Chi, the fog was still spreading in all directions, surging and tumbling violently. No one knew where it came from, but it covered the sky of the imperial capital, blinding the five senses of the cultivators. At this time, even those who had attained the Tao could not see the scene clearly, and they were inexplicably shocked. The other cultivators had long felt that they had fallen into darkness, and they could not see their own fingers in front of them. They only wanted to escape far away, and they had no idea what was happening. However, when Emperor Yu fell, there was still a strange phenomenon, and a rain of blood fell from the depths of the sky. Many terrifying scenes were reflected in the sky above Great Yu. Gods and demons wept together, immortals and Buddhas kowtowed, and the stars were destroyed and the moon sank. As the emperor of this generation of Great Yu, his life was closely related to the fate and faith of the billions of cultivators in the Great Yu celestial dynasty. The implications were simply unimaginable. At this moment, countless cultivators in the imperial capital were stunned, and they even suspected that what they were seeing was an illusion. All the princes and princesses were also stunned, and their heads buzzed. This, how is this possible? Did His Majesty fall? Some of the ministers who had regained their senses were stunned, and their voices were trembling with fear and sadness. They could not believe that all this was real. In their opinion, there was no suspense in this battle, and even Emperor Yu could easily kill Yu Tianjing. Moreover, Emperor Yu had a backup plan. How could he fall? For a moment, the imperial capital of Great Yu was filled with cries of grief. No one dared to believe that their invincible emperor had fallen in this battle, killed by his competitor of hundreds of years. His life and death were gone, and his body and soul were destroyed. Many people were crying out in extreme sorrow, and some of them almost fainted. The cultivators of the various orthodoxies were also shocked, and their emotions were incomparably complicated. Who would have thought that the result of this battle would be like this? How could Imperial Father have fallen? This is impossible. Euphemia's face was pale, and her 5 fingers were clenched so tightly that a crisp sound was heard. Emperor Yu was extremely selfish, and only valued the interests of the imperial family, and used her as a bargaining chip. However, he was still her father. Now that he had fallen, it made her dizzy, and she almost lost her balance. Chapter 662. This night was destined to not be a peaceful one for the Great Yu celestial dynasty. Emperor Yu's death was felt by the heavens and earth. An endless rain of blood fell from the sky, bringing with it endless sorrow and death. In the imperial capital, all the cultivators and living beings were crying. They couldn't believe that this was real. Emperor Yu was the master of the Great Yu celestial dynasty. He had billions of dragon qi in his body, and his strength was unimaginable. How could he have fallen here? However, this was the truth. It happened in front of everyone, and it couldn't be changed. At this time, many forces and orthodoxies felt that something unexpected had happened. Otherwise, with Emperor Yu's means and strength, he wouldn't have died so easily. However, the fog in the Great Yu celestial dynasty was so thick that everyone couldn't see their surroundings clearly. Some of the older generation tried to deduce the origin of the fog, but they suffered a backlash in the next moment. Their expressions changed drastically, and they spat out blood. They were sent flying, and their souls were almost destroyed. Unbelievable, who set this up and attacked the great Celestial dynasty? If we investigate, it will cause great terror and destroy both body and soul. The faces of those from the older generation were pale, and they were filled with terror and lingering fear. They really didn't dare to imagine who had the guts to scheme against the great Celestial dynasty, which was immortal and ancient, since it had existed until now. The great Celestial dynasty will probably be in chaos during this period. The higher-ups of various orthodoxies sighed softly. They planned to leave this place before the water was muddy. 17-inch Yu Tianyong is already dead. You should give up. At this time, a loud laugh rang through the sky. At the peak of the imperial capital, Yu Tianjing walked out slowly with blood on his body and disheveled hair. Although he was heavily injured, his aura frightened everyone, and they couldn't help but retreat. The nation-suppressing sword is in his hands. A minister recognized the Chaos Daoist sword in Yu Tianjing's hand and said with a trembling voice. This was the great Celestial dynasty's nation-suppressing weapon. It was formed by gathering fate and faith, and it could suppress the dynasty's foundation. If it was fully recovered, it could overturn millions of miles of territory. Such a nation-suppressing weapon could only be used by the master of the great Celestial dynasty. Now that it had fallen into Yu Tianjing's hands, it clearly explained the situation of that battle. This caused many cultivators who held the last strand of hope in their hearts to turn pale and lose, completely extinguishing that strand of hope. If Emperor Yu hadn't fallen, how would he allow this weapon to land in Yu Tianjing's hands? Kill him and avenge his majesty. In front of the imperial capital, there were ministers whose eyes were red as they roared in anger. They ordered their subordinates behind them to take action and kill Yu Tianjing. In another direction, a large number of soldiers also appeared. Their silver armor was dazzling, and they were like celestial soldiers and generals. They surged over with murderous intent. At this moment, the entire Great Yu Empire was in complete chaos. There were shouts and murderous cries everywhere. Even some of the princes could not help but roar as they stepped forward, wanting to avenge their father. However, Yu Tianjing had clearly anticipated all of this. With a cold laugh, he crushed the jade talisman in his hand. Outside the imperial capital, shouts of war resounded into the heavens. The great army that had arrived a long time ago stirred on divine rainbows and great mists as they rushed over. They were like an unstoppable flood as they engulfed everything. Apart from that, the backup plan that Yu Tianjing had set up over the years was finally revealed. Many of Emperor Yu's loyal subjects, in the eyes of many, turned against him at this moment, killing the many soldiers within the imperial capital. Such a scene shocked everyone. Emperor Yu is dead. A new emperor should be appointed. Emperor Yu has lost his virtue. We should support the new emperor. Many ministers shouted. Even a general who was in charge of the military had secretly pledged allegiance to Yu Tianjing. For a moment, there were battles and killings everywhere. No one was spared. Some cultivators and living beings who did not manage to escape in time were also swept in. Why is the imperial court's formation runes and restrictions not activated? At this moment, Wuxia and the others who were standing in front of the imperial palace finally realized an extremely serious matter. Their expressions changed drastically. Since the great Yu Celestial dynasty had existed until now, there were countless formation runes and restrictions engraved in the imperial capital. Because of the existence of these formation runes and restrictions, even if the other imperishable orthodoxies attacked, the imperial capital could be said to be impregnable. However, today, all of the formation runes and restrictions seem to have fallen silent. It seems that he has been preparing all of this for a long time. The person in charge of maintaining the formation runes has also pledged allegiance to him. How could Yu Tianjing have such a method? There must be someone else behind him. Wuxia's expression turned cold as she came to a realization. While the imperial capital of the great Yu Celestial dynasty was in chaos due to the great battle, The ultimate powerhouses of various orthodoxies who were chasing after the men in black also sensed that something was amiss and stopped where they were. This place was already outside the boundaries of the imperial capital of the great Yu celestial dynasty. It was a desolate place with stars hanging high in the sky. The vast galaxy surged, and the surroundings were filled with fog. In the sky, one could even see the stars moving slowly, and there was a majestic aura fluctuating. This was a desolate galaxy, and there were many uninhabited planets around it that lacked vitality. Why do I feel like something is wrong? Those men in black fled really quickly. I can't even catch up to them. An ultimate powerhouse from the heavenly Emperor Mountain frowned as he stood in the sky. With his strength as a Taoist, it was easy for him to cross the galaxy with just a single step. However, he lost track of those men in black very quickly. He had no idea where they had fled to. This kind of speed really made him surprised and bewildered. After cultivating for millions of years, his intuition was very accurate, and it had even saved his life a few times. Hence, he quickly sensed that something was amiss. Those men in black were obviously going to take Yu Tianzheng's life, but why did they start to flee after killing Gu Chang'e? If they were real assassins, even if they failed to kill and fled, they would not have left behind such a big commotion. It was as if they were purposely luring them to come here and kill them. Oh no, we've fallen into their trap. The ultimate powerhouse from the heavenly Emperor Mountain's expression changed, and an endless chill suddenly appeared. The real purpose of this group of men in black was perhaps not to kill Gu Chang'e, but to use this opportunity to draw all of them out. As for the purpose of luring us out, could it be that they want to ambush and kill us? The ultimate powerhouse from the heavenly Emperor Mountain quickly figured it all out. His boundless divine sense swept out like a surging ocean, about to drown this galaxy. Seems like there are still smart people, you actually sensed it. A faint voice suddenly rang out in this silent star field. It's you, how is that possible? Weren't you heavily injured? The expression of the ultimate powerhouse from the heavenly Emperor Mountain changed again. His eyes widened as he looked in that direction in disbelief, revealing a bit of fear. A man in white slowly walked over, neither fast nor slow. His sparkling hair casually draped over his shoulders, his eyes were like the sea, his body was as clear as jade, and he could be described as an immortal. It was Gu Chang'e. His walking speed was not fast, but the space seemed to shrink under his feet. In an instant, he crossed the endless mountains and seas. So that's how it is. You are not injured at all. Everything was arranged by you. The ultimate powerhouse from the heavenly Emperor Mountain stared at the flawless man in front of him, his voice trembling slightly. It was completely different from the pale and weak appearance from before. The current Gu Chang'e was extraordinary, his skin was like jade, and his appearance was flawless, causing all the women in the heavens to be jealous. His figure was tall, his black hair danced in the wind, and his entire body flowed with treasure light. His entire body was one with the universe, as if he was standing in the endless celestial domain. This appearance, no matter how one looked at it, didn't look like he was injured. The ultimate powerhouse from the heavenly Emperor Mountain felt extremely vigilant and uneasy. Of course I am not injured. In this world, there is no one who can injure me. Gu Chang'e's expression did not change. He only shook his head lightly. The person behind Yu Tianzheng is also you. The chaos into you this time was all arranged by you. Those black-clothed men are also your subordinates. Did you deliberately lure us out? The ultimate powerhouse from the heavenly Emperor Mountain felt a chill run down his spine. When he heard this, he instantly understood many things. His voice couldn't help but tremble. Ever since he achieved the Tao, he hadn't felt such fear for a long time. How ambitious and scheming did he have to be to dare to do such a thing? One had to know that they were Tao achievers, existences who stood at the peak of the upper realm. How could they be toyed with in the palm of his hand? It's not too late for you to understand now. Gu Chang'e smiled. The expression in his eyes was as if he was looking at a dead person. Why did you do this? Are you not willing to accept that after this matter is exposed, you will become the enemy of the entire world? The ultimate powerhouse from the heavenly Emperor Mountain was filled with fear. He couldn't help but shout sternly, even if you are the future master of the Gu clan, you can't fight against all the orthodoxies by yourself. Since I dared to do this, I am naturally not willing to accept that this matter will be exposed. Moreover, to me, being the enemy of the entire world is just as so. Gu Chang'e was still smiling lightly, his expression was very natural. You, the ultimate powerhouse from the heavenly Emperor Mountain, was terrified, as if he was looking at an unimaginable monster. It just so happens that I am lacking a few puppets of the Tao Achiever realm. You came at the right time. Gu Chang'e shook his head and explained his purpose. With his current strength, it was easy for him to split a few strands of his soul, control a few cultivators, and then disguise them as black-clothed men to create this chaos. Chapter 663. Gu Chang'e did not kill this supreme expert of the heavenly Emperor Mountain. Instead, he destroyed his soul and refined it into a puppet. This process was very smooth, without the slightest obstruction. Although the other party tried his best to escape, in front of Gu Chang'e, there was no other possibility. He was quickly captured. Although this puppet's strength was greatly reduced, it was still in existence at the level of Tao attainment. For cultivators who had not stepped into this realm, it was still a terrifying mountain that was difficult to contend against. They could be destroyed with a raise of their palm. After doing all this, Gu Chang'e stepped out of this star field to find the other Tao attainment experts who were following him. Very quickly, in another desolate star domain, he found a Tao enlightened cultivator from the myriad Tao sacred mountain and refined him into a puppet. In another area, someone was deducing the secrets of heaven and sensed that something was wrong. His expression changed drastically and he tried to escape. However, after Gu Chang'e reached his current realm, his strength was terrifying, and his spiritual sense was even more terrifying. In just an instant, he understood his intentions. He broke through thousands of miles of space and chased after him. The other party was terrified and kept begging for mercy, wanting to live. However, Gu Chang'e's expression did not change at all as he annihilated the fluctuations of his soul. After half a day, he already had 5 Tao attainment level puppets in his hands. According to his true realm, Gu Chang'e was about to enter the late stage of Tao attainment. The origin of ordinary Tao attainment experts no longer had much effect on him. Other than some special world origin, chaos origin, absolute beginning origin. Only the origin of remnant immortals and cultivators of higher realms were useful to him. Therefore, the greatest value of these people was to refine them into puppets. The annihilation of the souls of the Tao attainment experts of various clans is a big matter. I'm afraid that after the news spreads, endless waves will be stirred up in the upper realm again. This matter will cause me a lot of trouble. However, there is a solution to all of this. Before Gu Chang'e left this place, an inexplicable expression flashed across his eyes as many thoughts flashed through his mind. Taking advantage of this chaos, he might be able to make the upper realm even more chaotic. The calamity of the Yin heaven, the inheritor of the demonic arts, the immortal path was about to appear. It just so happens that my inner universe is almost complete. Perhaps it's time for the dark celestial court to descend. Gu Chang'e's eyes were calm as he slowly left. In an instant, he traveled thousands of miles and appeared in another place. His soul consciousness scanned the sky and passed many ancient planets. He then noticed a Tao attainment realm expert in Primordial Lake was still following his trail. Immediately, he flicked his sleeve and summoned the 3 Tao attainment puppets that he had refined. They charged towards that region of stars to intercept and kill that person. That life-ancient star was vast and full of vitality. There were trillions of living beings living there. The surrounding ancient forests were lush and tall, incomparably verdant. Many sects and forces stood in great numbers, exuding a desolate and ancient air. However, in Gu Chang'e's perception, the strongest expert on this ancient life star was only at the Supreme Being realm, and had not even stepped into the Quasi-Emperor realm. Of course, there were many life ancient stars like this in the upper realm. They were as numerous as the sands of the Ganges. It was not surprising that the strongest expert strength was only at the Supreme Being realm. Not all forces and sects had Tao attainment realm experts. At this moment, outside this life ancient star, a slender woman in a green dress was frowning. There was a terrifying vision in her eyes. She quickly rushed over and scanned the surroundings with her soul consciousness. She looked very young, but from the vicissitudes of life she revealed, she had definitely cultivated for more than 1,000,000 years. As a Tao attainment realm expert in Primordial Lake, her original form was not that of a human. Instead, she was a green radish divine spirit that was created by heaven and earth. She had been nurtured for hundreds of thousands of years and had the strength of a supreme being as soon as she took form. After millions of years of bitter cultivation, she finally stepped into the ranks of Tao attainment realm experts. To put it bluntly, as a divine spirit, she had been blessed by heaven and earth since she was young, and had gathered a lot of luck. There were even rumors in the upper realm that if a cultivator attacked a divine spirit, he would encounter misfortune and even be punished by heaven. Not to mention that the divine spirit was extremely powerful and had terrifying talents. Ordinary cultivators were no match for them at all. Therefore, many people would stay as far away as possible when they saw a divine spirit being born. They did not want to be contaminated by its aura and karma. I, Celestial Master Green Radish, have been unhindered for millions of years. Now, I can't even track down a few men in black. If this spreads, it will be a disgrace. The eyes of the woman in the green dress were cold. Her soul consciousness was vast and majestic. She did not conceal it as it swept across the many life ancient stars below. As a Tao attainment realm expert, she had chased after a group of men in black. Now, she had lost them, which made her very angry. Although there were life ancient stars below, she had always been unscrupulous and domineering, so she did not care at all. Immediately, a terrifying pressure shrouded down, trying to find some auras or traces. Boom! This terrifying energy fluctuation swept over the entire life ancient star in just a blink of an eye. The sky and earth were turned upside down. The sun and the moon trembled. Large patches of clouds were shattered. Almost all the cultivators and living beings were alarmed and trembling. Their divine souls were frightened, and their faces were pale. They could not understand why such a terrifying Tao attainment realm expert would come here. The strongest experts of various forces and sects were startled. They flew to the sky with fear on their faces. Many quasi-supreme existences who had been in seclusion were also shocked. They woke up from their seclusion and rushed to the sky, extremely worried and uneasy. Greetings, Senior. May I ask what brings you here? No one dared to breathe too loudly. They could only ask Celestial Master Green Radish cautiously, worried that they would offend a Tao attainment realm expert. Have you seen a group of men in black running towards this place? I'm looking for their tracks. Celestial Master Green Radish asked with a cold expression. Although she was a woman, the pressure she carried was like an abyss that made people tremble in fear. Hearing this, all the experts on this life ancient star were stunned. They then realized that this Tao attainment realm expert in front of them was chasing after someone. They immediately let out a long sigh of relief. Reporting to Senior, we did not see any men in black running towards this place. Immediately, they all reported what they had seen and heard with a serious expression. They did not dare to lie or conceal anything. If they did not run towards this place, where did they run to? Celestial Master Green Radish frowned even more. She did not think that this group of people in front of her would dare to lie to her. Moreover, if they were lying to her, she would be able to see through it with a single glance. Therefore, she could not figure out where that group of men in black had run to. They had actually hidden from everyone's perception. Senior, the men in black you are looking for, are they that group of people? At this moment, an old man's voice suddenly trembled slightly. He seemed to be extremely frightened as he looked into the sky. Almost at the same time, Celestial Master Green Radish's expression changed dramatically. She was in disbelief. She felt a terrifying pressure sweep over. It was as if mountains were collapsing and the world was collapsing. The entire world was trembling. Whoosh! Terrifying whistling sounds were like mountains and rivers bursting their banks, flooding over to this place. 3 blurry figures stood in the black fog outside the star domain. They coldly looked in this direction like demon gods slaughtering the heavens. It's them. Celestial Master Green Radish's pupils constricted. Judging from this aura, it was definitely the group of men in black who had ambushed them in the imperial capital. She really did not expect this group of people to be so bold. Not only did they not run away, but they actually came here to kill her. The strength of this group of men in black was also beyond her expectations. 3 Dao attainment experts. If they fight, this aura will definitely destroy all life stars in the vicinity. Seeing this, all the cultivators on this ancient life star trembled in fear. They felt that a great battle would definitely break out soon. For everyone, it was a terrible disaster. The shockwaves of a battle between Dao attainment experts were absolutely destructive. They could destroy a star domain and break a star river with a wave of their hand. At that time, not to mention their own ancient life stars, even the surrounding ancient life stars would be destroyed. They would not be able to withstand the shockwaves of a battle between Dao attainment experts. Listen to the Lord's order and kill her. At this time, the 3 men in black walked over from the sky. Black fog surged on their bodies. Their eyes were cold and emotionless as they charged toward Celestial Master Green Radish. Damn it, they really are Dao attainment experts. Celestial Master Green Radish's expression changed slightly. She felt that this was a tricky situation. She did not expect these 3 to be Dao attainment experts. Previously in the imperial capital of Great Yu, she only felt that this group of men in black was extremely strange and could not see through them. However, now that things had come to this, if she fled, they would most likely catch up. The only way was to use the shockwaves of the battle to alert the other Dao attainment experts who were chasing after this group of men in black and have them come here to help. Boom! Thinking of this, Celestial Master Green Radish did not dare to be careless. Green light gushed out of her body. Endless sword light intertwined and condensed in the void, turning into a terrifying wave like a vast sea that charged toward the 3 men in black. An unimaginable battle instantly broke out here. In the vast sky, great stars were collapsing one after another. In the end, they exploded into dust and were annihilated by these shockwaves. Teleporting from one place to another was like traversing space and time. Her entire body was emitting a brilliant light, and her powerful aura was intimidating. She fought against the 3 Dao attainment experts. At first, she was not at a disadvantage. She transformed into a green lightning bolt that pierced through the void and launched an earth-shattering battle. This was the collision of Dao skills, the evolution of laws, accompanied by rumbling thunder. Black fog overflowed into the sky. Endless blazing light shot out from their bodies. Dao laws intertwined, causing the stars and moon to dim. Powerful shockwaves rose and fell like a Wang-yang, vast and boundless. However, this situation did not last long. Soon, Celestial Master Green Radish was at a disadvantage. She kept coughing blood, and too many cracks appeared on her body as if she was about to explode. She was not a match for the 3 at all. Impossible, her face was filled with fear and regret. She felt that the 3 men in black in front of her were not weaker than her in a one-on-one battle. Under a full-force siege, any Dao attainment expert would die. Where did this black-clothed man come from? Boom! Streaks of spear light pierced through, as if splitting open the universe. A large black hand swept across the sky, slapping her into pieces. She kept coughing blood, and even her Tao attainment artifact had cracks on it. This was a terrifying scene. Boom! All the surrounding planets exploded. Some ancient planets that gave birth to life were also turned to dust under the shockwaves. 10 billion cultivators and living beings were vaporized before they could even scream. The surrounding cultivators on the ancient planets were terrified to the extreme, as if doomsday had arrived. When Tao attainment experts fought, even a wisp of aftershock could shatter planets and evaporate galaxies. Ordinary cultivators would even have their divine souls instantly turned to dust. At this moment, countless cultivators and living beings were praying and wailing, hoping that someone could stop this battle and save them. You don't know what's good for you. How dare you chase after the dark heavenly court? You're courting death, a black-robed figure said coldly, his eyes emotionless. Dark heavenly court. What is that? Am I going to die here? Celestial Master Green Radish was surrounded by 3 people. Her body was crumbling, and she could no longer maintain her original state. At this time, she had already fallen into despair. She felt that her soul fire had weakened and would extinguish at any time. Moreover, there was no hope at all. She did not see any living beings or cultivators coming to save her. She was extremely regretful. If she had known, she would not have chased after the black-robed men. Chapter 664. Boom! Spear light swept across heaven and earth, seemingly descending from a distant latitude. It turned into a vast river of stars that swept across the sky, destroying everything. In this stellar domain, a terrifying great black hand stretched across, slapping down. Raging waves roared, endless and endless. 3 black-robed figures stood at the end of heaven and earth, continuously killing Empyrean Green Luo. Their methods were cruel, and there was no emotion in their eyes. This was a world-shaking battle. The terrifying shockwaves destroyed heaven and earth, destroying all the stars and continents in the surroundings. Large areas of life ancient stars were turned into dust under the shockwaves. The cultivators and creatures living on them did not have time to escape and were destroyed in body and soul. It was not an exaggeration to say that all life was in misery and suffering. There were howls and despair everywhere. Cough cough cough, a rain of blood poured down, drowning the sky. Empyrean Green Luo fought against the 3 mysterious black-robed figures. Her body was torn, and her soul fire was dim. She was on the verge of death. The upper realm had been peaceful for too long. Even though the various imperishable orthodoxies and supreme sects had Tao attainments, they were all apprehensive and did not dare to casually make a move. During this period of time, apart from the encirclement of the red-robed demoness from the fiend burial abyss and the longevity battle between the Purple Mansion and the longevity Gu family, there had rarely been such a world-shaking battle between so many Tao attainments. In the eyes of many cultivators, Tao attainments were invincible existences. They looked down on the world like gods, sweeping through the ages. But today, 3 incomparably terrifying black-robed Tao attainments surrounded Empyrean Green Luo, wanting to kill her here. This scene alarmed too many cultivators who sensed the shockwaves here and quickly rushed over. Everyone was stunned in place. Their bodies were cold, and they did not dare to move. There were even quasi-supreme existences among them, but they were too far away and did not dare to approach, fearing that they would be killed by the shockwaves. What exactly is going on? Why are there 3 powerful black-robed Tao enlightened cultivators ganging up on one person? Is the upper realm going to fall into chaos again? Someone's voice trembled, containing great fear. They felt that this was too inconceivable. Perhaps in the near future, there would be a terrifying chaos in the upper realm. All the orthodoxies would be swept in. Ordinary cultivators would not be able to escape and would be turned into ashes. Thinking of this, everyone couldn't help but tremble in fear. Empyrean Green Luo fell into despair. She couldn't help but cry out, her entire body shining. Endless Tao laws and divine multicolored light shone brilliantly, displaying the most powerful Tao methods and divine abilities, wishing to survive. However, their opponents were truly too terrifying. The three of them joined forces at 517, and they could fight any person who had achieved the Tao. Endless radiance surged. Chaotic energy rushed out from this place, drowning over, directly destroying this stellar domain. I can't accept this. Heavenly Venerable Lu Luo's eyes were filled with unwillingness and despair when she saw the three of them charging toward her and about to kill her soul light. Boom! But at this moment, a clear sword light flashed over from afar. It seemed to have split open the universe and divided the four poles of the world. All of the attacks were cut down by this one sword and were annihilated in the void, as if they had never appeared. Such a scene instantly alarmed everyone. Many cultivators around, including the living beings on the ancient life planets, couldn't help but open their eyes wide in shock, looking in the direction where the sword light had come from. That is. Someone's face was filled with disbelief. His eyes widened and his voice trembled. It's young Master Chang'e. It's actually young Master Chang'e. It's him who has come to save us. Someone recognized the figure that had appeared and couldn't help but shout out in excitement. They felt that the fluctuations of the great battle here had alarmed Gu Chang'e, causing him to appear and save everyone. A slender figure in white was rushing over from the other end of the stellar domain. There was a terrifying vision surging in the depths of his eyes. Stars were collapsing, mountains and seas were collapsing. It's you, one of the three black-clothed figures looked over. There seemed to be a change of emotion in his cold eyes, and his voice was not as calm as before. Young Master Chang'e, please save me. I will definitely repay you generously. Seeing the person who had appeared, Emperor Green Luo, who had fallen into despair, was stunned at first. She couldn't believe it, but then her face was filled with surprise and excitement as she shouted. She had never thought that at this time, someone would actually appear and block these attacks for her with a single sword. Moreover, it was Gu Chang'e. Gu Chang'e was an existence who could contend against the immortal realm will of the heavenly Tao. With his help, she would definitely be able to turn this danger into safety and escape. Thinking of this, the flames of hope ignited in the heart of the despairing Emperor Green Luo. It seems that I'm not too late. Gu Chang'e frowned as he looked at the scene of utter misery and suffering, his expression somewhat solemn. Without hesitation, he stepped over from the other end of the stellar domain. Time swirled beneath his feet, as if the river of time was flowing away from him. Why haven't you all stopped yet? You truly deserve to die for harming life and disregarding all life. Gu Chang'e's eyes were cold as he brandished his sword and attacked. Chi, 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 in an instant, terrifying sword lights slashed out, causing many of the surrounding meteors to crumble to dust. All the laws and order were severed. He appeared, holding a dazzling sword in his hand. It was like autumn water, incomparably clear but containing a peerless sharpness. As the sword lights slashed out, dazzling like lightning that pierced through the heavens, the expressions of the three black-robed figures changed slightly. They had no choice but to resist, displaying all sorts of tyrannical methods and Tao arts, not daring to underestimate him. Could it be that you still want to rely on your own strength to stop us? Beside them was a great black fog that floated up and down. It was as if they were ancient great worlds that were being pushed forward. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Emperor Green Luo activated a secret technique. Her entire body's chi and blood seemed to burn as she quickly fled into the distance. She swallowed a large amount of recovery divine medicines, not daring to be involved in this terrifying battle again. She was already at the end of her rope and had no more strength to help Gu Chang'e. Young Lord Chang'e, be careful. These three are all Tao enlightened experts and cannot be underestimated. She couldn't help but shout out. Although she was very confident in Gu Chang'e's strength, she suddenly remembered that Gu Chang'e's source was damaged, and he was in a heavily injured state. Your source is already injured, yet you still dare to come here and throw away your life. Today, we'll kill you here and solve a great problem for the Lord. A black-robed figure stood in the sky, coldly speaking. He stared at the incoming Wuxia, his eyes cold and merciless. Don't waste words with him. Quickly finish him off while he's heavily injured. We can't let him continue to grow. In the future, he will only ruin the Lord's plans. The other two black-robed figures also showed no mercy. As they spoke, terrifying phenomena that overflowed into the heavens appeared. Like a long river worshipping the heavens, tombstones appeared one after another, crossing the sky and smashing towards Wuxia. Endless brilliance erupted once more, as if the world was collapsing. Boundless chaotic energy wrapped around all sorts of laws and order, falling down and covering everything. Various supreme Tao techniques evolved, peerless divine weapons interweaved, and peerless celestial mountains rose and fell. Huge stars were touched by the aftershocks, constantly turning into dust and vanishing into thin air. 3 Tao attainments, where did you come from? Wuxia stepped forward, and there seemed to be billions of sword lights interweaving around him, turning into a vast sea of swords, covering the sky and the sun. The 3 black-robed Tao attainments also displayed their supreme techniques, forcefully shaking the sky and breaking apart the sea of swords. Wuxia released a clear roar. His body turned into endless light, turning into a surging divine sword that cut down in all directions. It was as resplendent as a streak of lightning, tearing apart the black starry sky. It was incomparably dazzling. All the surrounding cultivators saw this scene. They were incomparably excited, but at the same time worried. Many people knew that Wuxia was not in good condition now, and there were rumors everywhere that he was injured. Now, in front of him, there were 3 Tao attainments. Could he stop this disaster and save the surrounding ancient stars? Now that your strength is greatly damaged, are you still a match for the 3 of us? One of the black-robed men shouted coldly. Dark divine light surged around his body, burning fiercely like a demonic furnace, releasing a sea of blood energy and boundless divine force. You'll know when you try. Wuxia's eyes were cold, containing ice-cold killing intent, engulfing the sky, shattering this star field. An unimaginable great battle erupted here again, endless radiance gushing out, blazing and brilliant, as if it could pierce through the universe. Hong Long. Wuxia used a forbidden Tao technique, his entire body shining brilliantly, his hair like a river of stars, draped in chaotic energy, as if his body had turned into an eternal sacred furnace. His aura devoured mountains and rivers, his head of black hair fluttering, drawing out endless Tao trajectories, extraordinary, mysterious and unfathomable. At this moment, every movement of his became its own heavenly law, merging with the Tao. With a clear roar, large amounts of meteors were turned into fine powder. With a shake of his arm, this river of stars was destroyed, chaotic energy flowing in reverse towards the sky, blazing radiance sweeping out, the universe trembling, the stars and moon losing their light. The 3 black-robed figures coughed out blood and were sent flying backwards, as if they were about to be sent flying out of this star field. So this is young Master Chang'e. What terrifying strength! I've never seen him fight before, so I had no idea he was so strong. As expected of an existence that can contend with the will of the heavenly Tao. And this is his heavily injured state. If he was in perfect condition, how terrifying would that be? In the surrounding star fields, many cultivators and creatures witnessed all of this with their own eyes, all of them trembling with excitement, feeling their minds sway. How terrifying! Under the same realm, there is absolutely no one who can match a single palm strike. Even Empyrean Green Luo's beautiful eyes widened, feeling her Tao heart wavering, in disbelief and shock to the extreme. At this time, Wuxia was peerlessly powerful, unstoppable. This star field was almost completely destroyed by him, razed to the ground. Not good, this guy is too strong. The expressions of the 3 black-robed figures changed dramatically, and they couldn't help but roar. After several exchanges, they were already at a disadvantage, and even if they joined forces, it was still difficult to contend against Gu Chang'e. Qi. Moreover, at this time, Gu Chang'e used a secret Tao technique, guiding the starlight in the sky to fight. The starry river in the sky poured down, causing a vast expanse of white around him. In the end, one could see the sun and moon rotating around him, and countless ancient stars appeared in all directions, surrounding him in the center. This seemed to have evolved into a star field of the universe, and Gu Chang'e was like the lord of the heavenly court, standing at the center, condensing all kinds of light and finally drowning out. We are not his match, run. Run as far as you can. The expressions of the three black-robed figures changed greatly, as if they were incomparably shocked. Without hesitation, they burned their true souls and essence blood, turning into divine light to escape. However, the aftermath here was too terrifying, as if a part of the universe was about to be destroyed. The sky collapsed, the earth caved in, and the universe collapsed. In an instant, chaos rushed in all directions, and nothing could be seen clearly. This is simply the end of the world. It's too terrifying. Anyone who steps into a battle between Tao attainments will be destroyed in body and soul, vanishing into thin air. All the cultivators and living beings were shocked and trembling. Their divine souls were trembling, and they were extremely frightened. Great, we're saved. However, more cultivators and living beings cheered, feeling as if they had survived a disaster. From the situation, it seemed that the three mysterious Tao attainments had been defeated by Gu Chang'e, and all the surrounding star fields were safe. They were extremely grateful to Gu Chang'e. Whoosh! Whoosh! Immediately, divine rainbows flew into the sky from all directions. They were the top experts on each star. Before this, they were watching from afar and did not dare to go forward. Now that the crisis was over, they all rushed forward, carefully avoiding the aftermath of the battle that had not yet spread. Thank you, young Master Chang'e, for your help. They all cupped their hands and expressed their gratitude to Gu Chang'e. Thank you, young Master Chang'e. If it weren't for young Master Chang'e today, I'm afraid all of us would have died tragically, and the surrounding star fields would have been destroyed. Many female cultivators' eyes were filled with astonishing splendor. Their minds swayed as they looked at the tall figure standing at the end of the sky, unable to calm down for a long time. Even Empyrean Green Luo found it difficult to calm down, and her Tao heart was greatly affected. If not for Gu Chang'e's sudden appearance today, she was afraid she would have died here. Gu Chang'e seemed to come to his senses when he heard this, and he withdrew his gaze from the direction the three men in black had fled. Everyone, there's no need to be like this. How can we sit idly by when we see such a scene? He waved his hand with a calm and composed expression. It was as if he was a completely different person from the powerful and peerless figure just now. However, just as Gu Chang'e finished speaking, he suddenly frowned, and then his figure swayed slightly. With a muffled groan, a few strands of blood with divinity flowed out from the corners of his mouth. What, young Master Chang'e, are you all right? Seeing this, everyone here suddenly turned pale with fright and worry. Many people recalled that Gu Chang'e had been heavily injured in battle just now, and they felt even more grateful and almost knelt down and kowtowed. I'm fine. It's just that the battle just now affected my injuries. If I didn't have these injuries, it wouldn't have been so easy for those three to escape like this. Gu Chang'e calmly waved his hand, indicating that they didn't need to worry. But as he finished speaking, he still couldn't conceal his regret. Young Master Chang'e, Empyrean Green Luo worriedly took out a jade box and was about to hand it to Gu Chang'e. However, Gu Chang'e didn't take it and shook his head. Ordinary healing items won't work on my injuries, and your injuries aren't light either. Keep it for yourself. Empyrean Green Luo was deeply moved. She hadn't expected Gu Chang'e to be so considerate of her at this time. She had never interacted with Gu Chang'e before, but from his actions today, she could see that he was truly as gentle and refined as jade. I just don't know where those men in black came from. For them to act so brazenly, the faction behind them is probably unimaginable." Then, as if she had thought of something, Gu Changa looked puzzled and muttered to herself. Empyrean Green Luo suddenly shuddered as she recalled what had happened. She gravely said, "At the time, those men in black believed that I couldn't escape and said a few things. They seemed to be from some place called the Dark Celestial Court and were following the orders of some great figure to kill us all." She had been very shocked at the time, so these words had left a deep impression on her. Dark Celestial Court? What's that? I've never heard of it before. How dare they intercept and kill the accomplished cultivators of various orthodoxies? Hearing this, everyone in the surroundings was extremely shocked, and huge waves surged in their hearts. They had a premonition that this mysterious Dark Celestial Court was about to shake the entire upper realm. Chapter 665. This was the first time many of the cultivators had heard of the Dark Heavenly Court, but they felt a sense of fear in their spirits. It was as if some kind of unimaginable true force had transcended time and space and landed here, shocking everyone's minds. These 4 words can't be said casually. There will be some kind of reaction from the unseen world, an old man with a high level of cultivation said. His expression was extremely solemn. Many of the cultivators and living beings who had rushed here were also shocked. They looked at each other and wondered what kind of deity or saint this so-called Dark Heavenly Court was. Those black-robed Tao enlightened cultivators were probably from this mysterious faction. They had never heard of such a faction in the upper world before. Even those ancient immortal orthodoxies and supreme sects with extremely long legacies would find it difficult to send out so many enlightened cultivators at once. The Dark Heavenly Court. I've never heard of such a faction before. Could it have just emerged recently? However, my Gu clan has always been standing strong in the upper world. I've never heard of such a faction before. Gu Changa frowned. He seemed to be talking to himself with some doubt on his face. Celestial Venerable Green Luo seemed to have suddenly thought of something and said in shock, "I think it should be an organization that has existed for a very long time. Judging from the fluctuations of those enlightened cultivators' attacks, the divine powers and cultivation methods they cultivate are all different. They can't possibly be from the same orthodoxy." She also recalled that those black-robed Tao enlightened cultivators had not displayed similar Tao techniques and divine powers when they attacked. Although cultivators who had reached this stage would definitely have differences in their paths, if they were from the same orthodoxy, there would definitely be traces of similarities. An organization? If you say so, that is indeed a possibility. Although those black-robed men seem to be following someone's orders, they don't seem to know each other. Gu Changa raised his eyebrows. He pondered for a moment before nodding slowly, agreeing with Celestial Venerable Green Luo's words. That's too scary. How could there be such an organization that permeates every inch of space like darkness? Celestial Venerable Green Luo was silent for a moment. She suddenly felt a chill run down her spine because of this Dark Heavenly Court. Hearing the conversation between the two, the surrounding cultivators and living beings were all shocked. If the Dark Heavenly Court was truly a mysterious organization, they would have infiltrated many imperishable sects and supreme Taoism factions by now. Otherwise, they wouldn't have dispatched so many accomplished cultivators to intercept and kill Celestial Sovereign Emerald Luo and the others. This was simply an unimaginably terrifying matter. If news of this got out, it would definitely shake up the higher realms. Not good. The other few friends also chased out of the Great Yu Imperial capital together. If they split up, they would definitely be in trouble. At this moment, Empyrean Green Luo's expression suddenly changed as she recalled the supreme experts of various clans who had left the Great Yu Imperial capital together when they were pursuing the black-robed man. Although they were all people who had attained the Tao and cultivated for more than millions of years, it was enough for them to look down on the world. However, under the joint attack of 3 accomplished Tao masters, even she had almost died just now. If Gu Changde hadn't appeared to save her, she would have definitely become a skeleton, dead in body and spirit. If it were anyone else, they definitely wouldn't be so lucky. If that's the case, let's hurry over and take a look. I suddenly have a bad feeling in my heart. Gu Changde's expression also turned solemn when he heard this. Empyrean Green Luo nodded. She also had a bad feeling in her heart. Without hesitation, the two turned into divine rainbows and crossed the star domain, heading into the distance. Looks like something big is about to happen in the higher realms. There are definitely more than just a few accomplished cultivators who broke out in a great battle today. Perhaps something unexpected has already happened. The remaining cultivators and living beings looked at each other and vaguely guessed what was going on. Their hearts were extremely heavy. The terrifying consequences would probably cause a huge commotion. Very soon, news about what happened here spread like wildfire, spreading throughout the upper realm. The first reaction of all the orthodoxies who heard this was to be stunned. Then, they were extremely shocked and felt that it was unbelievable. The words Dark Heavenly Court also spread, causing a huge commotion. Gu Changde and Empyrean Green Luo appeared in a desolate and barren star domain. The two of them gazed at the scene of battle that was filled with devastation and fell silent. Looks like we've come too late. There are still fluctuations of extinguished soul flames here. An accomplished cultivator had fallen here. Gu Changde sighed softly and shook his head, as if he was rather regretful. Without needing him to say anything, Empyrean Green Luo also sensed the fluctuations left behind here. The aftermath of a battle between accomplished cultivators would not dissipate even after hundreds of thousands of years. She even felt that the battle here was even more tragic than the one she had fought. From the looks of it, the other fellow Taoists are also in grave danger. Their lives are in danger. What is the Dark Heavenly Court's goal? Why are they constantly killing accomplished cultivators? Even accomplished cultivators have become their hunting targets. Empyrean Green Luo shuddered, feeling a sense of unknown fear. A strange look flashed across Gu Changde's eyes, and he glanced at her without batting an eyelid. Right now, he was only building momentum for the Dark Heavenly Court. There was still some time before they truly appeared. However, if even accomplished cultivators were so fearful, then the other cultivators would be even more fearful. In fact, this was also true. In his expectations, the Dark Heavenly Court was like a shadow that shrouded the upper realm, seeping into every inch of space and every corner. Even the most ancient forces and clans would fear them as if they were gods. Afterward, Gu Changde and Empyrean Green Luo went to another star domain and saw a scene very similar to this one. The surrounding stars had collapsed and the river of stars had been broken, turning into dust and ashes. There was not the slightest trace of life left behind. It was a scene of devastation, as if a world-ending battle had occurred. Even the Sea of Thunder had dried up, and chaos overflowed, wanting to break through this star domain. One could only imagine how terrifying a battle had been fought here before. It looks like everyone died, and only I survived by luck. Empyrean Green Luo said with some lingering fear. Let's go back. Gu Changde sighed softly, as if he could not bear to watch. Empyrean Green Luo nodded. Then, the two of them stepped forward, tore through the void, and quickly left, intending to return to the great Yu Celestial dynasty. Soon, the battle that had happened in these places was not hidden and was discovered by many cultivators. The news spread, causing a great commotion again. The appearance of the Dark Heavenly Court had caused a great deal of panic among many orthodoxies. No one had thought that there would be such a terrifying and mysterious organization hidden in the dark. Those accomplished cultivators in black had unfathomable strength, hiding in every corner like shadows. Heavenly Emperor Mountain, Great Yu Celestial Dynasty, Primordial Lake, 10,000 Swords Tao Sect. These orthodoxies were greatly affected, and some of their accomplished cultivators had died. However, although they were angry, there was nothing they could do. They were helpless against the Dark Heavenly Court and did not even know where this organization came from. In the eyes of many cultivators, the chaos in the great Celestial dynasty this time was very likely caused by the dark heavenly court. That night, those accomplished cultivators in black suddenly appeared. After failing to kill the severely injured Gu Chang'e, they tore through the void and escaped. After that, the accomplished cultivators of various clans chased after them but were intercepted halfway. Only Empyrean Green Luo was saved by Gu Chang'e and luckily survived. The rest of them died tragically in the star domain. If one were to count carefully, there were a total of 4 accomplished cultivators who had died. The upper realm had been peaceful for too long. It had been a long time since such a shocking event had happened. After all, accomplished cultivators were like patriarchs in each orthodoxy. They had a revered status and could suppress the foundation of each orthodoxy. Such a tragic death was really a great blow to the orthodoxies, and it would be difficult for them to recover in a short time. However, through this incident, many cultivators saw one thing clearly. Even though Gu Chang'e was severely injured, he could still fight against 3 accomplished cultivators in black and force them to retreat. To have such terrifying strength at such a young age, it was truly shocking. In every ancient city and ancient star, the cultivators and living beings were discussing this matter. Some even saw the image recording stones of the battle being auctioned in the markets. Some people saw the scene and were so shocked that they couldn't speak for a long time. That battle was too terrifying. The star domain within 1,000,000 miles was sunk. Chaotic energy soared into the sky and pierced through the clouds. The surrounding ancient planets were all turned to ashes. If Gu Chang'e hadn't suddenly appeared and forced the 3 accomplished cultivators in black to retreat, the resulting massacre would have been even more terrifying. It could be said that the people were plunged into misery and suffering. Empyrean Green Luo of Primordial Lake would have died like the others. Compared to the others, she was too lucky. In the following days, the entire upper realm was discussing this matter. Academies like True Immortal Academy and Dao Heaven Immortal Palace were no exception. Although Gu Chang'e was no longer cultivating there, his deeds were still passed down. Many people of the same generation, for example, Heavenly Phoenix Maiden, 6-Crown King, Golden Cicada Buddhist Child, and others all became silent after seeing the image recording stone of that battle. Then, they chose to enter deep seclusion. Gu Chang'e had already become an insurmountable mountain in their hearts. In his 20s, he was already able to contend against existences close to immortals. Everyone felt that Gu Chang'e was definitely the reincarnation of some supreme character from ancient times. At his peak, his cultivation was unparalleled in the world, a king among immortals. Otherwise, it was absolutely impossible for him to have such a terrifying cultivation speed. Begging for fresh flowers during this period of time, the inheritors of demonic arts had also caused a lot of trouble. However, compared to the appearance of the dark heavenly court, they were like small waves that quickly returned to peace. Inheritors of demonic arts still needed time to grow, but this dark heavenly court had long been established. They were hidden in the dark, and it was difficult to find them. This was the most terrifying part. At the same time, in the upper realm's most taboo place, where the Devil Mountain was located. The Devil Mountain was shrouded in demonic clouds, covering a radius of 1,000,000 miles. All kinds of terrifying mountains were surrounded by chaotic fog, as if they had existed since the beginning of time. An ancient and desolate aura pervaded this place, and there were many terrifying ferocious beasts hibernating there. On each mountain peak, there were vague figures. They were either absorbing the chi of Tao law between heaven and earth, condensing the chi of heavenly path, or sitting there cross-legged to comprehend the heavenly secrets in an attempt to improve. Ever since the red-robed devil Chan Hongyi was born in the devil burial abyss, the great demons, ancient demons, and ancient demons from all over the upper realm had followed her here and occupied the Devil Mountain. For a time, this place had even become a forbidden area. Even those who had attained Tao dared not set foot in it, and had to stay far away. During the siege of the divine city, the red-robed devil had killed countless people, and the various forces and orthodoxies who participated in the battle had all suffered heavy losses. Now, on the highest mountain peak in the deepest part of the Devil Mountain, it was calm and peaceful. There was a thatched cottage, and there was a flowing stream beside it. Many bluestones were suspended in the air, forming stone steps that connected to the cold pond on the other side. The mountain breeze blew, accompanied by some mist, and it was incomparably tranquil and natural. A red-clothed woman of peerless beauty and beauty that shook the soul stood on the limestone. Her gaze was calm and deep as she gazed towards the distance. Her jet-black hair fluttered chaotically, and her skin was white like jade and flickered with a lustrous brilliance. She looked extremely tranquil, like a fairy under the moon. She was neither competitive nor happy, and there was not a trace of ferocity in her. If an outsider was here, they would definitely not believe that this was the red-robed devil Chan Hongyi, who had previously intimidated the upper realm with her ferocity. Now, there was not a trace of devil chi on her body, nor was there a trace of magical power fluctuation. It was more like she had returned to her original state, and the Tao was true to heaven and earth. Behind Chan Hongyi stood a woman in a white dress. Her face was beautiful, and her hair was like a waterfall. Her eyebrows were like distant mountains, and her figure was tall and slender like a jade fairy. She was the inheritor of the devil technique that all the orthodoxies in the upper realm were looking for, Su Qingge. However, compared to before, there was a huge difference between the current her and her previous self. She had perfectly merged with the other soul. Ancestral Master, Su Qingge said softly, addressing Chan Hongyi as Ancestral Master. Tracing back to the source, her previous other soul was actually the true inheritor of the devil technique. She had fallen into the devil burial abyss, and by chance, she received Chan Hongyi's teachings. After many evolutions, she became the inheritor of the devil technique. It was reasonable for her to address Chan Hongyi as Ancestral Master. Her other soul had also told her that if she encountered a dangerous situation, she could come to the Devil Mountain for protection. Of course, Chan Hongyi would help out on account of the imparting of the Dharma. At first, Su Qingge did not believe it. However, because she had killed a successor of a great sect some time ago, she was hunted down by his protector. She had nowhere to run, so she came to the Devil Mountain to seek refuge. Now, she had been hiding for half a year. After seeing Chan Hongyi, Su Qingge originally thought that the other party would be as ferocious as the rumor said, slaughtering the heavens. She didn't expect the other party to be so indifferent and aloof. This aura even made her see the shadow of Gu Chang'e in a trance. It was really too similar. "You're leaving?" Chan Hongyi asked faintly. Her eyes were still calm, as if nothing in the world could disturb her. "Yes. Thank you for taking me in, Ancestral Master. The outside world is in chaos, so I should leave." Su Qingge replied. Although she was in the Devil Mountain, she knew that the outside world was in chaos because of the dark heavenly court. She also heard that Gu Chang'e was seriously injured, so she could not help but worry. "Then you should go." Chan Hongyi nodded. Although her voice was like the sound of nature, it was calm. "Ancestral Master, before I leave, there's still something I don't understand. The dark heavenly court that has been in chaos in the upper realm recently. Is it related to you?" Su Qingge was puzzled and could not help but ask. After all, many rumors speculated that the dark heavenly court was closely related to the inheritors of the devil technique. Chan Hongyi shook her head. She thought for a while and said, "No, but it should be related to him." "Him?" Su Qingge was puzzled again. "Of course it's him. You should be familiar with him." Chan Hongyi's lips suddenly curled up, as if she had a purpose. In an instant, she destroyed the tranquility and seemed to have a deeper meaning. 2. Chapter 666. Su Qingge was stunned. It was her first time seeing Chan Hongyi in such a state. When she looked back, her hair was like a waterfall, dancing wildly in the mountain breeze. Her eyes were deep and cold, but there was a smile at the corner of her mouth. She was so beautiful that it was soul-stirring. She was like a demoness who wreaked havoc in the world, destroying her previous tranquility. Such a Chanhongi might be the red-robed demoness that all the immortal orthodoxies and supreme sects in the upper realm were afraid of. The previous tranquility and aloofness was nothing more than a facade. However, Su Qingge quickly regained her senses and could not help but ask, who is this he that the founder is talking about? Why do I feel so familiar with him? At this time, Chanhongi's expression had returned to normal. She smiled and said, of course you know. Hearing this, Su Qingge was stunned again. Then, a handsome figure gradually appeared in her mind. She was shocked and in disbelief. Could it be young master? She almost murmured, thinking that it was impossible. However, after thinking about it carefully, there seemed to be no one else. Although the red-robed demoness appeared in Kuan-Wu city and asked for one of the god stones, Gu Changge had fought with her before. His attitude was very natural and casual, as if he was facing an old friend that he had not seen for a long time. However, many cultivators thought that it was because Gu Changge had fought with the red-robed demoness in the divine city before. That was why the two of them seemed to be old friends. Su Qingge thought so too. However, judging from the current situation, it seemed that there was more to the relationship between the red-robed demoness and Gu Changge. Their relationship was definitely not that simple. Chanhongi's attitude towards Gu Changge was also unusual. In Su Qingge's opinion, the bond between the two was very deep, to the extent that it was ingrained. She was very smart and had never asked about this. However, Chanhongi suddenly mentioned it to her today. It was obvious that there was a deeper meaning. The dark heavenly court in the present realm was also related to Gu Changge. What else was he hiding? The more she knew about him, the more Su Qingge felt that Gu Changge was unfathomable, like an unfathomable fog. Patriarch, what do you want me to do by telling me all this? Su Qingge asked after a moment of silence. She knew that after Chanhongi was born in the fiend burial abyss, there was a period of time when she was delirious and filled with malice. During that period of time, countless living beings and cultivators had died at her hands. Chanhongi's expression did not change, but a strange light flashed through her eyes. I'm only reminding you of one thing. The greatest calamity of this world is not you, the so-called inheritor of the demonic arts. I know. I never wanted to be a disaster in the past. I just wanted to settle down in this world. This is not up to me. I just want to grasp my own destiny. I don't want to become a fish in that river. Su Qingge said with a resolute look on her pretty face. Hearing these words, Chanhongi suddenly laughed. Her beauty was soul-stirring, carrying with it a bewitching charm. She was extremely disdainful, her voice emotionless and cold. This is not up to you. Your destiny has long been determined. The person you think you love the most, the person you trust the most, has always been looking down at you coldly from a high place. You think you're moved, but he's only showing it to you. Do you really think he can't see that you have two souls in your body, that you have the inheritance of the demonic arts? Even my abilities were personally taught by him, not to mention your incomplete demonic arts. Ridiculous. She was laughing, her voice was like the sound of nature, but it carried a deep hatred. What, that's impossible. Hearing these words, Su Qingge was stunned, as if she was struck by lightning. Her face turned pale, and she could not help but take a few steps back in disbelief. If it was someone else who said this, she would definitely be suspicious. But the person who said this was the red-robed demoness who intimidated the upper realm. How could she lie to her? There was such a deep relationship between Chanhongi and Gu Changge. Her patriarch was taught by Gu Changge himself. Where did he come from? Gu Changge had been lying to her all this time, and even helped her hide her identity as the inheritor of the demonic arts. Was he the same? Su Qingga's reaction was within Chan Hongyi's expectations. Her lips curled into a smile, as if she really wanted to see such a scene. Gu Changge wanted to maintain his gentle and aloof image in Su Qingga's heart, but she would not let him do as he wished. "I'll destroy everything you have with my own hands." Chan Hongyi looked at the end of the sky, and terrifying evil and demonic qi appeared in the depths of her eyes again. But soon, she returned to her aloof and indifferent appearance. These days, the upper realm was getting more and more chaotic. In the eyes of many cultivators, perhaps a terrible disaster would sweep over soon. Many orthodoxies in the various heavens were ordering their disciples to return to their sects and wait for the disaster to end. The appearance of the Yin dynasty and the Yin dynasty swept over the world. Now, there was the even more mysterious dark heavenly court, hiding in the dark like a shadow, which made people feel uneasy. A few days later, the chaos in the great Yu celestial dynasty that shook the various forces in the upper realm gradually came to an end. Emperor Yu fought with his former brother, Yu Tianzheng, at the peak of the great Yu celestial dynasty. He was defeated and died. Even the great Yu celestial dynasty's guardian sword fell into his hands. That night, there was a massacre, and blood flowed like a river. A terrible chaos swept through the entire great Yu celestial dynasty. Countless cultivators trembled, feeling despair and horror. Many foreign armies arrived, and the flames of war swept through the endless territories of Great Yu. During this time, many orthodoxies took advantage of the situation. Under the internal and external troubles, many old emperors in the depths of the great Yu celestial dynasty had to come out and try to suppress all of this. According to the rules of the great Yu celestial dynasty, although Yu Tianzheng was banished many years ago, it was an indisputable fact that the blood of the royal family flowed in his body. In addition, in the battle, he killed the previous Emperor Yu, so he naturally had the strength to be the next Emperor Yu. Therefore, the old emperors discussed for a while and decided to let Yu Tianzheng take the throne according to the rules of the great Yu celestial dynasty. With the support of many ministers, if Yu Tianzheng was not worthy and could not bear the heavy responsibility, he would abdicate. Since then, the chaos gradually calmed down. In terms of ability, Yu Tianzheng was not inferior to the previous Emperor Yu. The last time he was defeated, it was because he fell into a trap. Under his iron fist, a war to quell the chaos broke out, and many of the restless elements in the great Yu celestial dynasty were eliminated. This was the first time he had shown his power since he became the new emperor, and it had indeed deterred many people. Many of the ministers who were critical of him also gradually shut up. They were not willing to provoke Yu Tianzheng, who was at the peak of his power at this time. Some people even guessed that Yu Tianzheng might have something to do with the dark heavenly court. However, there were not many such guesses. After all, there was no evidence to prove that the group of black-clothed cultivators who had killed Gu Changge that day had anything to do with Yu Tianzheng. While the situation in the outside world was changing, in the depths of the great Yu celestial dynasty. In a grand and ancient palace, the new emperor Yu Tianzheng stood there and reported something in a low voice. He wore a purple gold crown on his head and a wide dragon robe on his body. His sleeves were decorated with many star patterns that flowed with a misty light, making him look like an unparalleled son of heaven. However, his expression was extremely humble and respectful, and he did not dare to show any disrespect. Today, 60% of the great Yu celestial dynasty is in my hands. Apart from the country guarding general and the former grand tutor, the other ministers have all submitted. In front of Yu Tianzheng, Gu Changge was wearing a white shirt. He held a white jade wine cup in his hand and gently shook the thick wine within. His expression was really casual and natural. "It seems like you did not disappoint me." He smiled and passed the white jade wine cup to Yin Mei, who was beside him. As the new emperor of the great Yu celestial dynasty, Yu Tianzheng's methods could be said to be iron-blooded. Any courtier who had a rebellious heart was imprisoned in the heavenly prison. Hence, compared to the previous Emperor Yu, he admired Yu Tianzheng more. Such a person was easier to control and more obedient. He would not choose to provoke him or do anything stupid without any benefits. Of course, Gu Chang'e did not have such worries. After all, Yu Tianjing's life was always in his hands. Now, he was the true ruler of the vast territory of the great Yu celestial dynasty. I dare not disappoint you. Yu Tianjing's expression turned cold when he heard this. He could not forget how Gu Chang'e killed Emperor Yu with just a lift of his hand. His methods were really cold and cruel. Today, the various heavens in the upper world were extremely wary of the dark celestial court. If he did not know that those black-clothed Tao enlightened cultivators were sent by Gu Chang'e, Yu Tianjing would suspect that this matter had nothing to do with Gu Chang'e. It was hard to imagine how deep this matter was. Furthermore, his life was always in the hands of Gu Chang'e. When he looked for Gu Chang'e to work together, he was also planning to ask a tiger for its skin. Today, he got what he wanted and became the new emperor of the great Yu celestial dynasty, taking revenge for hundreds of years ago. Oh right, young master, Yu Fia seems to be suspicious of you. She thinks that there are many strange things about Yu Tianyong's death, and even a conspiracy. These days, she has been stationed outside the sovereign's tomb. She wants to see the old emperors and tell them about this matter. Do you think we should find a chance to make a move on her? Then, Yu Tianjing thought of another important matter and said in a low voice. Yu Fia was the eldest princess. Even though the previous Emperor Yu was dead, she still had a respected status in the palace. Even he did not dare to make a move on her. Many of the imperial family disciples knew that on the day of Yu Fia's birth, they had activated the great Yu celestial scripture and gave her a secret technique. Golden lotuses fell from the sky, and clear springs gushed from the ground. Divine light shone brightly, illuminating the sky. There were auspicious signs within 10,000 miles, and there were even strange phenomena such as dragons and phoenixes leaping and immortal cranes holding Ganoderma. A few old emperors who had reached the Tao attainment realm were also alarmed and personally gave cultivation techniques to Yu Fia. In terms of cultivation talent, eldest Princess Yu Fia surpassed the younger generation of the great Yu celestial dynasty without a doubt. Therefore, many of the great Yu celestial dynasty's elders saw Yu Fia as their future successor. On the contrary, they did not think highly of Yu Lai. If something happened to Yu Fia, many of the elders would be alarmed, and it would cause a lot of trouble. Hearing this, Gu Chang'e's eyes flashed with a strange light. He then shook his head and said, "It's fine. You just need to tell Yu Fia that you're working for me. She's very smart and will know what to do." What? Yu Tianjing was shocked. When did Yu Fia become Gu Chang'e's person? If Yu Fia knew that her father was killed by Gu Chang'e, what would she think? He suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. In the next few days, Gu Chang'e stayed in the palace. He claimed that he was recuperating, but he was actually building the prototype of the heavenly court in the innerverse. In fact, he had this plan a long time ago. However, the prototype of the innerverse was not complete at that time. Even if the ancient heavenly court and southern heavenly gate manifested, the effect was minimal. Gu Chang'e still remembered that when he was in the immortal ancient continent, he was looking for the inheritance left behind by the reincarnation ancient celestial. He happened to meet a good-for-nothing youth from the Black Sky Eagle clan named He Ming. It was not right to call him a good-for-nothing youth. After all, in terms of talent, he was much stronger than ordinary cultivators. However, he was a little mediocre in his clan. Through that youth, he spread the wedding dress immortal art and used it to control the entire clan in the immortal ancient continent. The way he manifested that time was through the prototype of the heavenly court in the innerverse that was not yet mature. Later on, he instructed He Ming to gather believers from all over the universe so that he could contact the Supreme Existence. However, after such a long time, there was no sign of it. It was obvious that this was not going well. After all, Gu Chang'e was just trying and did not expect to succeed. Now that the dark heavenly court had appeared, it was like a shadow shrouding the upper realm. To him, it was an excellent opportunity to gather believers. Boom! In the next moment, there was an explosion of bright light in front of Gu Changa. A silver door appeared. It was shockingly bright, as if it was connected to another ancient world. Behind the door was a completely different world. The three ancient words, Southern Heavenly Gate, were reflected in the long river of time and space. It had a brilliant and indelible power. The majestic and solemn immortal palace stood on top of the clouds. Just one of the pillars seemed to be able to support the heavens and earth. The surrounding clouds rolled, and the chaotic aura surged. It was like the peak of the ancient universe. This was a scene that was enough to make all living things tremble. Just a trace of zero. Two of the aura here seemed to be able to crush all space-time and destroy all eternity. As Gu Changa stepped in, the energy here was even more dazzling. It surged like a vast ocean. At the peak of the immortal palace, a blurry figure slowly condensed and sat there. It was extremely hazy and could not be seen clearly. There were 3,000 ancient worlds surrounding it. Countless true dragons, celestial phoenixes, white tigers, and black tortoises were lying on the ground. They seemed to be overlooking all eternity. The long river of time surged under its feet. It was as if it had gathered and flowed through all the realms in the universe. The Taoist body in the dark heavenly court was far from impressive. It's far from enough to awe the world. Gu Changa frowned as he looked at this scene. However, it was still in its embryonic form. It was still waiting to be perfected. Then, in the inner universe, ancient planets with life gathered together according to Gu Changa's thoughts. They turned into a majestic universe and surrounded him. In these ancient planets, buildings, pavilions, palaces, and pagodas began to rise. They were grand and ancient, and they were filled with the aura of the great Tao. The various cultivation resources that Gu Changa had collected before, such as the seven-colored altar, the immortal ancient sacred tablet, the emperor's scriptures, and the supreme being's insights, all flew out and turned into a rain of light. They fell into those buildings and filled the foundation. Those who recite the true name can lead a trace of the true soul to this world and enter the dark heavenly court to attain eternal life. I am the supreme emperor of the great freedom of the beyond heavens. Gu Changa burned the sacrificial runes to strengthen the rules of heaven and earth in the inner universe. At the same time, he summoned the vast power of faith from the human ancestors' palace to resonate with the cultivators in the outside world. Although he was like the master of heaven and earth here and could control everything, it was inevitable that he would cause accidents. Now that the immortal path was about to appear, all kinds of old monsters began to appear. Who knew when the aura of the immortal domain would descend and touch this world and bring some trouble? Chapter 667. As Gu Changa ignited the sacrificial rites, the vast power of faith gathered in the ancestral hall was activated. In the boundlessly vast upper realm, there were all sorts of shocking phenomena appearing. Many cultivators vaguely saw a group of ancient and majestic palaces floating at the end of the sky. They were richly ornamented, dazzling with immortal light. It was like a celestial capital that never fell. What was more, they heard the sound of hundreds of millions of deities chanting sutras. It was incomparably loud. Such a scene lasted for a long time. It was reflected in the sky of every heaven, causing countless cultivators to discuss in shock. They were all guessing whether this was a sign of heaven and earth. Of course, there were also people who heard the ancient welcoming voice of the dark heavenly court and crossed the river of time to come. It was as if there was a voice telling them that they could obtain eternal life if they found the dark heavenly court. Such a voice was not only heard by ordinary cultivators. Even some supreme existences in seclusion and those who had achieved Tao sensed it. They were extremely shocked. They knew that this not only required the caster's profound cultivation base, but also an unimaginably vast amount of power of faith to be able to trigger the senses of all living beings. 17 Did this mean that the dark heavenly court already had countless believers? This guess made the various forces and orthodoxies even more fearful. This also means that the dark heavenly court has already infiltrated many corners without us knowing. Even our loved ones could be believers of the dark heavenly court. Many cultivators felt chills running down their spines. Their scalps were numb. This was too terrifying. After all, from what happened in the great Celestial dynasty's imperial capital that day, the dark heavenly court even dared to attack Wuxia. Thinking of this, was there anything in this world that the dark heavenly court did not dare to do? Some older cultivators sighed. I already have a premonition that the upper realm will face great changes in the near future. Perhaps the dark turmoil of ancient times will be brought by the dark heavenly court. When that time comes, even those who have achieved Tao might not be able to protect themselves. The upper realm will become even more chaotic. No one will be spared. Endless darkness will envelop the land. While the undercurrents were surging in the upper worlds, Wuxia had already left the great Celestial dynasty and returned to the Longevity Gu family. Although he announced that his injuries were serious, he should be fine judging from his battle record of fighting against 3 black-clothed Tao achievers on his own. Therefore, after returning to the Longevity Gu clan, only his father and a few others came to see him. The rest of the clan elders did not appear. Today, Wuxia was like the sun in the sky. Whether it was in the upper realm or in the Longevity Gu family, it was the same. Even those enlightened Tao patriarchs who usually appeared and disappeared mysteriously had to treat him with respect. They would not treat him as a junior. He left many matters regarding the great Celestial dynasty to Yin Mei and Yu Tianzheng. Yin Mei, who was in charge of the business alliance of 10,000 Daos, was very concerned about this matter. After all, the great Celestial dynasty was not comparable to the business alliance of 10,000 Daos. This was an everlasting celestial dynasty with an extremely long history in the upper worlds. The power it contained was too terrifying. Wuxia had only begun to control it and had not completely infiltrated his own people. After all, those who were in closed-door cultivation and many of the old antiques were not blind. It was impossible that they did not notice the abnormality. He could only plan slowly and not be too anxious. However, to Wuxia's surprise, Wuxia actually took the initiative to look for him. Although it was only a few simple words, it was extremely rare for her. The celestial gate is about to open. The former celestial realm will appear again. The Earth isolation barrier will disappear, and everything will return to the celestial ancient realm. It seems that the upper worlds will be in chaos soon. This era is definitely not ordinary. Not only is there an opportunity to become an immortal, but there are also many strange things in the future. Wuxia stood on a bluestone. Her appearance was exceptional, and she was as cold as the moon fairy. Her long sleeves fluttered in the wind, and her hair danced as she spoke softly. She seemed to be saying this intentionally, and it was rare for her to say so many words. What kind of chaos is this? Could it be that you're going to enter the celestial realm? Wuxia's expression was somewhat inexplicable, and then he asked. Even now, he could not see through Wuxia's cultivation at all. One had to know that even a ruined immortal would find it difficult to conceal all of their aura in front of him. Moreover, Wuxia had never concealed her aura from beginning to end. Her existence was like a cool breeze and bright moon, incomparably natural, but also like an impenetrable nothingness. She was one with everything in the world to begin with. However, Wuxia had long guessed that Wuxia had a great relationship with him. Her origins were naturally extraordinary. Hearing this, Wuxia raised her eyes that were like limpid autumn waters, glanced at him, lightly shook her head, and then nodded, not saying much. She understood Wuxia very well, so she was not worried that the chaos in the upper realm would affect Wuxia. Even if the immortal region appeared, it would be the same. On the contrary, little Plenilune, who was following behind her, wrinkled its small nose and said, "You irresponsible master, Sister Qingyi is here to say goodbye to you. Say goodbye to me? This time, Gu Changge was a little stunned. He looked at Gu Qingyi with some confusion. You're leaving the Gu family? Although Gu Qingyi was an ancient freak of the Gu family, her true origins were unknown even to many of the ancestors. When she said that she was leaving, was she going to the immortal region or somewhere else? I'm not leaving the Gu family. I'm just returning to where I should go. Gu Qingyi said softly. She stretched out her slender fingers and twirled the hair that fell on her temples. Gu Changge was silent for a moment, then smiled and said, then accompany me for a walk. Gu Qingyi nodded softly, then waved her sleeve lightly. Little Plenilin's figure immediately disappeared, sent back to the small world she was in before. Then, the two slowly walked down the mountain peak side by side, towards the foot of the mountain. Clear light sprinkled down, fog lingered, wind blew in the mountain forest, deer softly chirped, and hundreds of birds sang softly. Gu Changge did not speak, and Gu Qingyi did not speak either. The two of them casually walked on the ground, mountains, and rivers under their feet. There seemed to be an indescribable tacit understanding between them that had been maintained for thousands of years. Even though they had crossed countless epochs and trekked through endless years, it was still clearly engraved in their bones. In one day, the two of them walked through countless mountains and rivers, crossing countless divine mountains and ancient peaks. Finally, under the warm afterglow, they arrived at a vast grassland that stretched as far as the eye could see. The mountain wind blew, and the green grass here rose and fell. The sky was low, and the moon was slightly bright. It was a beautiful sight. It's been a long time since I've carefully looked at this land. Looking at all of this, Gu Qingyi's eyes seemed to be filled with some kind of emotion. It's also been a long time since I've looked at this land like this, Gu Changge said with a smile. You once said the same thing. Gu Qingyi's lips curled up slightly as she said, do you still remember the bet we made? Bet? What bet? Gu Changge raised his eyebrows. You'll remember it sooner or later. Gu Qingyi shook her head, her eyes suddenly becoming incomparably deep. After all, that's your ultimate goal. Chapter 668. Gu Qingyi left just like that, taking little Plenilun with her. Other than Gu Changge and a few people in the Gu family, no one knew where she went. Of course, not many people in the Gu family knew of Gu Qingyi's existence, let alone care about her. What exactly is this bet? Why can't I remember? On the way back to the Gu family, Gu Changge kept thinking about this matter, his brows furrowed. He had a very deep premonition that this matter involved a lot of things. It could even be said that it involved a huge secret. However, Gu Qingyi did not go into detail. She only mentioned it and then left. Her figure turned into a rain of light and dissipated on the spot, taken away by the wind as if she had never appeared. Even the traces of her existence in this world were personally erased by her at that moment. She said those words to Gu Changge more like a spur of the moment, not a deep meaning. I'll remember it sooner or later. Are you referring to the memory of the Devil Lord? Gu Changge shook his head gently and quickly put this matter aside, not continuing to think about it. As the saying goes, things will be straightened out when the time comes. It was useless for him to think too much now. On the contrary, Gu Qingyi reminded him that the upper realm was about to be in chaos, and the immortal territory had appeared, which interested Gu Changge. On the one hand, the epic Tao fruit he obtained was about to mature, and he could set up a shocking situation, attracting the foundations of various orthodoxies in the upper realm to help him enter the immortal territory. On the other hand, the chaos in the upper realm was a rare opportunity for the dark heavenly court to appear. The opportunity to become an immortal in the upper realm is actually the epic Tao fruit. Without my permission, who can become an immortal? Many thoughts flashed through Gu Changge's mind, but he was not worried about this. After all, the epic tree that various orthodoxies in the upper realm went on a large-scale campaign to find. Now, it was standing in his inner universe, pouring down boundless chaos chi, condensing the essence of heaven and earth, majestic and immortal. The epic Tao fruit contained the precepts of heaven and earth that the upper realm lacked. Gu Chang'e didn't doubt in the slightest that so long as he spread the news related to the Era tree, it would definitely cause a stir in the upper dimensions, and it would give rise to a boundless rain of blood. Therefore, before that, he needed to be fully prepared to deal with anything. Although the immortal Tao has yet to appear, the imperishable sects and supreme orthodoxies definitely have their own immortal Tao forces. Even more so for those forces that are inextricably linked to the immortal region. They definitely don't lack immortal Tao artifacts. According to the ancient records, the upper realm is actually also known as the ancestral land. Even after the Forbidden Era, the immortal domain and the upper realm were cut off from each other. However, after countless eras, there must have been many existences who used various methods to enter the lower realm or enter the immortal domain. There is never a lack of connection between the two. Thinking of this, Gu Chang'e frowned slightly. The longevity Gu family's foundation was unimaginably deep, and they had many connections with the immortal region, making them the most difficult force in the upper realms to pry into. However, this didn't mean that the longevity Gu family had the power to go against the entire upper dimensions. This was simply unrealistic. After returning to the longevity Gu family, Gu Chang'e went to the scripture pavilion to flip through many ancient records, hoping to find some scattered records about the immortal region. In the end, he found a secret that interested him very much. 80 million years ago, a force had appeared in the immortal region, wanting to guide the Gu family of this world. However, this matter had failed because the laws of heaven and earth were extremely incomplete at that time, and the immortal path was broken. This matter was clearly recorded in the ancient records. At that time, there was even a guiding immortal gate that appeared, wanting to guide the many elites and fresh blood of the Gu family. It seems that something unexpected has happened in the immortal region. Gu Chang'e raised his eyebrows slightly. If he wanted to confirm the immortal path's tracks in this life, he would probably have to rely on others in the end. It would be very difficult to find its location with just his own strength. Thinking of this immortal path was probably not easy to find, and the clues in this life were basically broken. Even those remnant immortals were barely hanging on, unable to determine the location of the immortal path. Some ancient existences who were proficient in the Tao of divination didn't dare to take the risk of life backlash to divine matters related to the immortal path. Since ancient times, because of divulging the secrets of heaven, there had been countless cultivators who had been struck to death by 1. Lightning. Bai Lian, Er's father, Bai Kuan, and her junior brother, Bai Hua, are good at divination. Maybe I can let them try. Gu Chang'e thought of the method he used to threaten Bai Lian, before going to the demon realm. If he remembered correctly, Bai Lian, Er's father was the demon master Bai Kuan, who had the talent to pry into the secrets of heaven. Back in the chaotic star region, he had ordered the 13 bandits to intercept his primordial purple mirror. As for his disciple, she was the extremely mysterious celestial body, who had inherited his legacy and had the ability to see through mysteries. He didn't kill either of them, using them as hostages to threaten Bai Lian, Although Bai Lian, didn't have any intention of rebelling, Gu Chang'e had always been cautious and had always left a backup plan on the two of them. I wonder if the mystic mirror and spacetime steel can be used to return to the immortal ancient through the spacetime coordinates. Otherwise, it's also a method. The matter of the immortal path made Gu Chang'e think of the two divine objects he obtained after killing the child of fate. However, if he wanted to use these two divine objects and traverse the long river of time, not only did he need to be extremely strong, he also needed the exact spacetime coordinates. Otherwise, it was extremely easy to get lost in the long river of time and it would be difficult to return to the real world. Moreover, even if he could return to the immortal ancient, he couldn't do anything to change the past. He could only be a passerby and witness the traces of the past. Otherwise, the slightest movement could cause a landslide or tsunami-like reaction, causing the Tao to backfire. The matter of the immortal path isn't urgent. My current strength hasn't reached the late stage of the Nirvana Tao realm. When I step onto the immortal path, I need to at least have the strength of the immortal realm. Gu Chang'e shook his head and temporarily put this matter aside. After arranging the matters at hand, he began to think about another matter. When he stepped into the immortal realm, he would definitely head to the immortal domain. The huge forces and energy left behind by the upper realm would definitely be handed over to others. The human ancestors' palace would undoubtedly be handed over to Jiang Chuchu. As for the Myriad Dao Business Alliance and the immortal ancient continent, they would be handed over to Yin Mei. It seemed like the remaining forces would be handed over to Yumingkong. It wouldn't be long before she would truly take over the Wushuang immortal dynasty. A while ago, the Moon Queen of the Wushuang immortal dynasty had already sent someone to inquire about the wedding date of the two. Gu Chang'e had also promised Yumingkong that after the matters at the Great Yu immortal dynasty were settled, he would discuss this matter with her. However, it seemed like he still had many things to deal with. He was afraid that he would have to delay it for a while. After all, he would have to make a trip to the Yin End royal court sooner or later. No matter what, the Yin End origin was a substance that was comparable to the origin of the world. It was extremely rare and could help Gu Chang'e refine the Great Tao treasure bottle. This was something that Gu Chang'e would definitely want. In addition, he had previously asked Lin Qiuhan to find out about the elixir formula of the extreme purple immortal pill. As an immortal pill that only existed in legends, the extreme purple immortal pill had endless magical effects. It was even said that it could allow a cultivator to ascend to heaven. Although this was only a rumor, one could see how mysterious it was. There were a total of 9 great immortal pills in the upper realm. One of them was the extreme purple immortal pill. The elixir formula used to refine this elixir was once envied by the heavens. It was once struck into ashes by 81 heavenly thunders and disappeared in the long river of time. Later on, the Supreme Great Medium tried all kinds of methods to gather it, but it was still lost. Although Gu Chang'e himself might not need this elixir, he might step into the immortal realm someday and leave the upper realm. Many of his family members and lovers in the upper realm might need this elixir. Therefore, he was still quite concerned about this. After Lin Qiuhan sent back the news from the extreme purple pill sect, he sent people to search for traces of this elixir formula. In the following few days, Gu Chang'e arranged the many things at hand one by one and began to set off for the Wushuang immortal dynasty. Previously, when he was still in the Sword Profound Great World, he had sent the 7 heaven-wielding artifacts to Yumingkong, asking her to help condense the key. Now, he was not sure how far Yumingkong had gone. Chapter 669. The Wushuang immortal dynasty was located in the central region of the upper world. It was vast and had the title of the number 1 immortal dynasty in the upper world. Even the Great Yu immortal dynasty was far inferior to the Wushuang immortal dynasty in terms of national strength. There were many ancient countries and divine dynasties in this world. Since they dared to use the name Wushuang, they naturally had to bear the karma that they should bear. They needed a great amount of courage and foundation to suppress it. From this, one could see the confidence and strength of the previous emperor of the Wushuang immortal dynasty. Throughout the tens of thousands of eras, the Wushuang immortal dynasty had existed for a long time. And the most prosperous place in the Wushuang immortal dynasty was none other than the imperial city. It was majestic like a celestial palace in the mortal world. It was brilliant and shrouded in immortal fog, making it difficult to see clearly. Too many divine mountains and ancient peaks rose and fell, silver waterfalls fell, and cornices hung, shrouded in chaotic fog. It was incomparably grand. During these years, Chu Di Yumingkong established the Immortal Department, and the Starnet Department. She assigned 365 commanders to be in charge of punishment, patrolling, and defense. It could be said that they each had their own duties. The entire imperial city was under her management. It was orderly and orderly. She combined many of the previous emperor's methods and concluded a new method of governing the common people, which made many of the older generation exclaim in admiration. Now in the Wushuang immortal dynasty, there was no cultivator who didn't have a look of reverence when they mentioned Yumingkong. In the future, she would be the Empress Wushuang. This was basically the consensus of everyone. Yumingkong's father, who was the current Moon Emperor, had already retired behind the scenes. Therefore, many of the affairs of the Wushuang immortal dynasty were handed over to Yumingkong. In the eyes of many ministers, Yumingkong's prestige was even greater than that of her father, the Moon Queen. At such a young age, she already had the peerless charm of an empress. At this moment, in the depths of the Wushuang immortal dynasty's imperial city, there was an extremely majestic and ancient palace. Yumingkong wore a loose robe and sat on a phoenix couch. Her face was like a painting. Her black hair was tied up, revealing a delicate snow-white neck. Her eyebrows were like jade, and her eyes were deep and calm. She was flipping through many memorials. Below her were a few female officials who had been selected through layers of selection and were highly regarded by her. Currently, he was reporting in a low voice about the unparalleled immortal dynasty, the various orthodoxies in the upper realm, and Guchanga. News about the dark heavenly court is spreading among the orthodoxies, causing great panic. Your Majesty, should we make preparations to prevent the dark heavens from infiltrating our unparalleled immortal dynasty? A female official softly asked as she looked up at Yumingkong. Her tone was filled with respect. Dark heavenly court. 5:20 When Yumingkong heard this, she did not raise her head. She only opened her mouth slightly and said, "Don't worry about it." During this period of time, she had never left the royal capital of the Wushuang immortal dynasty. However, nothing that happened in the upper realm could be hidden from her eyes. In Yumingkong's opinion, the appearance of the dark heavenly court was definitely related to Guchanga. There was even a high possibility that Guchanga was the one behind all this. He was actually the master behind the scenes of the dark heavenly court. Yes, Your Majesty. Hearing this, although the female official was puzzled, she did not dare to ask more. Although the appearance of the dark heavenly court had the tendency of causing chaos in the upper realm, it was still far from enough to shake the foundation of a supreme immortal dynasty. In her opinion, Yumingkong was so confident that they did not need to worry about the dark heavenly court at all. "Oh right, Your Majesty, I heard news from the Gu clan that young Master Changa's injuries are almost healed. A few days ago, he left the Gu clan. Looking at the direction, it seems that he is coming to see you." The female official seemed to have suddenly thought of something else and reported softly. "I know." Yumingkong nodded. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly, but she quickly recovered. In fact, as early as a few months ago, when she received the 7 heaven-wielding artifacts sent by Guchanga from the Sword Mystery Great World, she understood that Guchanga was already planning to make a move on the Immortal Palace's secret treasure. In her previous life, it was also right before the two's wedding date that Guchanga started to send people to search for all the clues of the 7 heaven-wielding artifacts. Therefore, it seemed that the timeline had been pushed forward by a full 3,000 years. Although Yumingkong was reborn, many things had changed in her previous life. However, the development of many things in this life had deviated from the original track, making it impossible for her to determine if it would still be the same as what she had experienced in the future. Moreover, during this period of time, especially when she closed her eyes to rest, inexplicable scenes would always appear in Yumingkong's mind. She saw herself, but it was not her. Instead, it was in a distant and unknown place, deep and sacred, vast and ancient. Eternal sky, one day of wind and moon, at that time, she seemed to have changed into a different person. She was cold and aloof, like a god, standing above the 9 heavens, overlooking the vast expanse of life. Those scenes were not very clear, so much so that at times, they were only a few blurry fragments. She also guessed that these scenes were memories left behind from her previous life, but after thinking about it, the possibility was not high. After all, from when she was killed by Gu Chang'e to when she was reborn half a year before Gu Chang'e returned from the lower realm, she clearly remembered everything that happened during this period of time. It was as if it was engraved in the deepest part of her soul. Therefore, how those blurry scenes came about was obviously unrelated to her previous life. A dream of thousands of autumns, what year is it today, the dream of reincarnation immortal technique. Yu Mingkong thought of this and suddenly felt a little tired. She waved her hand and dismissed all the female officials and maids in the palace. This was an extremely mysterious technique, which appeared together with the scenes that appeared in her mind during this period of time. She did not know the origin of this technique at all. This made Yu Mingkong very puzzled, and even worried about this. She was guessing what was going on with her rebirth. Where did this mysterious technique come from? Why did it appear? From the various things that happened today, if she really was reborn thousands of years ago, then why did so many things evolve and develop, always deviating from the trajectory of her previous life? Just by looking at Gu Chang'e's various actions, she could see a lot of things. Not to mention that sometimes, some things that she thought were already destined would always have unexpected changes. Although the Battle of the Eight Desolates 10 regions in the upper realm did not change the outcome much, it was brought forward by nearly 1,000 years. The birth of the Immortal Academy and the Imperial Court of Ju Yin was the same. Therefore, sometimes, Yu Mingkong could not help but wonder if the scenes she experienced in her previous life were real. Was it a dream of golden millet, or was it the moon in the mirror, or the butterfly in Zhuang Zhou's dream? Or was it a corner of the future that she caught in the unseen? Even if she did not take the initiative to think about these questions, during this period of time, they would involuntarily appear. If I confess to Chang'e about my rebirth, how will he think of me? Will he think that I approached him with the intention of revenge from the beginning? It was not easy for him to trust me. I don't want to destroy our current relationship. Yu Mingkong actually had her own thoughts in her heart. Regardless of whether her rebirth was real or not, her current relationship with Gu Chang'e could not be faked. Gu Chang'e also promised her that after the matters in the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty were settled, he would come to the Wushuang Celestial Dynasty to discuss the wedding date with her. This was the thing that she looked forward to the most after waiting for 3,000 years in her previous life. Now that it was in front of her and was about to be within reach, she was a little worried about her gains and losses. Just as Yu Mingkong's thoughts were in turmoil, outside the palace, a light laugh suddenly sounded. I haven't seen you for a few months, I miss you. Mingkong, are you missing your husband? Gu Chang'e walked over slowly with many female officials following behind her. They looked hesitant and conflicted. According to Yu Mingkong's instructions, without her permission, no one was allowed to barge in. However, the person who came was Gu Chang'e, and also Yu Mingkong's fiancée. In such a huge Wushuang Celestial Dynasty, who dared to stop him? Hence, they were also very conflicted and were a little worried that Yu Mingkong would scold them. Chang'e, you're here. Yu Mingkong did not expect Gu Chang'e to come so quickly. She looked up with some surprise. She thought that Gu Chang'e would take a few days to arrive here. However, on second thought, Gu Chang'e's current cultivation was comparable to that of a remnant immortal. Tearing through the universe and rushing over was also a matter of a blink of an eye. Although this journey was vast, it was nothing to him now. I'm here. Gu Chang'e smiled and waved his hand to signal the female officials behind him to leave. The two of them had actually been separated for a long time. Although they were in contact with each other through letters, how could it be compared to meeting again? As the saying goes, absence makes the heart grow fonder. It was not without reason. At this moment, even Gu Chang'e had a lot of things to say to Yu Mingkong. He had to admit that in the beginning, he treated this woman with the mentality of making use of her. However, as he gradually got to know her, he understood what deep feelings were. After all, he was not really heartless to face such a passionate and sincere woman who was willing to go against the entire world for him. How could he be indifferent? I thought you would only arrive in a few days. Have you been tired from the journey? Yu Mingkong stood up from the phoenix couch. Her originally serious and beautiful face could not help but reveal a smile. She walked over naturally and smoothed out Gu Changa's wrinkled collar. Gu Changa smiled and said, "Coming to see you, how can I be tired?" As he spoke, he very naturally held her slender waist. Yu Mingkong glanced at him, but did not pay attention to his actions. Instead, her eyes rippled with some expectation and said, You came to see me, is there something you need?" In fact, she already knew the answer, but she just wanted to hear the answer from Gu Changa's mouth. "Naturally, it's to discuss our wedding date. I don't want you to wait too long." Gu Changa smiled and tucked a strand of hair on her forehead behind her ear. "Don't want me to wait too long," Yu Mingkong's heart suddenly felt a little sour. If she could hear these words earlier in her previous life, then she really would not have to wait 3,000 years and then be cruelly killed by him on their wedding night. "You're not lying to me this time, right?" Yu Mingkong stared blankly at him and suddenly said softly. Gu Changa did not seem to notice the "again" in her tone. He smiled and said, "Mingkong, why would you say that? When have I ever lied to you?" He knew that Yu Mingkong's words were actually filled with the emotions of her previous life. However, for the sake of the harmony between the two of them, Gu Changa did not want to reveal the secret of her rebirth. After all, some things buried in the ground would sooner or later rot and scatter, as long as they were not dug up. Just like how Yu Mingkong had always known his methods, how he had previously trapped and killed many supreme martial artists, how he had put the blame of the inheritor of the demonic arts on others. But she had never said anything, pretending not to know. Between the two of them, from beginning to end, they had maintained this tacit understanding of clearly knowing everything, but pretending to be ignorant in front of each other. "You've lied to me about many things." Yu Mingkong also quickly noticed the loophole in her words just now. However, she did not care. She glared at Gu Changa and said, "You've never told me about the relationship between you and the saintess of the human ancestor palace, Jiang Chu Chu. When you went to the Yao realm, you were also entangled with the Yao realm's empress Shi Yao. You also did not tell me, and don't say anything else." "I know everything." Gu Changa felt a slight headache. Then he gently shook his head and smiled, saying, "If you want to know, I can tell you. But I think that you would not care about these things. When did even you become jealous? I also think that I would not care. After all, whether it is now or in the future, I will be your legal wife, and the others can only be considered concubines at most. But when I think about how when I am not by your side, there will always be orioles and swallows around you, I will even want to kill them." Yu Mingkong also shook her head and said this in a very calm tone. Her personality had always been strong and domineering. In some aspects, she was even a little indifferent, so it was not surprising that she would do such a thing. Moreover, Gu Changa had not reached the level of indifference that was carved into his bones like in his previous life. He had always welcomed all kinds of beautiful women around him. "Then why don't you always stay by my side?" Gu Changa could not help but chuckle when he heard this, as if he did not hear the hidden bitterness in her words at all. "But you will eventually leave the upper realm. If I leave with you, who will take care of the foundation that you have built all these years? Or do you not care at all, and just let the foundation that you have destroyed collapse just like that?" Yu Mingkong shook her head and rolled her eyes at him. She understood the meaning of Gu Changa's teasing. With Gu Changa's cultivation at this level, he would break through the immortal Tao realm sooner or later. And now that the immortal path was about to appear, the ancient existences of various forces and orthodoxies were eager to find that path. In the near future, the upper realm would be in chaos. Gu Changa would definitely take this opportunity to take that step and then leave the upper realm. Therefore, she had to think of a way to at least let Gu Changa leave without any worries. "Mingkong, you are so kind, so considerate of me." Hearing Yu Mingkong's words, Gu Changa was stunned at first, then he smiled and could not help but reach out and pull her into his arms. In fact, he did not expect Yu Mingkong to have this plan long ago, and he was still a little touched in his heart. With a wife like this, what more could a husband ask for? In the next few days, Gu Chang'e stayed in Yu Mingkong's bedroom leisurely and did not show up. Although many cultivators in the Wushuang immortal dynasty knew that Gu Chang'e was here, no one dared to come and disturb him. Even the Moon Queen and many ancient existences of the Wushuang immortal dynasty were happy to see this scene. Chapter 670. The marriage alliance between the longevity Gu clan and the peerless immortal dynasty had already caused dissatisfaction among many orthodoxies more than 10 years ago. However, they were intimidated by the ancient power of the two clans and their unfathomable foundation. The various orthodoxies did not dare to say much, for fear of being retaliated by the two clans. Now, Gu Chang'e and Yu Mingkong had also reached the marriageable age. Both clans wanted to let the two of them get married. Gu Chang'e came all the way from the longevity Gu clan to the peerless immortal dynasty. He did not deliberately hide his tracks, so the orthodoxies all noticed him and guessed his purpose for coming here. Some people felt that the reason why Gu Chang'e went to the Wushuang immortal dynasty was because she wanted to discuss the wedding date with Yu Mingkong. The two of them were a match made in heaven, a match made in heaven. In terms of reputation and status, it was difficult to find someone comparable to Gu Chang'e in the entire upper realm. Even the patriarchs of the various clans and forces had to be polite in front of Gu Chang'e, not daring to overstep their boundaries. To the younger generation, Gu Chang'e had already become a terrifying demonic mountain that was difficult to surpass. There was a huge gap between the two of them, and it was difficult to see their backs. Although Yu Mingkong was also part of the younger generation, in terms of power, she had already surpassed almost all of her peers. They were on equal footing with many sacred masters and sect masters of the great sections. Other than her, there were probably not many in the younger generation who were worthy of Gu Chang'e. The orthodoxies in the outside world were discussing this matter and paying close attention to the peerless immortal dynasty. However, in the next few days, even the ministers and female officials in the court could not see Yu Mingkong. The Moon Empress was personally handling the several court meetings. She did not retreat behind the scenes like she did in the past. Regarding this, various guesses appeared. Some said that the Crown Prince Yu Mingkong was cultivating a divine skill and needed to go into seclusion for a period of time. There were also people who said that she and Gu Chang'e were together and were discussing cultivation methods. They discussed with each other so that they could go further on this path. However, during this period of time, Gu Chang'e and Yu Mingkong did not do anything. Naturally, they did not cultivate. He accompanied Yu Mingkong as they left the royal capital of the Wushuang immortal dynasty, traveling to many corners of the upper world. The two of them were like a celestial couple. The mountains and rivers were magnificent, and the world was beautiful. Their footprints were left behind. All over the place, there were creatures and cultivators who discovered the traces left behind by Gu Chang'e and Yu Mingkong. Many young cultivators were even more excited and worshipped those places, leaving them for future generations to worship. Regardless of whether it was Gu Chang'e or Yu Mingkong, they would definitely be the main characters of this world in the future. They could reach an inconceivable realm. The tracks they left behind were naturally no small matter. Yu Mingkong was very satisfied and very happy. The smile on her face almost never stopped. Gu Chang'e made up for many of her regrets. Whether it was in her previous life or now, she never thought that there would be a day like this where she could be together with her beloved and their traces spread all over the world. Walking in the mortal world, living in seclusion by the lake, living in seclusion in the mountain village, like an old couple. They worked at sunrise and rested at sunset. The man plowed and the woman weaved, peaceful and peaceful. This kind of life also made up for the many years that Gu Chang'e owed Yu Mingkong in his heart. Compared to the mutual deception between cultivators, he actually liked this kind of life, but he understood that this kind of life would not last for long. The two of them traveled all over the upper world and also went to some forbidden areas. They stopped outside and had the intention to continue, but in the end, they gave up. Gu Changge only wanted to quietly accompany Yu Mingkong through this world and did not want to cause any more trouble. At his current level, even if there were many forbidden areas in the upper world, he could safely enter them as if they were flat ground, unless there was a hidden power that surpassed the immortal realm. Just like this, half a year later, Yu Mingkong and Gu Changge returned to the peerless immortal dynasty. On the day she returned to the imperial capital, the Moon Empress appeared and personally passed down the throne to her daughter Yu Mingkong in front of all the civil and military officials of the immortal dynasty. This decision shocked the entire peerless immortal dynasty, including all the orthodoxies who were paying close attention to this matter. They were also shocked and felt that it was unbelievable. In their opinion, although Yu Mingkong was the crown princess, she was still young, only in her 20s. Even her cultivation was not enough, so how could she completely control the entire immortal dynasty? After all, not everyone in the younger generation could be like Gu Changge. At such a young age, he had the strength to dominate the older generation. Although Yu Mingkong had managed the Wuxia immortal dynasty well during this period of time, she was still lacking something. Compared to the leaders of the imperishable sects and supreme Taoism orthodoxies, she was too young, inexperienced, and weak. However, on the day the Moon Queen gave the order to abdicate the throne, begging for fresh flowers, Gu Changge, who had disappeared for a period of time in the upper world, appeared once again. He accompanied Yu Mingkong to the unparalleled immortal dynasty's imperial palace. After he appeared, he did not do anything. He simply told the officials about the matter and announced the date of his marriage with Yu Mingkong. The two of them decided to hold their wedding in half a year's time. When the time came, they would invite almost all of the orthodoxies in the upper realm. The moment this matter was announced, it instantly caused a huge commotion. The officials of the unparalleled immortal dynasty were all shaken. The news spread quickly as if it had grown wings, causing a huge earthquake everywhere. In almost every ancient city, there were cultivators discussing this matter. They were looking forward to the wedding of Gu Changge and Yu Mingkong in half a year's time. Many orthodoxies that were extremely far away from the territories of the unparalleled immortal dynasty and the longevity Gu clan began to send their disciples and elders over on that day with heavy gifts. They planned to make it in time for the wedding in half a year's time. The marriage alliance between the unparalleled immortal dynasty and the longevity Gu clan was an unimaginable matter. Especially when Gu Changge was among the two of them who were getting married, he was fully deserving of being the leader of the upper realm. This news swept through like a hurricane. All the cultivators who heard about it were shocked. After Gu Changge appeared in the unparalleled immortal dynasty, many of the officials who had objections to the Moon Queen's abdication of the throne also shut up. After all, with Gu Changge supporting Yu Mingkong, who would dare to say a word? From then on, Yu Mingkong became the new empress and was respectfully called Mingkong Empress by the entire unparalleled immortal dynasty. She became one of the few people in the history of the upper realm who ruled an unparalleled immortal dynasty in her 20s. The orthodoxies of the various orthodoxies also sent congratulatory gifts at the first moment to express their goodwill. Half a year later, Yu Mingkong would be Gu Changge's wife. The power behind her was simply beyond imagination. Hence, the various powers did not dare to offend her easily and tried their best to curry favor with her. And just as a huge commotion was caused in the upper realm because of this matter, in a palace in the unparalleled immortal dynasty's imperial capital, Yu Mingkong was frowning slightly. She shook out several brilliant divine lights from her jade-like hands and floated in the air. She spoke to Gu Changge who was behind her. Of the 7 heaven-wielding artifacts you sent, I have only condensed 4 of them so far, there are still 3 that are very difficult to condense. They are the heaven-wielding pagoda, heaven-wielding sword, and heaven-wielding bottle. Chapter 671. Inside the palace, divine light shone brilliantly, illuminating the surroundings like a ball of flowing starlight, interweaving and gathering in the void. There was an indescribable rule of law condensing. Heaven-wielding artifacts appeared one after another, emitting different halos and Tao laws. They floated up and down, containing unimaginable power, as if they could collapse the void and obliterate everything. These were heaven-wielding artifacts that had been passed down since before the immortal ancient era. They were known to have the power of heaven-wielding, and the refining method was unknown. There was even a saying that the heaven-wielding artifacts were innate objects. However, such sayings were very rare. As for whether it was true or false, there was no way to know. Gathering 7 heaven-wielding artifacts could even condense a heaven-wielding key to open the Immortal Palace's secret treasure. The Immortal Palace's secret treasure had always been a rumor in the upper realm for countless years because it involved the Immortal Palace before the Forbidden Era. At that time, the Immortal Domain and the upper realm had yet to be separated. The entire world was ruled by the Immortal Palace. Its territory was endless, unimaginable. All the cultivators and creatures were the citizens of the Immortal Palace. They were protected and worry-free for thousands of years. If it wasn't for the great calamity that swept through the entire world, causing the Immortal Palace to collapse and the river of time to dry up, everything would have collapsed in the chaos. Even the world was buried and destroyed, becoming a taboo era. No one dared to mention it again. The people of the later generations called that era the Forbidden Era. And the Immortal Palace's secret treasure was the treasure that the Immortal Palace had accumulated over countless eras. The immortal treasures and divine objects hidden within exceeded the imagination of all the cultivators in this world. To put it bluntly, if the news of the Immortal Palace's secret treasure leaked out, it would definitely set off a boundless rain of blood. Perhaps even the Immortal Domain would be alarmed. Only by gathering all 7 heaven-wielding artifacts could it be possible to find the location of the Immortal Palace's secret treasure. However, during this period of time, Yu Mingkong had used many methods and only condensed 4 heaven-wielding artifacts. If she wanted to completely condense all 7 heaven-wielding artifacts and refine the key, she would need to spend more time and effort. It's fine. Leave the heaven-wielding sword, heaven-wielding bottle, and heaven-wielding pagoda to me. It seems that I have underestimated the difficulty of this matter. However, there is no need to rush now. I'm afraid that the treasure of the Immortal Palace is not in the upper realm. Gu Chang'e shook his head and said. He looked at the many halos that were flashing gently in the void. With a sweep of his sleeve, he collected them all. Since Yu Mingkong couldn't refine the key now, he could only wait until there was time. Chang'e, do you think the secret of the Immortal Palace is real or fake? Why did the Celestial Palace that once ruled the heavens collapse? Even the immortal master of the Celestial Palace was buried in the river of time. Yu Mingkong frowned and couldn't help but ask. In truth, from the perspective of origins, the Wuxia immortal dynasty had a great connection with the Immortal Palace of the past. When she was young, she had flipped through ancient scrolls and learned of the death of the Immortal Palace Lord. At that time, she was extremely shocked. She didn't expect that the master of the Immortal Palace, who once ruled the heavens, didn't die at the end of his life. Instead, he suffered an unimaginable Tao injury. In the end, he was buried in the coffin of the 9 heavens, buried in the river of time. At that time, the palace of the Immortal Palace Lord was buried in the depths of the ancestral grounds of the Wuxia immortal dynasty. That palace was extremely mysterious. Usually, one wouldn't be able to see it. Even the master of the Wuxia immortal dynasty didn't have the qualifications to enter. It was said that the palace was connected to a mysterious river. Following that river, one could send one to the depths of the universe. Maybe the Immortal Palace Lord encountered a great enemy. Hasn't this been a guess all along? Gu Chang'e laughed when he heard this. He actually knew a lot about the Forbidden Era. After all, the Devil Lord was his previous incarnation. But why would the Demon Lord cut off that era and destroy the world? Until now, he didn't have any memory of it. He also didn't know the reason. Naturally, in Gu Chang'e's opinion, it was just that the time wasn't right yet. Even the master of the immortal palace lord encountered an unimaginable great enemy. There are truly too many things in this world that we don't understand. Yu Mingkong's gaze was a little absent-minded. She thought of the scenes from a while ago. If that was really the case, then was there really an invisible existence in this world that was controlling everything, including her rebirth? Otherwise, how could she explain the great dream reversal immortal art that suddenly appeared in her mind during this period of time? Instead of thinking about this now, why don't you think about how to hold our wedding in half a year? Gu Chang'e smiled. He held her jade-like hand and gently squeezed it to make her come back to her senses. Yu Mingkong glanced at him, but the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl up. Half a year later, she had been looking forward to it. After leaving the imperial capital, Gu Chang'e took Ada and tore through the universe, heading directly to the heavenly region where the human ancestors' hall was located. Whether it was the dark heavenly court's divine manifestation or going to see Jiang Chu, he couldn't avoid returning to the human ancestors' hall. News of his wedding with Yu Mingkong had already spread throughout the upper world. Jiang Chu, who was cultivating in the human ancestors' hall, definitely knew about it as well. With his personality, if Gu Chang'e didn't tell him about it, he might even hate her out of love. Unlike Yu Mingkong, who dared to love and hate, Jiang Chu hid his thoughts in his heart most of the time and didn't express them. So sometimes, he would do impulsive things without caring about the consequences. Moreover, the golden cauldron of fortune that had been placed in the human ancestors' hall back then should have absorbed all the fortune by now. Gu Chang'e planned to conduct the second dark heavenly court's divine manifestation. During this period of time, he could already sense strands of telekinesis gathering in this world. They came from the living beings and cultivators who had heard the sacrificial rites a while ago. Although these telekinesis were still very weak and not enough to touch the dark heavenly court hidden in the inner universe, it was more like a strand of true soul entering. However, to Gu Chang'e, these telekinesis represented great potential in the future. They were all his future devout believers. Time passed in the blink of an eye. Half a month later, in the human ancestors' hall at the center of the heaven region, Jiang Chu, who was dressed in white and had black hair like a waterfall, sat cross-legged in the hall with a cold and calm expression. However, he seemed a little thin and haggard. A hazy female immortal figure appeared around him, and a terrifying aura filled the air. In the hall, strands of silver power of faith gathered from various heavens in the upper world. It was incomparably vast, and it turned into a silver Wang Yang that floated here. During this period of time, the Yin Heaven's calamity in many places had been quelled, and the human ancestors' hall's reputation had risen to another level. However, at this moment, Jiang Chu, who was sitting cross-legged with her eyes closed, suddenly let out a muffled groan. Her face suddenly paled, and dark red blood stains spread out on her white robes. It was extremely glaring. She slowly opened her eyes. Her originally clear eyes were now filled with tiredness and blood. "Am I possessed again?" Jiang Chu murmured softly. She frowned slightly, as if asking herself. However, very soon, she took out a clean handkerchief and wiped the bloodstains at the corner of her mouth. She looked very familiar and natural. During this period of time, she had always found it difficult to enter a meditative state. Even if she forced herself to enter a meditative state, she would be disturbed by various distracting thoughts that appeared in her mind. This was something that she had never dared to imagine in her past years of cultivation. She had the 7 orifices exquisite immortal heart, and she had the talent to see through all the truth and falsehood in the world. The so-called inner demons did not exist in her eyes at all. However, in these few days, she had been possessed by the devil. Her heart was in a mess, and she could not calm down. Jiang Chu even felt that her Taoist heart was broken. It was no longer as perfect as before, and many cracks had appeared on it. He's going to marry his fiancée in half a year's time. But he promised that he'll marry me. When she thought of this, Jiang Chuchu's eyes suddenly became a little dazed, and the light in her eyes dimmed. She clutched her chest, feeling waves of suffocation and discomfort. Chapter 672. In the human ancestors' hall, Jiang Chuchu's hair was like a waterfall. Her small face was thin, and she looked extremely haggard. She muttered softly, but her mind was elsewhere. All this time, she had been telling herself that Gu Changa's fiancé was Yu Mingkong. Both of them had completed their cultivation, so it was only natural that they would hold their wedding half a year later. What did this have to do with her, an outsider? However, she could not hide the disappointment, confusion, unwillingness, and helplessness in her heart. Everyone in the upper realm knew about the relationship between Gu Changa and Yu Mingkong. She was the saintess of the human ancestor hall, representing purity and purity. She was untainted by the mortal world, so how could she possibly fall in love like a mortal? How could she fall in love with the great demon Gu Changa without hesitation? Moreover, she hated Gu Changa to the core from the very beginning. She was also very familiar with Gu Changa's background. Gu Changa was the most well-hidden inheritor of the demonic arts. He was the driving force behind the changes in the upper realm. He was an out-and-out demon. Not only did he kill the young supremes of various clans and steal their origins, but he also schemed against the human ancestors' reincarnation and destroyed it in the lower realm. He then replaced it. Countless cultivator orthodoxies in the upper realm were toyed with in the palm of his hand. Such a person was destined to stand on the opposite side of her, to be her enemy from the moment she was born. However, in the end, she fell in love with him as if fate had played a trick on her. She could not extricate herself from this and was obsessed with him. Your Highness, Saintess, what happened to your Dao injury? Just as Jiang Chuchu's heart was filled with melancholy, the elders outside the hall heard the commotion and walked in. They could not help but sigh softly when they saw her haggard appearance. During this period, they had seen Jiang Chuchu's various abnormalities. Naturally, they knew what was going on. As the human ancestors' hall's saintess, she fell in love with a man. Furthermore, this man turned out to be Gu Changa, whose power and influence shook the entire upper realm. Jiang Chuchu should never have fallen in love with Gu Changa, especially when Gu Changa had another identity, which was the reincarnation of the human ancestor. Many of the human ancestors' hall elders knew that the human ancestor's reincarnation was a lie. It was only to stabilize the pious hearts of the upper realm's cultivators and living beings. However, to the outside world, Gu Changa was the reincarnation of the Ren ancestor. If news of this were to spread, it would definitely shake the hearts of the people. It might even cause the mortal ancestral hall to be mocked by the various races and factions, becoming a laughingstock. Furthermore, according to the rules of the human ancestor palace, as the saintess, Jiang Chuchu had to maintain her purity. She had already violated the rules. In fact, she would be punished and stripped of her position as the saintess of the human ancestor hall. But within a short period of time, the human ancestor palace was unable to find a second suitable candidate for saintess. There had been no news of the other saintess, Wang Zijin, ever since she returned to the longevity Wang family. Now, even the human ancestor palace did not know her whereabouts. Everything was handled by Jiang Chuchu alone. In this regard, the various elders could only turn a blind eye and pretend that they did not know anything. My injury is not serious. Jiang Chuchu waved her hand. Her expression had returned to normal. It was cold and calm, as if she did not eat the food of mortals. The elder sighed in his heart and shook his head. Of all the things in the world, only love is the most hurtful. I hope your saintess has already thought it through and will not continue to be so stubborn. With that, she turned and walked out of the hall. However, she had only taken a few steps when her eyes suddenly widened. She was extremely shocked, as if she had seen something unbelievable. This the human ancestor palace elder's mouth was half open. He looked at the tall figure walking in from outside the hall and was speechless for a long time. Didn't Gu Chang'e just set a wedding date with the Mingkong Empress of the peerless immortal dynasty? Why did he come to the human ancestor palace? Was he not afraid of arousing suspicion by doing this? However, she was also a shrewd person. After living for so long, her eyelashes were empty. She did not dare to think too much and hurriedly cupped her hands and bowed. This old one greets young Master Chang'e. Hearing this voice, Jiang Chuchu, who was thinking about something with her eyes lowered, was suddenly stunned. She wondered if she had heard wrongly. She quickly reacted and hurriedly turned around to look at the entrance of the hall. Her originally calm and cold eyes seemed to be wrinkled by the wind, and ripples appeared. A man in black walked in slowly with a smile on his face. He had a gentle feeling that made people feel as if they were bathed in the spring breeze. His every move seemed to carry the charm of Tao and immortality. Chang. Gu Chang'e, Jiang Chuchu muttered, as if she could not believe the scene before her eyes. Just as the wedding date was approaching, Gu Chang'e actually traveled hundreds of millions of miles to come here to see her. All of this seemed like a dream to her. She found it hard to believe that it was real. Was Gu Chang'e not afraid of arousing Yumingkong's dissatisfaction or arousing suspicion by doing this? However, such thoughts only flashed through her mind for a moment before they were quickly filled with surprise and joy. Chu, I'm here to see you. Gu Chang'e did not seem to notice the elder beside him. He smiled and spoke. The elder of the human ancestor palace was a little stunned and felt a little awkward. However, he still pretended not to hear and hurriedly left quietly. He did not dare to stay for long and disturb the two of them. Although the human ancestor palace had a rule that the holy maiden had to maintain her purity, in the face of absolute strength, any rule could be broken. Obviously, Gu Chang'e now had such strength. Even though the other elders knew about this, they did not dare to say anything. Soon, the palace fell silent. Only the vast sea of silver power of faith surged and churned. Jiang Chuchu stared blankly at Gu Chang'e, who was right in front of her. At this moment, she seemed to have thousands of words to say. Why are you here? However, in the end, all the words were gathered into one sentence. She lowered her eyes and her black hair fell, making her face seem even thinner. How did you get a Dao injury? During this time, did anyone hurt you? Gu Chang'e did not directly answer. He glanced at her and frowned. He did not answer the question directly. Naturally, he could see that 523 Jiang Chuchu's injury was caused by qi deviation. If he did not ask, he definitely could not ask so directly. No, how could anyone hurt me? My injury is fine. It won't affect me. Jiang Chuchu was a little stunned. She could sense the worry and concern in Gu Chang'e's words. Originally, she still had some resentment towards him, but her tone could not help but lower, and she seemed a little soft. After all, Gu Chang'e had rushed over at this time and was so concerned about her. How could he not care about her and casually leave her behind? Is there a problem with your cultivation? I have the million-year-old heavenly spirit Xuanji that I brought from the 8 Desolation 10 regions. Even if it is a Dao injury, it can heal. Gu Chang'e heard this and sighed softly. Then, without waiting for Jiang Chuchu's permission, he took out a crystal-clear jade box and handed it to her. I know. During this period of time, I was a little confused, but I should be fine now. Jiang Chuchu nodded and raised a pair of sparkling eyes. With the unconcealable joy of a deer, she carefully put away the jade box. Then, seeing that Gu Chang'e seemed to be slightly relieved, she could not help but ask with some expectation and caution. You promised me, you won't leave me behind, right? Although in front of outsiders, she was the cold and proud holy maiden of the human ancestor hall, in front of Gu Chang'e, she was as pure as a blank sheet of paper. Chapter 673. You won't leave me behind, right? Jiang Chuchu's expression was a little hopeful. Her eyes sparkled as she looked at Gu Chang'e, as if she was afraid to hear any rejection from him. She grew up in the human ancestors' hall and was instilled with the ideals of benevolence, righteousness, and morality. She lived to protect the righteous path and the human ancestors' hall. Before she met Gu Chang'e, she had always thought so. However, some things, like light, would always shine through the broken barrier, bringing her novelty and joy. Since then, she understood that good and evil were not the only things in this world. If one simply judged a person based on good and evil, it would be too arbitrary and too casual. To the heavens of the upper realm, Gu Chang'e was a heinous devil. However, every time she encountered a crisis, trouble, or life-threatening danger, Gu Chang'e would always appear to solve everything for her and take care of all problems for her. For her, could she say that Gu Chang'e was evil in this way? Therefore, even though she knew that she would violate the rules of the human ancestors' hall by being partial to Gu Chang'e, she would betray her master. However, she still did it without hesitation. I came to see you to tell you about this, so that you won't think too much. When Gu Chang'e heard this, he seemed to sigh softly. He reached out and tucked the strands of hair on both sides of her face behind her ears. You've lost so much weight. What? What? What do you want to tell me? Jiang Chuchu stood rooted to the ground in a daze. She lowered her eyes and allowed Gu Chang'e to tuck her hair behind her ears. She was inexplicably looking forward to it, even though she knew that their relationship was difficult to make public. However, Gu Chang'e rushed over from hundreds of millions of miles away just to prevent her from thinking too much. This showed how much she meant to Gu Chang'e. You should have heard about my marriage with Ming Kong, but there are some details that I want to tell you. Gu Chang'e gently shook his head. If this matter was not handled properly, Jiang Chuchu would inevitably have a conflict with Yu Mingkong in the future. Even though the mortal ancestor palace was located in a transcendent place, in terms of strength, it was far inferior to the peerless immortal dynasty and the other orthodoxies. If there was a conflict because of such a small matter, it would not be worth it for Gu Chang'e. He didn't want to see such a situation. Furthermore, no one knew if he was still in the upper realm at that time. Details? Jiang Chuchu blinked, as if he was listening to Gu Chang'e. Although Mingkong's methods are shocking, wanting to control the unparalleled immortal dynasty at such a young age, there are many criticisms. She lacks a strong backing, and if I didn't help her, those officials wouldn't have kept their mouths shut. Gu Chang'e sighed as he explained. So, your marriage with her is actually just to stabilize her current position and help her sit on the throne of the peerless immortal dynasty faster. After hearing Gu Chang'e's explanation, Jiang Chuchu suddenly understood and said in a daze. After all, Gu Chang'e and Yu Mingkong were only a fiancé and fiancée. Even if there was such a relationship, it couldn't change anything. But once Gu Chang'e and Yu Mingkong got married, their relationship would naturally be different from before. Many of the ministers who had been critical of Yu Mingkong before could only shut their mouths and remain silent, not daring to say anything more. Thinking about it this way, her mood suddenly became much better. With such a relationship, the upper realm is about to change. Maybe in the near future, I will leave the upper realm. So, there are some things that I need to tell you. Of course, I also don't want you to worry. Gu Chang'e nodded. Then, you promised me that you would marry me. When is that? Although Jiang Chuchu was as pure as a blank piece of paper when it came to relationships, it didn't mean that she was stupid. At this time, she really wanted to get a definite answer from Gu Chang'e. When there are no more obstacles in the upper realm. Gu Chang'e said softly. Jiang Chuchu softly nodded. A blush appeared on her face. She was a little absent-minded, but more than that, she was happy. She knew that Gu Chang'e had another hidden identity. Once that identity was exposed, he would definitely become the enemy of the entire world. Even if the human ancestors' palace, longevity Gu family, and many other orthodoxies stood behind him, it would be difficult for them to go against the entire upper realm. Then I'll wait for you. Jiang Chu looked at Gu Chang'e and said. She knew that with her current strength, it would be very difficult for her to help Gu Chang'e. However, one day in the future, she would definitely be able to help him, just like what Yu Mingkong could do now. Trust me, that day won't be too far away. Gu Chang'e smiled and reached out to pull her into his arms. No words were spoken, but everything was said in silence. In the next few days, Gu Chang'e stayed in the human ancestors' palace and had a very leisurely time with Jiang Chu. Although many of the human ancestors' palace elders knew about Gu Chang'e's arrival, they didn't dare to ask too much. They could only pretend that they didn't know. Jiang Chu was the saintess and had a close relationship with Gu Chang'e. Who in the huge human ancestors' palace dared to say that she wasn't? Even those ancient existences who were part of the foundation turned a blind eye to it. During this time, apart from accompanying Jiang Chu in cultivation and discussing the way, Gu Chang'e actually didn't idle around. He had placed the golden cauldron of destiny in the human ancestors' palace a long time ago. Now, it had gathered and condensed a lot of power of faith. The power of faith was enough for him to make the dark heavenly court appear in the human world again. Moreover, Gu Chang'e had other plans. The upper realm was the hub of all the worlds in the heavens and was connected to hundreds of millions of lower realms. In those hundreds of millions of lower realms, there was no lack of existences similar to children of destiny. Therefore, he could try to absorb those children of destiny as his believers and strengthen the dark heavenly court's power. After all, along the way, many children of destiny had died at his hands. There were endless children of destiny from various sections. Gu Chang'e was also very familiar with these methods. Therefore, it was not difficult for him to find those children of destiny in the hundreds of millions of lower realms. Although it sounded crazy to gather believers from all over the heavens and lower realms, it was a piece of cake for Gu Chang'e now. Condensing a Dharma body of faith doesn't mean much to me now. The power of faith can be used as a medium. Through this medium, I can create something similar to a goldfinger. Then, let's rain down a goldfinger. In the Silver Palace, Gu Chang'e sat cross-legged. His eyes were deep, and many terrifying scenes were evolving in them. There was a vast aura surging around him, as if ancient worlds were rising and falling. He said softly with a thoughtful look in his eyes. A golden cauldron of destiny stood in the center. It was simple and majestic and ancient. Hundreds of millions of strands of silver power of faith gathered. This was the power of faith that the human ancestors' palace had absorbed and gathered over many eras. The amount was unimaginable, like a boundless ocean. With a thought from Gu Chang'e, an inexplicable power of laws appeared in the space in front of him. Then, there seemed to be an invisible net that spread out between the heavens and the earth, crossing hundreds of millions of miles in an instant. At this moment, countless cultivators and living beings in the entire upper realm had a feeling in their hearts. It was as if there was a voice in the unseen world telling them to chant the true name of a certain supreme existence, and to find a certain world, they could obtain eternal life. Hundreds of millions of strands of silver light fell into the hundreds of millions of lower realms. It was like a silver rain of light. In those lower realms that were infinitely far away from the upper realms, there were youths who suddenly found mysterious ancient rings and broken jade bracelets. There were also people who mistakenly entered strange ponds and obtained ancient techniques. Chapter 674. The silver rain of light sprinkled down from the skies of the upper realm, along the space barrier, all the way to the vast lower realm. On this day, countless cultivators and living beings saw this vast and dazzling silver meteor shower. Some powerful cultivators tried to deduce its origin, but in the end, they suffered a great backlash and were extremely shocked. Many aristocratic families who were good at divination and deduction recorded this astronomical phenomenon. They felt that in a few years, the upper realm would once again experience a dazzling golden age. This dazzling silver meteor shower was the young seeds that were about to blossom in that golden age. It was different from the shock and horror of the various orthodoxies in the upper realm. In the many lower realms that were infinitely far away, because of this silver rain of light, there was an upheaval. Gu Changa sat cross-legged in the human ancestors' hall. His Dharma body was grand and simple, and his eyes were bright. Images of the evolution of the heavens appeared in his eyes. Buzz. Following his thoughts, many blurry images appeared in the void in front of him. These images were densely packed and uncountable. It was as if they were connected to the world of an unknown dimension, and there were billions of living beings and cultivators reflected in them. This is a Goldfinger rain specially bestowed upon them, but how many children of destiny can really reach that step? Gu Changa said softly. There were billions of karmic threads in the unseen world, spreading from him to the myriad realms. Although this Goldfinger rain was just a whim of his. However, at his current level, every move and thought would produce unimaginable 527 consequences. With the power of faith as a medium, he would shape the Goldfinger and guide the children of destiny in the myriad realms to become his believers. The consequences of this slight action could be said to be as unimaginable as landslides and tsunamis. However, Gu Changa was looking forward to the arrival of that day. Jiang Chu was a little confused. She did not understand what Gu Changa was doing. From her point of view, the images reflected seemed to come from the corners of the heavens. There was a bustling mortal world, a myriad of living beings, and an incomparable mix. She understood that this was the use of the power of faith. The human ancestors' hall's martial arts legacy could do the same, but it could not manifest the entire heavens like Gu Changa. Not only did this require a huge amount of faith power as a medium, but it also required a terrifying amount of spiritual power to support it. An ordinary Tao attainment cultivator would most likely be far from being able to reach this level. Interesting, at this time, Gu Changa's eyes suddenly reflected an image, and he couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. What's wrong? Jiang Chu came up to him curiously and stared at the image in front of him. I saw an interesting young man. Maybe he will give me a big surprise in the future. Gu Changa said with a smile, his eyes warm. The scene in front of him was very blurry and unclear. He could only see a faint outline. There was a heavy downpour between heaven and earth, making it look extremely gloomy. A young man in ragged clothes, covered in blood, was being pursued. His face was filled with anger and arrogance. Even though the road in front of him was a cliff, he still refused to give up and continued to fight with the people pursuing him. This should be some distant lower realm, right? Looking at these images, Jiang Chu frowned. She also noticed the young man that Gu Changa was talking about. But just by looking at him, she couldn't see anything special about him. In fact, she even felt that he was a piece of trash. But since he was valued by Gu Changa, there must be something extraordinary about him. Even an ant has the ambition to devour a dragon, let alone a mortal. Gu Changa smiled. His gaze was fixed on the image, as if he could see through the boundless space and land on the young man. Ah, Chushue, I see you as my true love. Why are you treating me like this? Why don't you dare to come out and see me? At the top of the cliff, the young man was covered in blood. He let out a desperate and unwilling roar, like a desperate beast. The pursuers behind him surrounded him and blocked him at the edge of the cliff. A bone-chilling wind blew, bringing with it the smell of blood. It made people shiver in fear. Wang Qi, you really are a piece of trash. At this moment, you can't even tell the difference. I will gladly accept your Xian breakthrough pill. When I reach the Divine Sea realm, I will be able to join the Xianling sect and live with Senior Brother Song. I will always remember your kindness to me. Hearing these words, a slender girl with delicate features shook her head and slowly walked out from behind the pursuers. Beside her, there was a tall and elegant young man. He was looking at the young man with a cold and mocking expression. The two of them were wearing clean and luxurious clothes, but their expressions were extremely cold. They were like people from two different worlds compared to the embarrassed young man in front of them. When the young man named Wang Qi saw the two of them appear, his eyes were filled with hatred. He clenched his teeth and his entire body was shaking. He was tricked by the girl named Chu Shui in front of him. He went to the mayor's palace in the middle of the night and risked his life to steal the Xian breakthrough pill. He wanted to help the girl reach the divine sea realm. He thought that after doing this, he would win the girl's heart. However, when the girl saw the Xian breakthrough pill, she changed her mind. Not only did she want to steal the pill, she also wanted to kill him to prevent any future troubles. Because the Xian breakthrough pill was no small matter, the moment Wang Qi stole it, he was already noticed by the powerful cultivators of the mayor's palace. The girl only wanted him to be a scapegoat while she enjoyed the fruits of his labor alone. Her heart was extremely vicious. However, it was too late for Wang Qi to think it through. The powerful cultivators of the mayor's palace had already gone to the Wang family to ask for the pill. If I can survive this calamity, I will definitely kill you. Wang Qi stared at Chu Shui with hatred and murderous intent. He said word by word. You'll have to survive first. Tonight, no one will be able to save you. The Wang family behind you will also be buried with you because of your actions. Chu Shui seemed to be infuriated by Wang Qi's gaze. Her originally cold and indifferent face also showed anger. She shouted with a sharp voice, "A piece of trash like you dares to like me? You are courting death. I can't let you die so easily. Men, destroy his dantian first, then kill him and throw him off the cliff." Following Chu Shui's order, many men of sacrifice stepped forward and grabbed the heavily injured Wang Qi. Under his resentful and furious gaze, he destroyed his dantian. Under the cliff, there was a vast fog. After being washed by the heavy rain, it appeared even darker and colder. Then, the young Wang Qi was directly thrown down. Without a sound, he was quickly swallowed by the vast darkness. After the young man Chu Shui and the others left, no one saw that a silver bolt of lightning suddenly shot down from the heavens and earth. It was incomparably dazzling, and like a silver dragon bearing its fangs and brandishing its claws, it directly smashed into this precipice. Could this be that young man's fortuitous encounter? In the human ancestor's palace, Jiang Chu had been watching what was happening in the image. After seeing the silver lightning strike, she couldn't help but ask softly. She knew that Gu Changde wouldn't pay attention to such a person for no reason. Moreover, in her opinion, the young man who was supposed to be dead seemed to have a new life at this moment. Fortuitous encounter. Actually, that's right. But in my opinion, this should be called a cheat. Gu Changde smiled casually and looked away from the image. In fact, he had already predicted what was going to happen next. The young Wang Qi was at the bottom of the cliff, and mysterious lightning entered his body. His broken dantian was repaired, and he obtained a mysterious heavenly skill. Then, he killed the young Chu Shui and took revenge. This was the script of a son of destiny. However, in order not to affect his plan, Gu Changde injected a lot of information about the dark heavenly court into the silver lightning. Once the young Wang Qi woke up, he would understand everything. In this vast heavens, all the sons of destiny would become his chess pieces. When Jiang Chu heard this, she nodded, not fully understanding. She felt that Gu Changde seemed to have a deeper meaning. However, this was not something that she should consider. The next son of destiny, Gu Changde then looked at the other images. There were actually many sons of destiny like Wang Qi. They were born with the destiny of a world and could stir up thousands of storms. Moreover, a great world would not only give birth to one son of destiny. To Gu Changde, this was not only his chess piece, but also a good tool for him to harvest destiny. After staying in the human ancestor's palace for almost a month, Gu Chang'e finally left. Although Jiang Chu was very reluctant to leave, she didn't insist on staying. To her, she was already very satisfied that Gu Chang'e took a month to accompany her despite his busy schedule. She didn't want to ask for more. After leaving the human ancestor's palace, Gu Chang'e originally planned to go to the Peach Village to see his cheap disciple Yao Yao. However, considering that Gu Xian'er's whereabouts were unknown, it wasn't very appropriate for him to go to the Peach Village, so he gave up. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.